Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ? Cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. Man, we back. Another episode, man. A new conversation that needs to be had today. And we actually gonna approach this angle from a different perspective. Weebay, salute to Weebay in the chat, man. He said the shirts look fire, man. Hey, if you want the merch, if you want any of the sounds to the show, the music, anything like that, if you can't find it on YouTube, you can definitely find it on our merch website. I'm gonna drop the link to that in the chat right now. Again, salute to Weebay, man. If you want any of the merch, man, like I said, it's not for everybody, but if you definitely want to cop some, mainly the merch is really just to support the channel, man. Keep the channel going, man. Keep the channel afloat, man. Cover all the little small nick and knack costs that we have to pay to keep this show going. Salute Ricky Ito 45, man. I see you. Goon the shooter, man. Appreciate you pulling up today. Jason Brown. This is going to be one of them shows where I drop the link early into the show because I'm going to really want to start getting people up here to talk about this, right? I may start cycling people because I want to start hearing different people's perspective. I want to start hearing different people's perspective. So keep it 100. He feels that LeBron is already to go. Salute to Big R Sports. There's a lot of people that already feel LeBron James is the GOAT. What I'm asking, the question that I'm posing, and this is really kind of a test on Jordan fans' knowledge, or even if you're a Kobe fan, if you one of them crazy fans that believe Kobe's the GOAT, I really want you to ask yourself, because this is the tough question. This is the tough divide that we have to deal with in sports. And the question that you're going to have to ask yourself is, if you feel that LeBron isn't the GOAT yet, you feel like he hasn't done enough yet, I need you to tell me, what more does he need to do to become the GOAT in your eyes? And what I'm saying is, and when I ask you this question, I want realistic terms, because let's not act like, no matter who you have as the GOAT, whether it's Jordan, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Kareem, I believe that all of these guys are very close, and there are very, very minute things that separate these guys at this stage. And again, the only thing that LeBron James has in his favor over the other guys is that he's still adding to his resume. He's not like a Kareem at the end of his career, barely hanging on in the league. He doesn't look like a Jordan when Jordan was with the Wizards, like a guy that could maybe come out and give you an impressive night, but it would be extremely inefficient, will probably come in a loss, and it would be on a team that's not very competitive. That's not what LeBron is dealing with. LeBron James is still a top 15 player in the league. If you want to drop him out the top 10, he's still playing on he was just on a team that was in a Western Conference Finals. That means they're still contending. So he still has the realistic possibility of adding certain accolades to his resume that can get him over the hump when we're talking about some of these other players. And I want Jordan fans to kind of sit back and reflect. And I need them to really reflect on this and say, what can LeBron do to pass Michael Jordan? And if you don't feel there's nothing he can do to pass Michael Jordan, then you need to give a legitimate reason as to why. Blue Bolt says, block Pootie, man. Why? No, I can't block Pootie, man. He ain't done nothing that crazy. But I will want people like Pootie to pull up and hit the link and answer these very simple questions. And look, I don't mind if you have Jordan the GOAT, but the problem is what's unfolding in front of our very eyes right now with LeBron James is something that a lot of Jordan fans, a lot of Kobe fans, a lot of Kareem fans, this is something that you guys are going to have to come to terms with. This is something that you guys are going to have to come to terms with. This is a reality is slapping you in the face. A lot of the Jordan fans want to stay in this fantasy land where they just think LeBron doesn't exist, where they think that LeBron is just some made-up character. And so you'll hear some extreme Jordan fans say, oh, that's just PEDs. Oh, longevity don't matter. And they'll start, now there's this new thing with Jordan fans that, leading the NBA all-time points ever, that ain't nothing. All of a sudden, a lot of things that we looked at as the pinnacle, a lot of the things that we looked at as the pinnacle of achievements in basketball, it seems like when LeBron does it, is no longer such a prestigious accomplishment. So now we diminishing things. But on the flip side of that, when I see people try to diminish LeBron James's achievements, like becoming the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, what I also see them doing, and you guys, give your thoughts when you come up here. Give your thoughts if you think I'm wrong. But what I also see people doing is I see them taking Michael Jordan's accomplishments and then putting them on another realm that seems like it's just other godly. For example, people talk about Michael Jordan's scoring titles. And impressive as it is, the problem with the scoring titles is that I have never heard Jordan fans praise anybody else for getting scoring titles or getting consecutive scoring titles other than Michael Jordan. Nobody talks about James Harden's 3 scoring titles in a row. They don't talk about it like that. Nobody talks about when we hear people talk about Kevin Durant, especially Jordan fans, they don't give him his praise. They don't talk about how he had 3 scoring titles in a row. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about it. It's even with Russell Westbrook, Russell Westbrook has, I think, 2 scoring titles. They don't talk about Russell Westbrook scoring titles. I hear a lot of people trashing Russell Westbrook. Oh, that's stat padding and a lot of things like that. We just had a conversation about Carmelo Anthony, who also has a scoring title, because we heard people when talking about Carmelo Anthony, oh, he never averaged 30 in a season, but he has a scoring title. When we look at scoring titles, why, when it comes to scoring titles, is it an achievement that we only give and elevate players? We don't elevate no other player but LeBron because of their scoring titles. Put it like that. But Michael Jordan, I meant to say. He's the only player in NBA history that I know whose scoring titles are bloviated to the point where it's used in a GOAT conversation. Right? Nobody talks about Adrian Dantley's scoring title. Nobody talks about a guy by the name of George Gervin who has 4 scoring titles. Nobody talks about him in the likes of the greatest scorers of all time. See, that was one of the things which I believe a scoring title is an impressive accomplishment. But when I listen to Jordan fans talk basketball, they don't give anybody any significant recognition for scoring titles other than Jordan. And so I have to ask myself, is it that significant? Are they bloviating the scoring titles just to make it seem like it's an accomplishment that just completely blows LeBron out the water? But when you talk about LeBron's offensive accomplishments, right? When you talk about LeBron's offensive accomplishments, you have to sweep it under the rug. Oh, it's not that big a deal. Like when you talk about LeBron, and I know All-Star games are not very significant, but he has the most points in All-Star games. He has the most Player of the Month awards. He has the most Player of the Week awards. He has the most consecutive double-digit scoring games in regular season. He has the best value over replacement in NBA history. He has the best value over replacement in playoff history. He has the most playoff game-winning buzzer beaters. He has the most playoff win shares. He has the most steals in the playoffs. He has the most playoff games won. He has the most All-Star game selections. He has the most points scored all time. He has the most first All-NBA team selections. He has the most All-NBA team selections. I want to know how do we weigh all of that with Jordan? Because obviously LeBron is going to completely demolish Jordan in the accolades conversation. How do we weigh that with Jordan scoring titles? And then how do we weigh that? How do we weigh that with the 6 championships? Which we all know that the 6 championships was more so a team accomplishment, because we saw what Jordan looked like without elite coaching and without elite superior help. And then we saw what Jordan looked like after, when he had elite coaching and elite help around him. So then how do we contextualize the 6 championships? See, on the flip side of that, we've seen LeBron James with mediocre coaching and mediocre rosters. And we've also seen LeBron James with elite rosters and what we can call elite coaching. So we've seen both sides of it. And that's a humongous difference there in what you got. The production was similar from both guys, but if winning and losing really matters to you guys, does how LeBron James thrived in less than situations, does that matter? We got Cam Tramiel says quality versus quantity, whatever that means. You can definitely hit the link and explain your quality, the quality of Michael Jordan. And I think outside of championships, what does Jordan have over LeBron? And look, y'all, we can preface this all because I have my own reasoning as to why I say Michael Jordan is the GOAT. But we all know that Jordan fans, one thing with Jordan fans is Jordan fans are not open-minded to anything related to LeBron James. And they're not open-minded to the fact that there is a very real possibility that once LeBron James retires, once we start to analyze his entire resume, we may just have to sit down and say to ourselves, LeBron is the GOAT. I love Michael Jordan to death. I love Kobe to death. I love Kareem to death. LeBron is the GOAT. See, that's the difference. Are you open-minded enough to tell yourself that? Are you open-minded enough to not bloviate over accomplishments that you don't give other players significant credit for, like the scoring titles? I have not, all of a sudden in 2023, scoring titles are now more important than being the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. This is the craziest conversations that I had. Goon the Shooter says, Lamont, don't you know how many all-stars and former all-stars LeBron played with? Goon the Shooter, I don't know that, but I do know how many all NBA and all defensive players LeBron has played with. See, what happens, Goon the Shooter, is when I start to talk about LeBron's all NBA teammates and all NBA defensive teammates, see, the all NBA team identifies what that player was in the moment, not what that player might have done before or after they played with LeBron. See, when we talk about a lot of these all-stars that y'all like to say LeBron James played with, the problem is Shaq was an all-star far before. Ray Allen was an all-star far before. Isaiah Thomas was an all-star far before. Rondo was an all-star before. And these guys were less than themselves. Dwight Howard was less than himself when he got with LeBron. So the thing is, if you want to really put the talent in the context, talk about how many all NBA players he played with and all NBA defensive players that he played with, and then put those lists up and compare LeBron and Jordan and Magic, and then see how those lists look. See, Jordan had the luxury, y'all, of playing with a guy We talk about the 1990 to 1998 run that the Bulls made. Jordan had the luxury of playing with a guy that was top 10 in MVP votes 6 times. He had the luxury of playing with a guy that was first team all defense that entire run. He had the luxury of playing with a guy that was consistently all NBA first to second team. And then he had the luxury of playing with a guy that was looked at as the absolute best coach in the NBA, and it wasn't close. He had the luxury of playing with a guy that's looked at as the greatest rebounder of all time. Mind you, Dennis Rodman is looked at as the greatest rebounder of all time. LeBron James has more rebounds than this man. That's neither here nor there. So that's what I say. If we're gonna be honest and we're gonna start bringing up little things about teammates and who they played with and whatnot, then talk about who those players were in that respective moment. Don't talk about who those players used to be, what they used to look like. I remember when Deion Waiters first got to the league, Deion Waiters was a walking bucket. He was not a walking bucket when he played with the Lakers. That's what I'm saying. All I'm saying is be honest about how you try to classify these things. Yeah, and then you bloviate like I'm not going to sit here and bloviate over LeBron James's all-star appearances. One thing I don't consider that a significant accomplishment. On the flip side of that, you will never hear me giving guys credit for making all-star games as some crazy career achievement. That we know that some players can sometimes just get into an all-star game just by being in the right place at the right time. There's a ton of players. Like, I was talking on Players' Choice. They're saying if you have 3 all-stars, that's a super team. Hold on. Vucevic, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. Damn, the Bulls are a super team, y'all. I didn't realize that. So the thing is, if 3 all-stars make you a super team, if like you guys are like Goon the Shooter was talking about these all-stars, that's what it takes. We know it takes more than that. So don't really bring up all-star games. Making an all-star game is not that impressive. Being all NBA is impressive. Being all defense is impressive. Making an all-star team, which truly only accounts for what you did for halfway through the season, isn't truly that impressive to me. And the only way those all-star games even become significant, you have to make a shit ton of them all-star games. 10, 8, 9, 10 of those things to show consistency. Outside of that, I really don't want to hear too much about all-star games, y'all. Tyson. But Tyson, I have a saying, Tyson. When I call a guy a perennial all-star, it doesn't have anything to do with making all-star games. I disconnect the two. Right? For the longest time, Devin Booker, or it might have been Dame Lillard. I can't remember the two. I think it might have been both of them at one point in time. They hadn't made an all-star game because the West was so loaded with guards. But we all knew that both of these guys had consistent years of star-level play where we could confidently say they're perennial stars in the league. I don't believe you have to make an all-star game to be considered a perennial all-star or an all-star caliber player. That's the difference right there. See, with Jordan fans, I'm asking you guys to elevate your level of thinking. When we talk about all-stars, it's much bigger than all-star game. It's about your level of play. And so all I'm doing is I'm really giving the Jordan fans a cheat sheet to not come up here and sound dumb, which I really shouldn't be doing. So I don't want you to come up here and use trivial talking points about Michael Jordan that we know are trivial because you don't necessarily give any significant credit to other players for accomplishing the same things. So I'm going to drop the link. I really need some of you guys to come up here and help me understand, man. Help me understand. What does LeBron James need to do to become the GOAT of the NBA if he hasn't passed him already? And again, if you feel that he does not have an opportunity to pass Michael Jordan, you better have a damn good reason for saying so. Because we might just go ahead and unleash the whole Max Ether on you. Because it's a lot of people, and the people that talk the most in the chat, I want y'all to come up, the Cho boys, the people that are the extreme Jordan advocates. A lot of you guys stay in my comments. It's time for you guys to elevate. Remember, if we elevate in our level of thinking, that means you're going to have to elevate from being chat warriors to clicking the link and pulling up to go ahead and disseminate some of your points. All right. And avoid weak talking points, y'all. Avoid the weak talking points. This is going to get you max ether. All right. Let me get this link out here. And again, salute to the chat. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. While I got y'all in here, man, I want to see a lot more of you guys in the Discord, man. Right? We're gonna be starting a lot of live streams through the Discord, man. A lot of conversations. We're gonna be doing a lot with Discord. Make sure y'all follow us. The link to the Discord is in the chat. And I'm dropping the link right now. Give me 1 second. Here we go. All right, the link, man. Y'all go ahead and pull up, man. Let me get y'all thoughts on this, man. I really want y'all to get technical. I really want y'all to go ahead and break this conversation down, man. And you know, we got Jason the Kid. He says, I will cook on this, Lamont. Chat warrior time is over. Cooking you haters. I don't know if we haters, Jason the Kid, because you talking to somebody that has Jordan as the GOAT. See, that's where you go wrong already. Remember, the key to this, Jason the Kid, is, are you open-minded enough to understand that what we are watching from LeBron James right now, once that book closes and the man retires, remember, Rich Paul just said he thinks LeBron could play another 7 years. What I'm saying is, when that book and when that chapter closes, are you going to be able to be non-biased, critique their resumes fairly? Are you going to be able to open your mouth and fix your mouth to say, damn, I might have to shut my NBA Jam down, man. I might have to, stop wearing whatever you got to do with Jordan, but you might have to just admit Jordan is no longer the GOAT, man. It's a stark realization that is truly creeping up on you guys. And the best thing about it, if you actually can come on this platform and go ahead and come to that realization now, that blow is gonna not hurt as much when that moment actually does come. Because if you being honest, it's kind of already here. Now, what did I say? I said the pinnacle being labeled the GOAT. I feel that we owe Jordan, even though you 90s fans, Jordan heads, didn't afford no other player this respect, we got to extend to Jordan the respect that y'all didn't extend to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. What are we going to say? I'm going to allow Jordan to continue to be my GOAT until LeBron James retires. We will afford Michael Jordan that much respect. But the day he retires, I've already said, I feel like there's enough that's been done, but LeBron is still writing he's adding chapters to the book. So I feel like, it might be, it might be over with for Jordan at the top. But let me go ahead and bring y'all up, man. We got P5, man. We got Cruiser. We got Blue Boat. We got Mingle Jester. We got Jared, man. Hey, Cruiser, man, I saw you in the back.
Who's that?
Also in this conversation, man, just kind of give me, you heard the question that I posed to everybody. Just what are your thoughts on it, man? And let me know the direction you want to go with it.
All right. The thoughts that I had on the situation, I think far as accolades and stuff like that, LeBron just longevity alone, I think he's going into his 20th year? If I'm not mistaken, his 20th year. The thing that gets me with the when they said the 30, what he just the all-time lead scorer right now in NBA history. Nobody called Kareem the GOAT when he had the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. So if you're a LeBron fan, they use that as a tool to say, oh, he better than Jordan because he reached that pinnacle. But before, y'all weren't saying Kareem was better than Jordan when Kareem had the all-time leading scorer. The all-time leading scorer, they didn't want to call it Kareem the GOAT because he had the 30 points, but as soon as LeBron got it, now he's the GOAT because he reached that right there. And then when they say, one thing that kills me is they say, well, Jordan never won without Scottie. LeBron didn't win his first 2 years in the league neither. And when Jordan came into the league, he was ball dominant just like LeBron. No excuses. He made the playoffs his first year. The second year, he got hurt. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the second year he got hurt, he came back with 17 games left. They went to the playoffs like a 30-something win team. I think the third year, I think Scottie came at 88. They had like Scottie came straight into the league. Jordan won a playoff series when Scottie was on the bench. So that's not fair to say that Jordan never won he only won one playoff series with Scottie. Scottie was on the bench when Jordan won the playoff series. You know what I mean? Jordan came into the league giving cats buckets. We all know this. I'm born 85, so I ain't see those games, but I went back and looked at them. We all know, even coming into the league, old heads, I'm talking about the guys who played, seen him coming in. Bobby Knight said out his own mouth that Jordan is the best player he ever seen in his life. Just, okay, you know what I mean? So that right there, I feel like Jordan is the greatest that I've ever seen in my lifetime. I've seen LeBron, I've seen Kobe. But the only thing that I think LeBron, to me, it's not even a fair comparison. I think LeBron more of a, what's your boy name? Magic Johnson comparison. They play totally two different positions. LeBron is I don't even want to say he's a pass first guy. I don't know why he got that name. LeBron gets buckets. LeBron's averaged over 20 shots a season since he's been in NBA. I don't know where they get that he pass first guy. Pass first guys are more like LeBron to me is a scorer. Pass first guys are guys like Mark Jackson, Jason Kidd in his prime, stuff like that. You know what I mean? You don't be a pass first guy and be the all-time leading scorer. So I think that's a misconstrued there. I think he's a willing passer, I would say. You know what I mean? He's a willing passer to get his guys involved. But when I look at the basketball game and I break the game down and I watch both of them very closely, I think Jordan was an underrated passer that people don't give him credit for. And I think the year was it FYF. You got to fact check me. I don't got no computer in front of me right now. I'm coming off the dome. Is it 88 or 89? I don't know what year that was. When Jordan had to play, they put Jordan at the point guard and Jordan averaged a triple-double that year. People don't talk about that. So Jordan could do the things that LeBron do and still lead the league in scoring. He's a great defender. I think a 9-time all defensive defender. And then when they say, I think Jordan right now is 9-18 on game-winning shots. That's 50%. I think LeBron is at 43%. And they always say LeBron got more shots in the playoffs than Jordan, clutch shots, but they never go to the last 2 minutes of a game. I think LeBron shooting like 20-some% and Jordan is shooting like 50% in the last 2 minutes. Just the last second don't make you clutch. It's minutes adding up to that. The last 2 minutes, if you want to know clutch points, you look at the last 2 minutes, not the final seconds. Because I think even with the last final seconds, Jordan 9-18, LeBron 8-17 or something like that. I think he's 43 and Jordan 50 or something like that. So I think just with the 6-0 in the finals, if people want to talk about that and stuff like that, I think LeBron switching team, going from team to team, I think that hurts him. And the only reason I say that hurts him because they knock other players for doing it. They knock KD for doing it. So you have to tax him for that. If you're a LeBron fan and you tax guys like KD and other guys, you have to tax LeBron. That's what I'm saying. He can move and do whatever he want to do. But if you're going to tax other players, you have to tax him as well. And I think Jordan, and the biggest moments, I've never seen a series in my life. Everybody going to have shooting. Everybody going to have shooting slumps. Everybody going to have games where they didn't play good. But I've never seen in a series in my lifetime watching Jordan and LeBron where I looked at that series and I said Jordan shrunk underneath the pressure. And from that right there, I've seen that too many times with LeBron James where he's part of the reason where his team failed. You cannot say that on the highest stakes when the game's on the line that you've seen Jordan shrink underneath the pressure. And that's why I think Jordan
couple times. But
no, I
the
think the
reason-
benefit, and I've seen this with Kobe too, and this is no shade on Kobe. I think one of the things you touched on a lot of things. I think Kobe had the benefit, and this is no shade on Kobe, but Kobe had the benefit of playing on a really good team. And so for all the times where we could look to say Kobe played bad, but his team ended up finding a way to win the game, those are the games that we can kind of sweep under the rug and be like, okay, since we skated away with the win, we can sweep this performance under the rug and then maybe try to hide it under disguise that he didn't have a bad shooting night, but he stepped up his defense or something like that. And when you talk about the Bulls, that did happen a lot with Jordan. There were games where Jordan offensively definitely underperformed. But then a guy like Scottie Pippen came out with a massive night, like when Jordan shot 3 of 18 versus the Knicks. Scottie Pippen came out with a massive night and helped save the Bulls. In that game 6 versus the Portland Trail Blazers, Jordan was having an awful night, chucking. They had to bench him. Pippen comes in, leads the bench unit to come back from a 15-point deficit. So what I'm saying is there are moments. The problem is we don't really sit back and harp and nitpick on those moments. See, the negative moments in Jordan's career, you rarely see LeBron fans go back and nitpick Jordan's bad moments.
95
Rare.
versus the
That's
Mets.
false.
And
That's
the
false.
only time that nitpicking starts to happen is because people like to try to nitpick LeBron James's bad performance. Remember, we're only talking about these two guys, we're not talking about them because of bad performances. We're talking about these two guys because for the majority of their careers, they've had historically great performances. So if we're going to talk about them, let's talk about the best of the best versus trying to nitpick the bottom of the bottom, which the bottom for these guys doesn't matter. This is not what made them the greatest.
Yes.
So if we're going to talk about them, let's talk about what made them the best and compare the best versus the best. If you're not doing that, then you're just trying to dig and you're trying to create reasons or narratives to say why you don't want to accept the fact that LeBron James is in this conversation.
Oh, hey, FYF. I wasn't trying to knock LeBron and nothing when I said that and stuff like that. I was just giving you reasons of what I've seen with my eyes. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you can't have a bad shoot night. Bro, they jump shooters. LeBron gonna have a bad shoot night. That's Kobe. I think Kobe freaking basically gave the game away versus Suns. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wanted to talk about that. 95, Jordan came back. Yeah, he turned the ball over, got stripped from behind by Anderson. You know what I mean? We know those things. You know what I mean? I don't knock guys for having bad shooting. You're gonna have it, especially when you jump shooting. You know what I mean? But we can all say that this is a fact. LeBron know it. Everybody know it. The man laid down verse you LeBron King James, bro, in the finals, bro. And you lay down, you average 13 points a game, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like
17.
17.
I feel you.
Bro, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, everybody thinking LeBron about to get this thing.
No. I got you. I got you, Cruiser, I got you. Like I said, I just feel like when people talk about LeBron, I just feel like they like to go to the bottom of the pool pit of what he's accomplished in his career. Like, you know, they talk about folding in big moments, and it's just like, when I think about LeBron James's playoff history, I'm thinking about that crazy run he made against the Pistons. I'm thinking about the shot against Orlando. Like, I don't run to these bottom barrel of the pit moments. I just don't see all this, man.
FYF.
Hold on, let me hold on, Cruiser. I'm gonna come right back to you. I promise. Right. I gotta get to a couple people. Let me go to P5 because he was set. P5, man. Salute. Appreciate you pulling up, man. What are your thoughts on this conversation, man? You heard what Cruiser had to say. Mm-hmm. You heard my thoughts, man. What are your thoughts on this, man? What you got for us, man?
I actually went back and forth on this like a few months ago because LeBron for a little bit for me was the GOAT, and then I watched a lot more Jordan, and then Jordan became the GOAT. I thought Jordan was just a better player, but I don't think it's going to take a lot for LeBron to lap him eventually. What LeBron has done, and I know everyone's going to say, you know, longevity, right? But like longevity, it matters, and I think what LeBron's been able to do for like 2 decades now is just insane. And I think that's something that we've never seen before. I don't think it's something that we're ever going to see again. And that has to be mentioned. And when it comes to the championship rings, and by the way, I only think it's going to take like 2 or 3 more like very high level of play years by LeBron to eventually, in my opinion, be certified as the GOAT. Like if he gives me 2 or 3 more years of just great play, like even this level of play that he just had, that's GOAT to me. And then, like especially if he wins another championship, because I think the Lakers are contenders. I think they are. Yeah. And if he wins another championship, even as like the second best player on the team, championships can only add. I don't like, even if you lose in the championship, I don't take away from you because you lost at the final stage. I don't do that. LeBron's always 4 and 6, all that. He made it. The fact that he even made it that many times and basically was Bill Russell throughout the 2010s, just minus, he didn't beat the Warriors of all teams. He didn't beat the Warriors, or he had that bad series against the Mavs. That's insane to me. And it just gets swept under the rug because he's 4 and 6 in the finals. And I think that's ridiculous. I have Jordan as the GOAT because he individually, I think he's the best player of all time. Plus the winning, the winning adds on to it, as does LeBron's winning and being able to add on to it. And give me 2 or 3 more years of this kind of production from LeBron. That's GOAT. That's GOAT to me.
Hey, and I definitely agree with that. I got you, Mac. Like I said, I agree with that because obviously, like he's similar to me. I have Jordan as the GOAT. I believe LeBron has done enough. I'm just waiting for him to close the chapter. He feels like a couple more years of high-level play, which I think we all can expect will happen. He hasn't shown us any significant decline. Like we see decline in LeBron's. The funny thing is we see decline in his game, but his decline takes him from the best player in the league to top 10. That's the LeBron James decline. That's a crazy decline. When he goes from number 1 and he's still top 10, top 15, that's a decline. That's wild for that to be your decline. Yes. So, and
even that one time that he did beat the Warriors, that 3-1 comeback, I saw it in the chat. I know he beat them once. I'm talking about the KD years, the extra losses that he had against them. Like he was 3-1 against the Warriors. I'm not going to hold that against him. And like, I'm not. That's
another narrative that I don't get as well. Because
or 1 and 3, 1 and 3. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, you have the same Jordan fans that will crucify KD for going to the Warriors to create an unbeatable super team, but then will crucify LeBron for not beating that said unbeatable super team. And it's just like, hold on, what are we doing here? And then
and then another thing that I hear is that team is all of a sudden beatable. Like I don't. People will downplay that Warriors team, and that actually makes me mad when people downplay the Warriors because that Warriors team was great, and I think that Warriors team was unbeatable when fully healthy, and especially with the team that LeBron had in 2018. To think that LeBron even had a shot.
No, he didn't have no shot in 2018.
Yeah, I mean,
nah, he didn't.
Even in 2017, he didn't have a chance, but
he did. In 2017, he did.
No, he had a shot in 2017.
Mac Def, I'm gonna let Mac Def cook on this. Mac Def, man, we heard what P5 had to say. Do you heard what P5 had to say, Mac Def? You heard what Cruiser had to say, man. What's your thoughts on this?
Oh, what Cruiser said. The reason we don't knock LeBron for leaving is because he basically won everywhere he was at. He won in Cleveland, he won in Miami, and he won with the Lakers. So we knock KD because he didn't win everywhere. But LeBron did, so that kind of that's why we don't knock LeBron for leaving different franchises. I think LeBron can pass him if he plays a few more years, but he has to stack up on some accolades, all NBAs. Maybe he can get an assist title. Maybe he could go to the finals, get a Western Conference Finals MVP, a championship. I think he has to stack up his resume more for a few more years, and then we could talk. I mean, he's the all-time leading scorer. To say that he's not close is preposterous. He's close. He's knocking on the door, but I think he could stack up his accolades to get past Jordan. But the reason I got Jordan over him, because I think Jordan is a better basketball player. When you go to the defensive side, you could say it's close, but the accolades will say it's not really close. And then when you go to the playoffs, I think they're both great, all-time great playoff performers, but I don't think you can say LeBron is a better playoff performer than Michael Jordan. Even if you want to say,
and Mac, just so you know, LeBron does have an assist title.
Yeah, I said that. I said maybe he could get another
It's
assist title.
2020.
So
He
yeah,
needs
he could
he
get
needs
another
another
assist
one?
title. I know he's got one, but in the playoffs, I think Michael Jordan. You'll be hard pressed to find somebody who was actually a better playoff performer than Jordan. And even if you say LeBron has the most game winning shots all time, he doesn't really have more than Jordan in the finals. You know what I'm saying? Jordan is winning championships, hitting the game winning shots. I think that's a big separator to me. So I think if he stacks the accolades up, gets some more championships, and he can. But right now, it's a long shot.
So when you
I
say
agree.
better playoff performer, MacDef, in what aspect are we talking? Because when I look at because what most people are going to do when they hear you say that, it's just like when I talk to people. If we're trying to explain these two players to aliens that don't know nothing about, and they have absolutely no bias in their brain, if we show these aliens the playoff stats, the only thing that they're going to see is Jordan scores a few more points, but LeBron really essentially dominates them in every other statistical category. So how do you say that Jordan is the greatest playoff performer that you ever seen? Is it because you're so enthralled with the scoring, or does the total package that LeBron bring along with the high level scoring is just do you feel like the all around game just is overhyped?
No, his all around game is not overhyped. Bird had an all around game as well, and Bird's one of the greatest playoff performers. If we're just looking at stats, that's why I brung up the game winning shots. So if the aliens are just looking at stats and they see a little bit more points and LeBron's got the most game winning shots, look at the finals when it really counts, the biggest moments. That's where Jordan outshines pretty much everybody with the game winning shots, game on the line, game winning assist to Kerr. You know what I'm saying? That's if you're just looking at stats. If you're looking at the game with your eyes and the playoff performances, then you can just see the way the pace was played, the defenses and teams that he was facing, just what he had to do. And during the fourth quarter, Jordan's the best playoff performer that there is. I don't think you'll be hard pressed to find another playoff performer better than Jordan.
So you say playoffs, but then when you talk about buzzer beaters, you talk about the finals.
If you're just looking at
but LeBron has the most buzzer beaters in playoff history.
None in the finals.
Okay, but what you have to understand about buzzer beaters is they're opportunistic. LeBron can't pick when a buzzer beater happens. The opportunity just has to be there. Now, if we talk about in the finals, has LeBron James had an opportunity to make a buzzer beater and just missed it? Maybe you can compare that, but I don't know. I think buzzer beaters are so opportunistic that we can't try to segment. When people say Steph Curry's not clutch,
shots, though.
It's not just buzzer beaters. Like when people say Steph Curry's not clutch in the playoffs, the problem with that is when Steph Curry's majority of his runs through the playoffs, especially the runs with KD, they were beating the life out of everybody. So it wasn't no close games. So I think how do we weigh these things fairly when some of these things they're not handed out fairly? Like buzzer beaters is not equal. You're not guaranteed to even a situation where you can shoot a buzzer beater in a game. And it's just so opportunistic. Is it a fair comparison when you're trying to weigh? I don't think it's fair because they're too opportunistic. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring up the championship. I just said when the game matters, he's get more game-winning shots in the finals when it does matter. Not just buzzer beaters, but game winners, tie the game to send the game into overtime. He's just made those more clutch moments in the NBA finals championship time more than anybody else. That to me that's a big gap. I'm sorry,
but
it just
is.
But those were and
And everybody has those opportunities. Everybody has those opportunities.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know if LeBron.
I don't know if everybody has those opportunities.
LeBron had it in 2015. He could have won
Twice.
games 1 and 2 on the last shot before over. Yeah.
Well, he missed the game.
It's nitpicking. I understand it's nitpicking.
No. But how do you weigh? Okay, so if you're gonna give Jordan, let's say you give Jordan,
I said he's a better playoff performer.
No. I'm saying if you give Jordan 1 point for having the most buzzer beaters in the finals, what credit do you give LeBron for having the most buzzer beaters in playoff history?
A lot. That's why it's that close. But to do it in the playoffs and to do it in the finals, give me the guy that's getting to the finals and doing it in the finals.
Yeah,
and while he's doing it on a bigger stage, he's also the better playoff performer overall.
So you think?
Yeah.
So you saying hitting a buzzer beater in the Eastern Conference Finals is the difficulty level goes up exponentially if you get in that same moment in the finals? They're not both difficult shots. They're not both.
Him hitting a buzzer beater versus my Bulls game 4 of the Eastern Conference semifinals is not as big as Jordan hitting the buzzer beater versus Utah on the road in game 6 to win a championship.
Yeah, it's really different.
It's not as big, but is it as hard?
Entirely different levels of difficulty.
Yeah, of course.
Not even close.
I think again, what we doing then? So you're segmenting a portion of Jordan's career where you know he has an advantage, and then you applying it unfairly where you know LeBron can't catch him. That's the problem right there. You're taking something that you're taking something that's opportunistic that we don't know if a team's even going to be in a situation to get a buzzer beater off, and then you're taking that and you're saying, don't count all the other buzzer beaters, but only just in this moment, this finals, these are the buzzer beaters that matter. And this is why I'm elevating him, saying he's a better playoff performer. And that's a tough pill to swallow right there. When you say that, I don't know if I don't know if that really holds too much weight right there. But that's your reasoning behind it, man. Salute Tyson. He just pulled up as well. Let me get to real quick. We got Mingle Jester. Mingle Jester, man. What's your thoughts, man? You're on mute, Mingle. All right, hold on. Let me go to Young R. Young R, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go, man. What you got on this topic, man? Appreciate you pulling up.
So I wanted to get back to that what you said about opportunistic, right?
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of the stuff that go into people like careers is opportunistic. So a lot of the stats, a lot of the accolades, a lot of that stuff is opportunistic. For me, what separates MJ and LeBron is like when you guys say LeBron is a more better all around player, I kind of disagree with that. I think MJ is actually a more well-rounded player. I think he has more positive strengths that impact the game than LeBron. I think LeBron has more like weaknesses that can hold your team back. Because I don't think all like inabilities are weaknesses. So I don't want to say like who shoots better, who does that, because I don't think that hurts neither one of their games really, because it's not the focal point of their game. But like I think Michael Jordan's ability to be like more impactful on defense, and also his off-ball ability on offense really separates him from LeBron. I think they're like real close, but like I said, I think MJ doesn't really have a real flaw that really badly impacts your game, like the team in total.
Okay. Now my question to you would be, for 7 years, Jordan played in the NBA for 7 years before he actually had any significant winning. Mm-hmm. Why is that?
I think it was the roster construction. I don't think playing heliocentric basketball.
Okay. No, and I give you that. I completely agree. The roster construction was horrible. LeBron James' first 7 years in the league. Would you agree? Roster construction was pretty horrible, pretty bad.
Not horrible, but
yeah,
it wasn't as bad.
Hold horrible.
There were a couple of years where they were okay, but they were never like a. I don't think they were.
He did have an all-star.
Hold on, but there were just like we can say that with the Bulls. There were a couple of years where they had
that's
okay
true.
rosters, right? But what I'm saying is,
I also think LeBron had faced less competition at that time in the East.
I'm not worried about that. Okay, that's fine, I guess.
No, there was a lot less competition.
So I also think.
But on that same realm, outside of the Celtics and the Pistons, maybe the Bucks. What was the significant competition in the East when Jordan was losing?
Atlanta.
He played.
Yeah, get out of here.
Not Atlanta.
No,
not Atlanta.
Dominic Wilkins.
Not those Hawks teams. Those Hawks
Hey man, these niggas be goofy.
Even the Cavaliers.
Bro, he lost to the Celtics. His way up, he lost to
The Cavaliers had Doherty and Price, so
You're getting away from what I'm talking about.
Not those Hawks teams.
Cavaliers was a good team.
He lost.
And Craig Elo.
Hold on, Jared. Let me just do this, y'all. We cannot say that East when Jordan was getting smacked around wasn't weak because you got to remember
I'm talking about
Jordan made the playoffs almost 20 games under 500.
I'm talking about
that's how bad the East was.
Played against in the series though.
The man
multiple times.
The man made the playoffs with almost 20 games under 500. So when y'all sit here and try to act like the East when Jordan was getting slaughtered was just this powerhouse conference, it's not true at all.
That's only 2 years, Lamont.
No, that's not only 2 years. What I'm saying is, you just said the Atlanta Hawks was a powerhouse in the 80s. It was not no powerhouse.
Say they were powerhouse.
I'll get back to my point because that's not the point I was making.
They were bad.
You kind of diverted from my actual point.
All right, my bad. Like, let's get your point up. My bad.
Because I was talking more about who they played in the actual series, not the actual depth of the conference anyway. And that's an entire different point. I'm talking about the roster construction and how that affects accolades and stats and how far you get into the playoffs affect playoff stats and all that type of stuff. I'm talking about who they were as players. I think Michael Jordan was a better player. And therefore, it contributed to less of those like LeBron against the Mavericks. I think that doesn't happen to Jordan because he doesn't have the mid-range game weaknesses. Like I always say, LeBron would have probably about 6 or 7 rings if he had a legit mid-range. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of LeBron fans take that as hate. I don't think that's
free throws.
But could not make the same argument. Could not say what happened to Jordan in 95 won't happen to LeBron because Jordan got a better handle on the ball. LeBron could actually go right and left, where Jordan, for a lot of his career, struggled going left a lot. So what I'm saying is, we can point to moments in Jordan's career where he did not come through all the way we liked, and we could say, oh, if you put LeBron in that situation, he would have done way better. Like we could easily say, if you put LeBron on those Bulls teams the first 7 years, the Bulls will do much better because we just know LeBron elevates the play of others around him.
I don't agree with that because the roster construction wouldn't be for him to succeed. I think. Yeah, but I think Cleveland, even though his team wasn't that great, they was constructed better than Jordan teams around.
Yeah, and they had an all-star.
It's not a high bar though. It's not
but you're making it sound like Cleveland was building a stellar. None of us.
Was it better? I'm saying
no, it was not better.
He was going against better competition.
It was not. Hold on. What I'm saying is, at best, it might have been equal. But we can never say that Cavs organization had a roster construction better than what Jordan had when he was losing.
That is not true at all. The talent or the construction, bro? The talent or the construction?
Both.
I think the talent.
Mom, what's the difference in your opinion?
But I think the roster was constructed better around LeBron. He had shooters. He had defenders. Jordan didn't.
They was a top 5 defense when LeBron was over there, man. They always.
Well, not only that, Larry Hughes was an all-star before coming over there.
Fit and stuff. That talent sometimes fit matters a lot more than talent a lot of times. I think the talent around LeBron on those early Cavaliers team fit better than Jordan's early.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing is, that would only be honest. I would only trust you on that is if you actually could tell me the talent that Jordan had on his rosters during that time frame, which I know you can.
Like Brad Sellers, Charles Oakley, Scottie Pippen, the young Scottie Pippen,
Orlando Woolridge,
George Gervin.
Who the dude that played for the Lakers in the 90s? I forgot his name. The black point guard. But
Yeah,
a lot
but
of those players also
those are individual players. You're not talking
they
roster
played on the
construction.
team for the whole.
No, what I'm saying is you can't tell me roster construction and then tell me an individual. I need you to tell me the roster construction.
He played a heliocentric style of play with not a lot of finishers on his
They
team.
were a defense first team that couldn't shoot.
Yeah, they were the defensive first team. They in offense. They played heliocentric around Jordan, but he didn't have a lot of people to finish. So
they couldn't shoot.
When he got a lot of the defensive attention, when he had to make those when he had to make plays and stuff, a lot of his teammates couldn't finish. You can go back and see a lot of the times. Yeah, make the play for somebody. They'll have an open shot. They'll just pass it right back. Or
that team was bad.
Layup. Go watch the film, bro.
Yeah, that team was not good.
They didn't have a lot of help offensively. They had a lot of lot of their success was defense.
That's not true though.
How is that not true, bro?
That's not true.
So for example,
tell me how is it not true?
So what?
Hold
on. I'm gonna tell you. So
explain the roster construction. How was the roster?
Hold on.
37 points a game when pitch.
Come on, Jared. You just random talking, Jared. I'm saying this right here. See, what you're doing is you're saying a whole bunch of names that to most people aren't really recognizable, and we can't correlate those names with actual stats. And so you're just saying, oh, the roster construction was bad because you say, or Orlando Woodridge and George Gervin, which, first of all, when George Gervin played with Michael Jordan, he was only 32 years old. So let's not act like he was just a walking 40-year-old when he played. Hold on one second. Let me finish. I'll let you run off. When George Gervin played with Michael Jordan, he was averaging 17 points a game. That same season with Orlando Woodridge was averaging 20 points per game. And then they had other guys on that team that also averaged double figures in scoring, which really, if I say a guy like Sidney Green, 14 points per game, if I say a guy like Dave Corzine, 10 points a game, these names ain't real recognizable. And so it's just like, okay, you can run off names, but when you act like he's not getting no production, no help whatsoever. But when I look at these guys, right, when I look at the output that they were given, they were given pretty solid help. Now, am I saying that this was enough help to go win a playoff series against a good team? No, but let's not act like these guys were just pushovers. They just weren't pushovers. Just like I'm not saying that the teams that LeBron James had early on in Cleveland, Larry Hughes wasn't a pushover, but the complete roster, the roster as a whole, was not very good. How do we know that LeBron James rosters weren't very good? Because you remove LeBron and we're talking lottery team. Exactly. You add LeBron in, you're talking about a team that can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Problem with the Bulls is this. You remove Jordan, for example, the year that Jordan got hurt. You remove Jordan, Bulls were trash. You add Jordan back in, Bulls are still trash.
Bro, he came back 17 games. Wow. Cut it out.
That's a fact.
FYF came back with 17 games left.
Hey, my niggas be getting mad when you say that shit.
The Bulls were trash until they got Pippen and until they got Phil Jackson. They were trash with and without Jordan. Jordan was putting up a ton of stats. But the problem with LeBron is his teams, what you remove them, lottery. Add them back in, for sure playoff, and you don't want to see them in the playoffs because they might beat you. And you talking first, second, if not Eastern Conference Finals,
FYF,
and as we eventually saw finals.
First 2 years, they ain't make the playoffs his first 2 years, FYF.
Because those are bad teams.
Wait, but he counting Jordan's first 2 years. You got to remember, Jordan got hurt.
No, I said first 7 years.
But they weren't Jordan first 7 years.
Bro.
I'm counting the first 7 years.
When I talked about roster construction, you went straight to the 86 Bulls. The games that he didn't play, you talked about George Gervin when they didn't play with each other. You talked about all
the 86 was the perfect. 86 was the perfect year because we saw the Bulls with Jordan and we saw them without Jordan. And the Bulls with Jordan, the Bulls with Jordan were still. Let me ask you a question. The Bulls with Jordan 86, were they a feared playoff team?
No.
Now, were they a feared team without Jordan?
No. They was more
feared
with Jordan.
Now, let me ask you this question. A Cleveland Cavalier team led by Larry Hughes, are they feared without LeBron?
No.
but were they feared with LeBron?
Nope.
No.
Not when he first came.
That's a lie.
FYF is disgusting, y'all.
Hey, why y'all just start yelling?
Bro, FYF is filthy dog. Bro, he's nasty.
Hey, niggas sound like they about to pop a blood vessel.
Hey,
Bro, this
FYF
is what Mike
nasty.
Larry
fans do,
Hughes
bro.
didn't
He
play
nasty,
after the
bro.
06 playoffs. Nobody was scared of the Cavs in 06.
Hold on,
That's
let me
a
ask you
lie,
question.
bro.
How can you be? Hold on. When you talk about a team that got LeBron James got to the finals, what his third, fourth year? I think it might have been his third
But
year.
Larry
Fourth
Hughes-
year, 22, bro.
Okay,
Mike was still in
and
college at 22.
he made the playoffs his third year,
Talking
right?
about, bro.
Now, even when he made the playoffs his third year, when he finally made the playoffs, did he get walked? Did he get walked down in the first round?
Who they played in the
Oh,
first
look
round?
at that. Oh,
Who they
crickets, huh? Oh, okay.
Who they played that first year?
Probably the
They
FYF.
played the
I'm
Wizards,
trying to
and they
fact
weren't
check
hurt, bro.
myself. Larry Hughes
They were
played
definitely
7
underdogs to that Wizards team, bro.
I'm just saying, like, and you remember, we just had Gilbert Arenas on. He talked about what the threat of LeBron James on that floor. He specifically talked about it himself. It was not something that you could just be like, "Oh, LeBron is here. Yeah, we got this one in the bag." It wasn't that simple. This is something LeBron, the Gilbert Arenas, a guy who was on the court during that time, specifically talked
He
about.
was not on the
FYF.
court. He was injured in 07.
FYF. See, FYF nasty.
But y'all know what I mean. He was there. He was there in the NBA in the moment. He played against LeBron during that time frame. He knows what the sentiments
And they
were
had a better
around that
team.
time.
Like I said, 07 on.
Two out of their 5 starters were injured in that first
FYF. I got to go
Yo,
back
what
to something FYF said earlier, man. FYF, you said the Detroit series, when he got off the Detroit series, you snuck this in right here. He had that game 5, and everybody admit the other, 6 games? He didn't play good that series. He had that one game 5 where he scored 45 points or some junk like that. Other than that, he was horrible that series.
Hey, that's a lie for one. And two, do you know they were down 0-2 in that series, bro? Or do you just want to gloss over that like y'all Mike fans do?
Hold on. So, no.
This is what y'all do, bro.
No.
This what y'all do, bro.
LeBron didn't play good that series. Are you serious?
Bro, okay. Let's just take that on his face. What you just said, right? He didn't play good that series, right? Do they even have a shot in hell without him, bro? Are you serious?
Balled out.
Oh my God, bro. This is what y'all Mike fans do, bro.
Would be good to hit 7 threes.
This is what y'all do, bro.
Did he play good or did he not that series?
Okay, did they win? Do they win without him?
That means his teammates helped him out.
Oh my God, bro. So the first two, they was down 0-2, bro, and they just glossed over that, bro.
It was a good team series win.
Oh, that's a good team.
I mean, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I want to go to Big Art, and I got to get to Tyson. Hold on, because here, let me get Tyson back in. Hey, look, you said he didn't. Now, I give you. Look, remember we talked about before. These guys are remembered for the good games, not the bad. See, you brought up the bad game. Remember, and he brought up a good point. They were down 0-2 in that series, which correlates to LeBron's stats. He had 2 bad games to start that series. They're down 0-2. He follows it up with a 32.9-9 game, 25, 11 and 7, 48, 7, 9, and then he closes out the series with a 20-point triple-double, 20, 12, and 14. So when you say he played bad, I don't know.
Bro. That man was shot horrible percentage, and Booby Gibson helped him.
Yeah, I don't know about that game stick. I can't. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question, bro. When LeBron left the Cavs, how long did Booby Gibson last in the league, bro?
Bro, I care about what he did when he was.
Oh, okay. I know you don't care, bro. This is what y'all Mike fans do. I know you don't care.
Hold on 1 second.
I know you don't.
DJ, hold on 1 second. DJ, hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I got to get to Tyson, and I got to get to Big Art. They both been waiting, and I got to get to Omar. I got a couple guys that been waiting. I got to let them get it off. We're gonna open it up to everybody in 1 second. So just give me 1 second. Let me get to Tyson. Tyson, what's good, man? What you got on this, man?
Hey, what's good, man? Salute Lamont, salute the panel, everybody up here. Much respect. I'm a LeBron guy. Jordan is great. Second to me, the second best player of all time. And I'm not even mad at people that have Jordan number 1. I don't hate on that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? You can make a fair argument for Jordan. obviously the 6-0, obviously all the accolades, you know, are all great. For me personally, I never seen a player do so much for a team in winning as LeBron James. Have to carry so much of a load to take teams to the finals, have to carry so much of a load to, you know, win championships, even in, you know, even some when he had better teammates. He had some great closers. Kyrie was a great closer, played some great games, but LeBron is facilitating the offense, the defense, and the scoring, the rebounding, the assist, all these things. You know, most players are great at one skill. You know what I'm saying? They're great scorers, you know, and that's why we give Joker so much praise. You know, what he's doing over there in Denver nowadays. He's dominating on multiple facets. So to me, LeBron James just gets that now. Jordan was a great scorer, and he did other things. He played great defense as well, but he had great rebounders, great, you know what I'm saying, facilitators and other things like Scottie Pippen and defenders and those type of things. So for me, I just think LeBron James and all he had to do for those teams to be successful. You can look at the plus minuses when he's on and off the court with some of those teams, all those things he's done. So that's why I have LeBron as the GOAT for me.
That's cool.
And so when you feel like you already got him past Jordan, was there ever a point in time where you had MJ as the GOAT? And my question is, when did you officially make that decision and you had to look to yourself and say, damn, he did pass MJ? Like whoever your GOAT was, LeBron had to pass somebody to get there. When did you come to that realization though?
Man, it's hard to put a specific time on it. It's just looking back on all he's done. If you want to say, you know, after maybe the bubble or that 2018 run, when he took that team to the finals, it is you know, the 3-1 comeback. I you know, that's great, but I didn't put as much on it as everybody else because, you know, it was a lot of circumstances that went into the winning which they did. But I just feel, you know, the culmination, the longevity included. I would say about, you know, after that bubble ring or that 2018 run to the finals, I put it right in that area.
So see what I'm saying, y'all? It's a realization when we have to really reanalyze our list and be like, damn, it's just over with. It's just a wrap. Sometimes, I mean, you know, it is what it is. You know, might not like it, but it just is what it is. Big Art Sports, man, what's good? What you got on it, man?
What's good? What's good, Lamont? What's good, everybody? What's happening?
Chilling, man.
Man, I'm gonna start with the scoring part, the first part. All right. Now, scoring titles. Back when Jordan was getting his scoring titles, was looked at negatively because nobody ever won a championship with being a scoring champion. And I remember Jordan used to talk about this too in the late 80s when he was trying to win his first championship. He was saying his scoring titles didn't mean nothing until he won a championship. So when it brings into the context of people saying LeBron is an all-time leading scorer as the GOAT and stuff like that, when you take things like that into context, from my experience, I use like 19 years as a first team or all NBA player, 13 first teams, a record, 19 years of scoring 25 plus points, stuff like that. Things that take sustained greatness to see if you're really the best scorer of all time. It takes things like that, not just scoring titles. Because like Lamont said earlier, with James Harden, the Russell Westbrooks of the world, y'all never get them that credit. The Melos of the world, y'all never give them that credit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why y'all fraudulent. But anyway, now, what was the next topic? I heard somebody say something like the clutches late in games was pushed back by y'all granddaddy Skip Bayless. We all know the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game is clutch. You can have a clutch half, you can have a clutch game, you can have a clutch series. We all know that. But y'all granddaddy pushed that all the way back to the buzzer beater because Bron was killing teams late in games, in the games early, all that, to the point where he couldn't do nothing but push it back. Now all of a sudden it's our fault. That's one thing I want to say about that point. Let me see what else I got. Man, impact. Last thing I'm gonna say about impact. When I put LeBron over Jordan, one of the main reasons I did so was because of impact. When LeBron leaves the team, that team is trash. When LeBron joins that team, he is a championship caliber team. When Jordan left his team, when he quit the first time, they were still a championship caliber team. When Brian leave, they nothing before or after. So all I'm saying, bro, when you look at the impact of a great player, somebody who's the GOAT, and you win 3 titles in 3 different places with 4 finals MVPs, when you the man every single year, look, bro, some things is that debate should have been ended a long time ago. Anybody who still got Jordan as the GOAT, want them there. They're not gonna move them. They're not gonna budge because they come up here making stupid arguments like the ones I heard about the JDRs earlier. So it is what it is, Lamar.
That's a fact.
Oh, I gotta clip that one. I gotta clip that. Art was cooking. I can't lie.
Well, not in fairness, though.
He kind of was cooking. I ain't gonna lie.
No, in fairness, though, when LeBron goes to these
the
teams,
GOAT,
it's a
but-
completely different roster, though. Like, I'm a LeBron fan, but you can't say he went to Miami and there was nothing before when they added Chris Bosh, and when he goes to Cleveland and they added Kevin Love and all these players. You know what I'm saying?
So starting a team from scratch, sir, with one player on that roster.
No. But you said that before. You said before they was whack, but it's a big roster.
Yes,
it's a big roster
they
turnover.
Was first round exits, and that's
right,
the best
right.
you got.
I'm saying,
and that's the best you got. Any other team, bro, trash.
To be fair, the Heat were still like a competitive playoff.
Right, and then they added a Chris Bosh as well.
No, they weren't, bro.
The year after
they
LeBron
lost to the
left,
Celtics in the first round.
The year after.
No, I agree with that. But then they had.
Let P5 get his point off. I want to hear this.
The year after LeBron left, Bosh and Wade were both not healthy in 2015. 2016 comes around. D Wade is mostly healthy, and Bosh has his blood clots going on. They pushed the 2 seed to 7 games in the second round. So it's not like the Heat were just nothing when LeBron left them. They were still good. It's just they were no longer like a championship contending team. Cleveland was dog shit after he left.
How about this, bro?
But Miami
wasn't. Hold on, DJ. Let me respond to that, bro.
Dog shit when he left them.
Okay. That's fine. So was that team better than that Pippen team when Jordan left the first time, sir?
Probably not. No.
And that's my point. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying though. It's not like every team he's left has been dog shit though. That's all I'm saying.
No, he is right there. They have both made a good point. Not every single team, but when we talking for the most part, when LeBron James, the difference between when LeBron James leaves the team and when he's there is like night and day, even when the players are similar. And that's just the point I was trying to make with Jordan.
Can I reply to that?
Because if we're going to use winning, we got to talk about your impact on winning. LeBron and a lot of people, I think a lot of y'all, and I'm gonna let you go real quick, Young R, because I got B's and them to go as well. My biggest thing is let's not gloss over the point that when you just put a team together in 1 year, irregardless of the talent, it's tough to win because you lack chemistry.
100%.
We saw that with the Lakers when they added Karl Malone and Gary Payton. They lacked chemistry. That's why they lost. We saw that with the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, we've seen a number of teams try that. We saw that with the Rockets when they tried to put Pippen, Barkley, and Elijah Wan together. So we've seen super teams fail because of chemistry. So even if you give LeBron James a good team and you just throw them all together, you still have to find a way to make it work because you got a whole bunch of pieces that you got to get to come together. We saw how that Miami team started off when they first got together. They didn't have the best start, but they came together quickly. And they made a run to get to the NBA Finals. So the chemistry is hard to get. It's hard to hit the ground running in the NBA. Talent don't always win. We've been watching it the last couple of years. We've watched Jimmy Butler get to the finals with teams that don't have as much talent, but they got better chemistry. So the chemistry is key. And LeBron is one of the kings at bringing teams together, getting them to play to the best of their ability faster than most. And you just got to give them credit for that.
I agree with all that. I was just saying to the point, like the year before they were trash, but I'm just saying, you could talk about the chemistry, but it was a little bit of a different roster when LeBron comes over and you bring in Chris Bosh or you bring in a Kevin Love now with Kyrie and those type of things, and then you put shooters around them, Ray Allen, those type of things. That's all I'm saying.
You mean like they did with Jordan came back from the first time when they got a cool coach and
100%.
Rodman?
I'm not disagreeing with that, brother. I was just saying to your point that the team was trash before and it was a new roster. That's all I'm just saying. It was a new roster that made them teams better. It wasn't just they didn't just add LeBron James. They added many more pieces with that. That's all I'm saying.
I want to speak to that point too. I think that's
so you add somebody like one person like Kevin Love.
Well, hold on, let me let Young R cook, and then I'm gonna go. I gotta go to Bees. And then I gotta go to Omar.
Let him keep going, Lamar. I'm just listening.
like
all right.
Yeah, I ain't gave my take yet
I
either.
also think a lot of
Hold on, who is that? Who that? DJ? Is that you, DJ?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead, Young R. Let me get your point off real quick.
I was gonna say I think a lot of the reason why you take like a LeBron off the team too, and they be trash is because of like the system. Like you got for a successful LeBron system, a lot of times you need players that do the other things and not the own ball thing. So when you take LeBron off the team, there ain't no own ball player, so the team look a lot worse without that player. But like you see, LeBron don't work with a Westbrook, but he'll work with a Chalmers. You know what I'm saying? But on their own, a Westbrook-led team will look way better than a Chalmers-led team. And I think that's true, like, with any type of heliocentric player. Like, you took John Wall off the Wizards, they were sorry. You took Harden off the Rockets, they were sorry. Stuff like that.
I don't know what he just said. But
He's saying that
I get what he's saying.
No, that was all
helio. Sorry.
No.
How was that cap?
He's saying that heliocentric teams, whenever you take that heliocentric player off that team, they're always going to be ass because of the system that's in place. And you remember
hold on. But we're not talking about run of the mill star players every 9 generation. No, we talking the top of the tippity top.
I'm talking about a system.
Hold on, but Young R,
because those players don't move and make other teams championship contenders, bro. James Harden, really? James Harden ain't go nowhere and make them a championship contender.
How good the Rockets have been without James Harden?
He went. That's not my point, though, bro. He didn't move. He didn't move. He didn't move that mountain to the point.
Here's the point that y'all both missing. Here's the point y'all both missing in this. And this is what I talked about with Jordan. The point that we missing is that if you remove a good player from a team, right, and you know you're going into the next season without this particular guy, it's on the organization, one, and the coaching staff to understand what you have and make the necessary changes. So when you look at the significant drop-off on a lot of LeBron's teams, either before and after he's been there, that's just telling you he hasn't had the level of coaching that maybe Jordan was able to play under. Because when we saw with the Bulls, when Jordan removed himself from the situation, they came back into that next season with a completely different plan, strategy, coaching-wise. Phil Jackson said, we cannot play the same way that we played with Jordan. We have to make the necessary adjustments so that we can contend. Good coaches, good organizations do that. And they had a successful year, even though they didn't get to the finals.
You comparing a three-peated team.
No. I'm comparing coaching. I'm talking about how good the team was. What I'm saying is, if you look at it, it just adds another notch, because the one thing we have to understand now is that now we understand LeBron never had any significant level of high-level coaching. Now, he did have much better coaching in Miami, which goes to P's 5 point, which is why they didn't completely fall off the map when he left, because they had what? A better organization. So you don't see, so you know when you have that. So that tells you he didn't have this great organization or great coaching that a lot of people want to act like he had in Cleveland. He did not have that. And so that's what he had to deal with his time in Cleveland. And Phil Jackson made sure the Bulls did not fall off significantly just because Jordan left. They were still a team that was one of the title contenders, even without Jordan. That's just the truth.
I guess my question.
And salute to Pippen. He was really he was a good player, more than people give him credit for.
I don't
Scottie Pippen was great. Yeah,
compared to LeBron though.
I hate how people try to downplay Pippen.
That went to my original point too, though, because I said a lot of their accolades is because of their circumstances. So, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that is affected by that type of stuff. I agree. LeBron would have more things and better circumstances, just like any other great player. My point was about their games.
Yeah, but your point, you said LeBron doesn't do well with a Westbrook, but he would do well with a Mario Chalmers.
I was talking about
that is also true for Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
He would not play well with Russell Westbrook. It would not work.
Michael needs the ball too.
I wasn't speaking to who was better.
But I think he's better off the ball.
No. I'm not talking to who's better, bro. I'm saying the same point that you just made also goes to Jordan. The Bulls don't work if Pippen isn't the type of player he became.
Right.
Facts.
Yeah, I didn't say.
And the proof of that, like I said, was the first time he retired.
Right, but what you said, bro.
No, I agree with that.
No, what you said, you want to use your big word, heliocentric player, and you made an example, and you implied, no, bro.
I was speaking to the point.
Listen, I shut my mouth and I let you speak, nigga.
Who better, bro? I was speaking just to the point of LeBron when he leaves.
See, again,
that's all I'm talking about.
Hey, just let me finish, and I'm gonna come right back to you.
And you're not.
I'm gonna come right back to you.
I did not say who was better. I said your point was wrong. Your point was LeBron couldn't play with this type of player, and you implied that Mike could. And I'm telling you,
I didn't say he could.
Bro,
I said I was talking.
Hold on.
It's not like a female, bro.
Hold on, let me finish this point.
Bro, don't get my point.
Hold on. Just correct him when he's done.
I'm trying to, but he won't let me. I keep
no.
Wait till he's done, bro.
Wait till he's done, and you can correct him.
He got it, bro. I can't argue with no nigga like
that.
Bro,
I keep trying to tell you. All I was speaking to was the point of when LeBron leave a team, the team is trash. I think that's a lot due to roster construction. I don't think that Jordan could have played with Westbrook. I'm saying even if Jordan played with Westbrook, it would have been trash too because of the roster construction. I think the point of LeBron making when he leaves teams they being trash is because of the roster construction and the way that they play.
I agree with that point. I agree with that.
Hold on. Nigga, who you talking to? You said something completely different than what you just said.
That's all I said.
No, that ain't what you said.
So what did I say then?
What you said was LeBron couldn't play with Westbrook, but he could play with Mario Chalmers, and you insinuated that Mike could have played with Russell Westbrook.
I didn't say that, bro.
Yes,
I just told you I didn't say that. You keep saying I said that.
All right, bro.
I didn't say that.
Hey, rewind the tape on this nigga, bro.
I agree with his point somewhat though, because LeBron, usually when you have a LeBron constructed team, you're gonna put 3-point shooters around them, and you're gonna be devoid of other playmakers and other shot creators, which LeBron like carries that load, to the fullest. So when he leaves, you're gonna have a team full of 3-and-D guys, you know what I'm saying, and guys that can do different things, but then you're gonna be lacking playmaking and the stuff that you need to win.
Tyson, let me give you.
Hey, but that goes for every star that ever played.
No, Tyson. Your point is this. I'm gonna give a quick example. The reason why I know for a fact that has more to do with coaching and organization. We could just look back to the last couple of years with the Memphis Grizzlies, who for the last 2 years they've dealt with significant portions of the season or even in the playoffs with time without Ja Morant. But because they have competent coaching and a competent organization, a lot of people say that team looks better when Ja Morant isn't playing. Because
but who do we credit for that though?
Hold on. Let me finish. What I'm saying is you credit because when Ja Morant's out, they completely change their style of play because they become a much better defensive unit. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because the coach understands we have to change up how we do things on the fly, as it may be, but we have to change things up while he's not here. And when he comes back, we're going to revert back. So what I'm saying is that all goes to the competency of the coaching. That has nothing to do with LeBron. It's a coach's job to make sure that the offense is ran in a way that elevates the guys that are out there, as opposed to trying to run the same LeBron system.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but you still need the personnel though. When you talk about the Memphis Grizzlies, you talk about a Tyus Jones coming in to start playing a great point guard, being a great facilitator, setting up those guys that they have like Desmond Bane, Jackson, and Dylan Brooks. So know, to put it on the coaching and not give Tyus Jones a lot of credit for what he does when he comes into the game as a starter, and that's why he's so sought after. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, figured he can be a starting point guard in this league based off how he performs when John Moran is out. So if you don't have the personnel, all that is null and void, though. FYF.
But that's an indictment on the organization.
But I'm not going to give a
though.
16-1 record to Tyus Jones, though. It's more than just It's more than just Tyus Jones. It's a lot.
It's more than I'm saying. It's the other players too, and the coaching. But you got to give Tyus Jones a lot of credit in that too.
Oh yeah, he gets credit, but like it's a lot more. It's a lot more than just one. It's never just one factor on how a team performs without their star player.
Back to what you said about and I'm not favoring one or the other, but back what you said with LeBron does better with shooters and these type of players. Mike did better. You ever just think that that's the organization trying to put players around these players' greatest strengths?
100%, 100%.
Right? Because like Mike needed a playmaker,
right?
And he wasn't gonna win anything until he got one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
LeBron don't need playmakers.
He is the playmaker, right?
LeBron
He is
do
the
need
playmaker.
playmakers, but he don't need
No, bro, you're missing the point.
He doesn't need another primary ball handler.
He doesn't need the primary ball handler, whereas Mike does need that primary ball maker. Their strengths are different. So
100%.
Your roster constructions are going to be different.
I agree with that, Bees.
Right?
Who did you have as your goal, by the way?
Oh, neither one of them niggas, bro.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, who do you have as higher ranked then?
And Kareem better than both of them.
Okay, but who do you have as higher ranked?
Oh,
on your list.
In my opinion, I did not have LeBron over Michael Jordan until 2015. What I saw him do in 2015, I'd never seen that before.
The 3-1 comeback the next year, you mean?
Just his performance in that run against the Warriors in that 2015 playoffs. I'd never seen a basketball player play like that.
Fair enough.
And I can honestly say, because I'm 50 years old.
Nigga.
I'm 50 years old. I'm older than all of y'all. So I watched all of Michael Jordan. I watched it all.
Yeah.
This knocks my man Kareem. I have never seen a basketball player play in the NBA that you could take this one player, put him on any team, and they are in contention. I've never seen that, except with LeBron.
Okay.
You could take LeBron, and you could put him on any team in the NBA, and they would compete.
Except the 2019 Lakers.
No, hold on. You can go to the end of his career. We're talking about when LeBron was in his prime. So what do you want to count as his prime, young man?
Me?
Yeah, you said 2019 Lakers.
I guess I'll go by his peak years.
I'm just telling you.
His Miami tenure up to 2018 is when I was at that.
I'm telling you that he came into NBA better than Michael Jordan. If you track their careers, when did Michael Jordan become better than LeBron James? LeBron James came into the NBA better than Michael Jordan.
Did he?
Yes.
You sure?
I'm positive. He was a better player.
That's tough.
I don't know about.
They worried about them stats. They're not worried.
I'm not worried about the stats. LeBron
worried about impact.
LeBron wasn't a good defender. He wasn't.
But what about impact though? What about the win total from that year to the year before?
Hold on, that is not true. You just made a statement that LeBron James wasn't a good defender.
Not in his rookie year. Not in his rookie. No. Like when I say good, I mean like the defender that he was in Miami. We can agree that that's like 10 times the defender that he was in his rookie season in Cleveland, right?
See, this is the problem with these arguments, bro. What he did in Miami called for him to be something different than what he was in Cleveland. Why? Because of the talent on the team.
Are you trying to? All right.
Just like with Mike. What he did his first 6 years in the NBA required him to do something different. He had to change the way he played to win, right or wrong. He had to alter his game. The way he played had to be altered.
Yes,
So
it had to change.
so depending on who's on your team, that's going to determine what you do. Now, his skill was still his skill, but what he did changed based on the people around him. So
I just believe they both have better circumstances when they are the ones.
So what I'm trying to tell you is I can prove what I'm saying. Both of these guys came into the league. Both of these had teams towards the bottom. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, they were both on bad teams. Yes.
One stayed in the lottery and one didn't.
The Cavs? They stayed in the lottery.
No, they didn't.
They weren't in the playoffs. LeBron's first year.
They weren't in the lottery.
I said one team stayed.
Is the lottery not
in the
top
lottery.
14?
Yes, it is.
I might be misinformed about how the lottery works.
Okay, I'm gonna use this word again. Stayed in the lottery. See, you don't get. So when what pick was Scottie Pippen, sir?
Scottie Pippen was the 6th overall pick.
He was the 5th.
I think he was the 5th.
Yeah,
it was around
and
that.
what pick was Horace Grant? Now that was a trade, but what pick was Horace Grant?
I don't know.
7, I think.
He was 9, I think, 9 or 10.
He was up there.
That's
yeah,
2 players out of the lottery.
Okay.
Scottie Pippen was a trade.
4 or 5 years.
Scottie Pippen was not a trade. Oh, he was a trade, but no, hold on.
Seattle drafted Scottie Pippen.
They just traded draft picks basically.
Yeah.
They traded Olin Polynice for Scottie Pippen.
Oh, you're talking about stayed in the lottery like over the career. Oh, I thought you meant the very next year. I meant. Okay. My bad. I misunderstood you then. My bad.
What he's saying is that year 3, LeBron was in the NBA Finals.
Okay, now I know what he's saying.
In year 3,
next year.
Jordan was still picking lottery picks.
All right. I thought he meant the next year.
So what I'm saying is that I'm equating the first 7 years of their career.
Okay.
And when I equate that, LeBron has a better impact on winning than Michael Jordan. Now, Michael Jordan won the ultimate prize more than LeBron. And that's not up for debate. Both of them are great players.
Yeah. Again, my thing, Jordan is my GOAT not because of the winning. I just think he's a better player at his peak. But if LeBron does it for like 2 more years, then he's the GOAT. I don't.
Oh yeah, he said that he's a better all-around player. Did you say that Michael Jordan was a better all-around player?
Michael Jordan was a better. He was a better player.
I believe that.
Why do you think he's a better player, P5?
Much better scorer.
Okay.
I think both of them are like very. I wouldn't even say that there's a big gap, but I would say Jordan at his peak was a better defender. I would say Jordan was also a very great playmaker. Jordan
better than LeBron?
Jordan was not better than LeBron, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like what.
Well, you said Jordan was better and stuff. Now you just saying it's close when it's LeBron. Playmaking is not close.
Minus playmaking.
He started it off by saying he was a better all-around player.
Hold on, let him get it off.
Hey, Lamar B's capping, man.
One at a time.
Let me ask this
Jordan was his
better
scorer. He really was.
Hey, y'all, we gotta go one at a time.
The Michael Jordan buffoonery is at an all-time high, and I'll show you again. There was a poll about 3 years ago who said, who is the greatest college player of all time? Do you know who won that poll?
MJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, MJ
won that poll.
That was ridiculous.
That ain't the biggest crock of doo-doo ever known to man. But this tells you how people have elevated him in everything.
Not I.
In everything. He's like so immortal now that people just assume that he's the greatest college player of all time. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, that's cap.
Yeah, that was cap. I mean,
but this is the attitude of most people.
Okay. Well,
they saw Jordan's name, and they saw a few highlights of him in North Carolina, and they just said he was the best college player of all time.
Right.
I can't really.
No, they kind of doing what you're doing because you're elevating him
How am
stuff that's not
Jordan?
him. Because you call Michael Jordan the
is a
greatest
better-
all-around player in basketball.
Jordan is a
He
better.
is not the best
Hey, Lamar,
all-around
I'll go
basketball
after
player
them.
ever, bro.
Jordan-
Stop the cap,
Flow
bro.
after they
So you said LeBron was a better playmaker, right?
I'll give this. LeBron's a better playmaker.
A rebounder.
LeBron's a better rebounder. Yeah, I'll say he's a better rebounder.
Right. Uh-huh.
And I would say, especially at his peak, 3-point shooting, LeBron was a better 3-point shooter.
Bro, LeBron is way better at getting to the basket. He's the best, probably.
No, he is not.
No, he's not.
He's
No,
the
he is
best
not.
friend.
No, Jordan.
Really?
No, Jordan is
Body and people.
Jordan
LeBron is better at Michael Jordan getting to the basket over his career,
best friend.
hands down.
But
But hold on, no,
Jordan
people.
started crying and went to the league and got the rules
Hold
changed.
on, no, but you can say you can say Michael Jordan is a way better mid-range shooter than LeBron. He got that hands down over LeBron. So you know what I'm saying. So, but we got to say that LeBron is the better driver of the basketball. He's one of the best ever drivers of the
I would
basketball.
still say Jordan.
And it's not even driver of the basketball. He's the best
Sure, I would
transition
say
basketball
Jordan's still
player
better at
ever.
finishing
Hey,
at
y'all
the
gotta
rim.
let Herb come up here and tell me why I'm capping.
First of all, when you talk about for us the lottery thing, I hope you realize, if you remember, Bees, back in '98, really, Cleveland was in the playoffs with Sean Kemp, but you remember they started taking on purpose after that '98 season, and they started trying to rebuild through the draft and all that stuff. So Cleveland didn't have to start tanking; they did that on their own. So they wasn't a lottery team because they sucked. They was a lottery team because they wanted to be a lottery team, first of all. So on top of that, they both, LeBron and Jordan, both came into a similar situation. You know, when LeBron came into Cleveland, they won 29 games. You know, when Jordan came to the Bulls, they won 28 the year before. Just on top of that, both of their impacts on their teams improved, they got better, and they started changing the climate of their teams just because of how great they are.
I mean, did Cleveland win MVP for LeBron got there?
End of the day, Bees. LeBron weaknesses were glaring. Mike Jordan had a weakness when he first came in. He had a couple of weaknesses that he came in for. He tried to put too much on himself. He didn't trust anybody. He didn't use his teammates properly because he's still playing with that bullshit chip on the shoulder that he had. And on top of that, yes, Isaiah Thomas he articulated right. When Jordan went to his left, that's when you could sometimes get the best of him when he was.
So your phone even said you capping, nigga.
Yo, man, what happened? Get in here real quick.
Go ahead and jump in real quick.
Yeah. See, I think it comes down to a lot of different things, but they've all made good points today. But like when it comes down to it, bro, there's just something to be said about building two different dynasties with the one team. What he did, even if you want to hold the Wizards' ears against him, bro, even if the man only played 13 seasons, 15 seasons altogether, but he was injured one of those. So out of 15 seasons, he led the league 10 times in scoring, right? If he wasn't doing that, he was winning the MVP. If he wasn't doing that, he was Defensive Player of the Year. In some cases, he was doing all three. But he's the only player ever. Exactly. He's the only player ever to win the regular season MVP, the finals MVP, the scoring title, to lead the league in scoring during the playoffs, and to win a Defensive Player of the Year all in the same season, bro. Like, come on, man. No, go look it up, man. He's the only player ever.
Only because
I'm sorry, not Defensive Player of the Year, but first team defense. First team defense. And he did it 4 times.
Hold on. Only because of when the awards came into existence. He would not be the only person to do that. So let's not do that.
Okay, regardless of the stats and the trophies, bro, you cannot run away from the fact that this man had a dynasty, bro, twice on 2 separate occasions. And then the last thing I want to say is if you took their rosters and you just lined up all the teammates that Jordan ever had in his career, and you lined up all the teammates that LeBron had in his career, do you realize, man, Jordan probably has maybe 10 to 12 out of 15 seasons. he probably had 12 different teammates that had career averages of more than 10 points, bro.
Hey, that's
And
cap, bro.
LeBron easily has
That's
like
cap,
30
bro. Come
teammates.
on, bro.
No, go look.
That's cap, bro.
Go look.
Stop, bro. Stop, bro. I don't have to go look, bro.
Hold on.
Come on,
Put it
man.
on the stream.
Yeah,
Say
bro.
that-
That's cap,
say
bro.
that again?
Like LeBron ain't been in 4 destinations already, bro. And like
That's
MJ
misleading,
ain't,
Lamar.
and like
He's
MJ
been in
didn't
more
quit twice.
destinations with more
Come on, bro.
opportunities and has won less.
Come on, man.
So what
And
That's
and won
misleading.
titles everywhere he was at. Now what?
But he has won. He's had more finals trips and won less titles in more years.
Right.
And he been to
And
10
lost more than
titles
one.
though.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask you something.
Okay.
Do great players beat great teams, or do great teams beat great players? Let me ask you that question.
Great teams are always going to beat great players, bro.
It's actually both.
Oh no, it's
Yeah,
not.
but it's
Shut up,
happened. It
Jared.
has
You're
both
so full
happened,
of it.
bro.
So let me ask you something. In 2007, 15, and 18, I don't think you can hold those losses against LeBron.
2007, you kind of can because he played horrific in that series.
And
He
those
shot
games
30. He shot 36% from the field.
Hey,
Lowest-
y'all go one at a time, please. Just Herm. We're gonna get to
the
Herm in a minute.
stats, but to me, those are accomplishments of LeBron. 2011, the other 2 losses, those I don't give him any credence for. But he has 3 finals losses that were actually achievements. But you guys want to look at, you guys just want to, you want to use that narrative because you want to elevate one player over another.
You could say the same thing about Wilt, bro. You can make an excuse for anybody, bro.
I'm not making an excuse because part of Jordan's dominance, nobody ever wants to bring up, was due to expansion and the rules in the NBA. Nobody ever brings that up. That's not true. Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, expansion happened with LeBron too. Charlotte Bobcats. Oklahoma City.
You got
Come on, same thing.
Oklahoma City was not no expansion.
Those are teams moving cities, bro.
You got
Come on,
players. You got players. You got
Herm nasty. Herm try to sneak that in there.
Charlotte Bobcats, that's the expansion team.
The Thunder were babies.
You guys are changing the subject, bro. The point is, you got coaches from the 90s talking about the way the league got set up. We couldn't improve our team. Look, the Bulls did a great job. They had a great player. They drafted well. They got good players. They were the best team in the 90s, hands down.
No question.
Period. Hands down. They were the best team. No one even came close to them. The only team, in my opinion, that would have gave them trouble or beat them was the Rockets. That's it.
Houston.
And the reason why is because the second greatest player in the league was on that team.
Right.
So
but bro, you can only say that looking back because he won all 6 times. If he was 2 and 4, you wouldn't be able to say that.
If he was 2 and 4, right?
Then you wouldn't be able to look back and say what you just said. That's
He
what I'm
can't
saying.
use that expansion shit no way because one of the better teams in the East was the expansion team.
Winning matters, bro. Winning matters.
One at a time.
First of all,
it still waters down. Go ahead.
You talking about the one with Muggsy Bogues on it?
Hold on, bro. If you want to sit up here and tell me that adding 7 teams in 5 years does not affect,
He was talking about the Magic.
Does not affect the teams in
the
league.
Of course it does.
Then you're not being honest, bro.
It waters down the talent
so let
pool.
me ask you this.
That's
Let
just
me ask you
basic
this.
facts.
Miami, Orlando, they were competitive
let me ask you
immediately,
this, bro. Let me say this. Let me ask this. If
Always
let's go with Michael. Hold on a second, bro. If LeBron has played with 8 different players that were drafted number 1 overall in his career, bro. How many guys were drafted number 1 as teammates with Jordan? I'm talking from beginning to end, bro.
What does that have to do with how good a player they were? What does that have to do with how good a players they were, bro?
It has nothing to do with it.
Let me answer.
One at a time.
I'm going to answer your question.
Who are the players?
It's completely irrelevant. Now I'm going to continue on my point because you interrupted me to say that goofy shit.
See, it's only goofy because you don't agree with it, bro. Because it goes
No,
against your
because you
point.
wrong,
And making
bro.
excuses.
Can you name the players?
Slim,
Name the
Slim,
Yeah,
let
I
him
can name the
reply.
players. And everybody
Let
knows.
him, Slim, let him reply.
So,
You just
so let me
ranting.
ask you
Let him
this.
reply.
All right. Why did they lose to the Magic in '95, Slim?
Cricket.
Hold on, he's on mute because he wouldn't stop.
Oh,
Go ahead, Slim.
So
Yeah, see,
why
because Jordan came back for 17 games at the end of that regular season, bro. And you got to understand that the way that they played without Jordan for the regular season, there was time for adjustments that needed to be made with him coming back because they don't run the triangle the same way with him as they do without him. So that chemistry with those players that was on that team, even though most of them was on the team the previous year, it still wasn't intact. It wasn't a long enough time for them to be able to get their chemistry right. That's why they came back the next year and swept the freaking Magic, bro. A 60-win team.
Hold on, Bees. Can I say one thing, Bees? Can I say one thing?
Let me do this real quick.
No. Let me say one thing.
Lamar, please let me say one thing too.
Hold on, Herm. Hold on. Slim. One thing. The one. No. I want to talk about that 95 year. I don't know why y'all act like the Bulls sweeping the Magic that next year was this great accomplishment when
it's not.
When hold on, Slim. Hold on.
You for to bring up Horace Grant? Come on.
We know that the biggest the X factor, one of the biggest X factors when the Bulls did lose to the Orlando Magic was Horace Grant and Nick Anderson. That next year, they lose Nick Anderson and Horace Grant, and both of those guys, they lose them in the same series.
That's pretty important.
And so I want you to ask yourself, when you lose two of your top four players, how do you expect that team to then compete with the Bulls? Like, did they really have a chance? Like, does it really surprise? Is it that great of an accomplishment? Right?
Nobody's calling it an accomplishment.
No, that's context, though,
Nobody's
Slim.
calling it an accomplishment.
Hey, Slim, that's called context, nigga.
So they lost in '95 because Horace Grant wasn't on the team.
Right, because he went to the Magic. But I'm saying,
Hey, Lamar, can I say one thing?
That's why they went and got the best rebound in the league.
I gotta counter B's bullshit.
It ain't no bullshit, Herm. It's facts. They lost in '95 because.
All right, I got a fact for your ass. I'm talking about expensive teams, though. I'm talking about your expensive team excuse because I got one for you right now.
Hold on. We gotta go back to that because we dealing with this point. Let's not. I got it. He on the ropes. Go ahead. So what you said, my brother, is a narrative. It's a narrative put out there. Because Michael Jordan, whether you know it or not, he was secretly practicing with the Bulls.
oh my God, stop.
He was, bro. Look it up, bro.
Y'all act like practicing in a gym by yourself is the same as practicing in an NBA game.
Hey man, you act like your GOAT can't take a year and a half off and can't get it together, bro. Your GOAT took a year and a half off, bro. He's supposed to come back and light the league up, bro.
Hold on, Big. Hold on, Big. No, hold on.
You can't get around the fact.
Slim, there are some facts that you got to correct. Tony Kukoc talked about it. He said we were ordered not to talk about it. He says, but we all knew Jordan was coming back. We just couldn't say nothing. The reason why, he says, Jordan had been practicing not by himself. He'd been practicing with the team the entire year. Then they said we officially knew he was coming back. This is what Tony Kukoc said. He said we knew he was coming back because they said all of a sudden one day, weeks before the announcement, all his stuff is in the locker. He done brought all his stuff back. So he said we all knew. It was just a matter of time of when the announcement was going to actually drop. They just were instructed they could not talk about it.
Okay, fine. Even
so
if
let's not act like Jordan was as rusty as
he
wasn't as rusty as you want to try to.
Even if we give you that, bro, he still won 6 titles in 8 years, even with the loss against the Magic.
Playing who, bro?
Even with the loss against the Magic.
No, hold on, Slim. Let's go back to the original premise of this whole conversation because what you it kind of turned this into is LeBron better than MJ? And what I'm saying is, it sounds like you have MJ as the GOAT. Now the question is, based on what LeBron James has done throughout his career, have you left a window or opportunity open for him to potentially be the GOAT? And what does he need to do to pass Jordan, or can he not pass him at all? Is it completely closed in your eyes?
LeBron washed that up, man. Like, I mean, I don't know. Look,
he can't.
I thought LeBron had a chance. I thought LeBron had a
He's
chance.
still playing, Slim. He's
Hold
still
on.
playing.
Wait. Hold on. Let me answer your question, man. I thought that he had a chance to pass Jordan if he had stayed in Cleveland when he went back the second time.
Oh, shut up.
But hold on. Wait. Listen,
Yeah, that's
man.
crazy. Let the dude get it off.
Let me get it off and break it down before y'all jump on this shit, man. Hold on. Wait.
Let him get it off. Let him get it off.
God damn, you motherfuckers don't got no communication skills, man. Hold up, man. Listen, all I'm saying is there is something about Jordan's legacy that is untouchable, bro. It's the fact that he built 2 dynasties on one franchise, bro. And not that he just did that. He didn't do that 15 years apart. He didn't do that 10 years apart. He did it in the same decade. He did it in the same decade, bro. And he did not bounce. Hold on a second, bro. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, man.
No,
10
can you get to
seconds.
the answer? I need you to answer the question.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what he has to do, bro. And I'm going to tell you what he should have done. Because I don't believe he can do anything.
LeBron made it to the finals every year of a decade.
Making it to the finals ain't winning the finals, bro. You know, people make it to the final lap of the NASCAR every fucking weekend, bro. But that don't mean
reactionary. It's reactionary for these dudes, Lamont. That's a no, my nigga.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen, I'm gonna finish it up right here, bro. LeBron had his chance to submit. Like when he retires, bro, he's not gonna be synonymous with any one franchise.
Yes, he.
You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna be synonymous as a Laker. He's not going to be synonymous as a Miami. He's really still synonymous with maybe the Cavs, but he won more of his championships outside of the Cavs franchise than he did with. So
he getting statues and place though. So he gonna be synonymous with statues, nigga.
Numbers retired everywhere.
Plenty of people got statues, bro. Elgin Baylor has a fucking statue, bro. Statues.
So real quick. Slim. You saying LeBron has a better? He's not the better. Jordan is not the better player, but he has the better legacy. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying Jordan is the better player.
Well, you didn't give us no points to that. All you said was he stayed with one team and he did this and that. What about on the court?
See, that with me,
I opened up with how he was saying. I opened up with how Jordan was a better player. 10 straight scoring titles, the defensive player of the years, the MVPs, leading the fucking league in the playoffs and scoring, all doing it in the same season, 4 separate times. That's what my point was as a player. That don't even include his stats. That don't include win shares and all this bullshit fucking special stats that people are falling in love with the last 15 years. We're talking about what he did as an individual player. He did more, bro, outside of winning the title. Then he built a dynasty, bro.
All right, we got that, bro. We got that.
He's basically basing Jordan as the GOAT strictly, and it can never be taught by LeBron as off of accolades.
Bro, the only thing LeBron James has ever done better than Jordan.
That's
the
it.
only thing
He's saying that LeBron can never be the GOAT because of accolades and that he stayed on one team.
What I'm saying, the only thing LeBron can do, the only thing
fans got his
there's nothing wrong with that. If that's how he feels, that's how he feels.
That's
nothing wrong with that.
Hold on.
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off right now. But
Slim, I wanted to get your answer. What I'm saying is, all I'm asking you is, I'm saying for Jordan fans, I don't care that you have Jordan as the GOAT, but I said, if you're being honest about LeBron James's career, you have to accept the fact that he is right there knocking on the door of the conversation.
I never said he's not.
I know. Hold on. Let me finish. And what I'm saying is, if you don't already have LeBron as the GOAT, but you know that you understand that he's knocking on the door, all I'm saying is, what more can be done? You're basically saying that you eliminated LeBron based on something that happened years ago, and it's not even basketball related. You're just mad because he switched teams. And remember, we're not talking about Slim. Hold on, Slim. We heard you talk. We're not talking about the GOAT of the Cavs. We're not talking about the GOAT of the Miami Heat. or the GOAT of the Lakers. We're talking about the GOAT of the NBA. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily matter where you put your work in. It's just, did you put the work in or not?
Right.
And the one thing that remains is, and just as impressive. See, the one thing Jordan has is the 2 3-peats. Extremely impressive.
Right.
The one thing LeBron has, the man has championships on 3 different teams.
That's not as impressive, bro.
Hold on, Slim. You can say, I'm not saying it is as impressive or not, but what I'm saying is Jordan can't touch the 2 3-peats. LeBron can't touch the 2 3-peats, but Jordan can't touch winning championships under 3 different organizations.
He never went to 3
circumstances, 3 different coaching staffs.
He never had to.
And hold on, what I'm saying, I know, but the thing is,
that's the point.
One could argue if you wanted to go down that petty road, because that's just petty. One could argue it's easier to do it all in one spot with the best coach in the league, with the best organization in the league, and just be comfortable where you're at, as opposed to LeBron, who had to literally leave a trash organization in the Cleveland Cavs, who've been trash since the 70s when they were trading all their top picks. They sent the number 1 pick to goddamn LA so Magic Johnson get drafted for absolutely nothing. So what I'm saying, they've been trash for a long time. So he fulfills his duty in Cleveland. He doesn't demand a trade like some of these other guys. He fills his obligations, completes his contract, leaves as a free agent, something that Jordan was willing to do to the Chicago Bulls had they not have gave him that $30 million a year that he was asking for. But that's neither here nor there because he didn't.
He'll gloss over that though.
So what I'm saying is just like Jordan has untouchable achievements, LeBron also has untouchable achievements. All I'm talking about is we know what those achievements are. LeBron is still playing at an extremely high level. And there's a very real possibility, like as much as we want to make our predictions and say it can't happen, it's a possibility. Might be slim. It's a possibility they can win a chip next year. It's a possibility he can get another Finals MVP. LeBron has surprised us all. It's a possibility he could lead the league in scoring. He could lead the league in assists. These are all but these are all very. But what I'm saying is, these are all things that add to his resume. So what I'm saying to you is, what more does he need to add to his resume?
He's got to get at least to 6. And then nobody can use the championship.
So we got it out of you. So he has to win at least 2 more championships.
All right,
more team accomplishments. Okay, go ahead.
That's crazy. Bill Russell is your GOAT then. Bill Russell is your GOAT then.
Lamont, no player.
I mean, what about defense? What about defensive first teams? What about defensive player of the year? We know he ain't gonna get
player in the history of the league has had more high draft picks than LeBron James' teammates, bro.
What does that mean?
Doesn't mean anything.
No player has had more stacked teams, more superstar teammates.
Slim. It's on the screen right here, Slim. Why do you talk about draft picks? Draft picks ain't all NBA players. You could be Slim. You could be a number 2 pick and be Hasheem Thabit. That don't help you win nothing.
Right.
What I'm saying is,
why are you saying that?
I don't give a damn where you were drafted.
Kwame
Brown, Darko Milicic, Anthony Bennett, motherfucking Adam Morrison. Come on, bro.
Hold on, y'all. I got this chart here real quick. I just want to, because I got to get to Herm because he's been wanting to cook. I thought I broke this down earlier about the teammate thing. All stars and all that stuff. All NBA teams and all defensive teams determine if you were the best in the league at what you do in any given year. And when we look at this right here, when you talk about who had the most help in any particular given year, LeBron James has only had 5 teammates that were all NBA. He's only had 2 teammates that were all defensive. And he's only had 1 time where his teammate was actually both. Right? When you look at the others, the Kobe's, the Kobe's, the Jordans, the Kareems, and the Bill Russells, all these guys have had more all NBA talent or all defensive talent than LeBron. So when we say all this help, what is the help that you really referring to? You talking about a guy got drafted at number 3. Like that really means something. Come on. Number 2 picks in NBA history have been some of the worst players in NBA history, the way they pan out. We seen number 1 picks fold, Anthony Bennett. That pick shit don't mean nothing.
Lamont, you're smarter than that, bro.
Nah,
you're not that.
Don't worry, Slim.
Hold on.
Don't worry, Slim.
So tell me. Tell me the lottery pick that. So remember, because you talked about the Cavs being in the lottery that following year after LeBron's rookie year. They did have the number 10 pick. Tell me who they had a lottery pick.
That got Carlos Boozer.
No, that's not who they drafted. They got him in the second round.
Hold on.
I'm not
talking about draft.
Slim. We talking about draft picks. We're going to talk about this great Cleveland Cavalier organization. They took Luke Jackson with the number 10 pick in the NBA draft. This is who they draft. Luke Jackson. So now we have to say that LeBron James played with Luke Jackson from the University of Oregon. That's who that was his help. That's
you heard what I'm not saying. You heard what I didn't say, first of all, and you took the whole conversation a different direction. What I said was that no player has had more teammates throughout their career that was drafted in the top 10. So I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Okay, Dwight Howard. Hold on. Kyrie Irving. Kevin Love.
You said Dwight Howard.
Chris Bosh. D Wade. The list goes on.
Keep going, bro. Keep going.
No, hold on, Slim.
What do you mean
Slim.
keep going, brother?
Slim, hold on. Every time you say a name, I want you to also tell me if they were in their prime or not. So I want you to let's go through all the names. No, Slim. So when we say Kyrie, yes, he was in his prime. When we say Dwight, was he in his prime?
No,
Dwight was not in his prime, but Dwight was still a productive player.
No, hold on, Slim. Bro, how are you talking about productive? The man averaged 15 minutes a game. Stop.
Yeah, this is nonsense. This is nonsense.
That's embarrassing, bro.
Give me another one. Ray Allen.
Chris Bosh. Hold on. Chris Bosh and D Wade was in the same fucking draft, bro. Were they not in their primes? Huh? Were they not in their primes when they met up in Miami?
Yes, they were a good team.
No.
That's three players. Keep going.
Ain't no three players from the same draft.
That's three players. Go ahead.
Keep going, bro. Keep going, bro.
Who else do you want?
That's three players. You gave us three players.
More.
No, I gave you Kevin Love. Hold on, let's do this. I gave you Kevin Love. I gave you Kyrie. I gave you Chris Bosh.
Dwayne Wade.
Went fifth. Tristan Thompson went fifth in his draft.
Lamar, I'll be back. I'm on the panel, but I'll be back in 10 minutes. Y'all just want to pick on Slim, so I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Bro.
Tristan Thompson?
You lost.
Hold on, man. All I'm saying is that
come on, bro. Don't do that.
Jordan, you can't go down Jordan's list of teammates and find
you better than that, bro.
Yeah,
you better than that.
Give me some more players, because you said that list was really long. You said, yeah, bro, because all that was trash after that, bro. You got to go to Shaq. You got to because you want state players like Shaq.
That's a bad
argument, bro.
It don't matter where you drafted and becoming a great player in the NBA or all NBA type of player or whatever type of player. So just because somebody is a top 10 draft pick doesn't mean they're productive in the NBA. So just stop that argument.
Hey, but you know what, y'all? Hold on. But you know what, y'all? We got the 7th, 8th, and 9th pick on our roster right now. Does that count, Slim?
Yo, what I'm saying is they're not superstars, whoever you're talking about right now.
Neither is Tristan Thompson, nigga.
Hold on, wait. No, you guys kept demanding. I call Tristan as a superstar. Y'all kept demanding all the things I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, bro, is that when you compare that to Jordan's teammates, bro, Jordan's never had teammates that were top draft picks in the draft, bro, on any of his teams. The bad.
Okay, when was Dennis Rodman drafted?
He wasn't in no top 10.
Is he better than Tristan Thompson? We're done here.
Thank you, bro.
But who had? Hold on. Wait.
We're done here,
bro. You're comparing the greatest. Hold on. You're comparing the greatest.
So don't bring up draft picks, Drew. Bring up how good the players are. That's all you got to do, bro.
Okay, so let's do this then. Who was the best two teammates that LeBron ever had? Wade and Bosh?
Wade, Curry, maybe. I mean Kyrie.
No, man, probably Wade or Kyrie or like maybe
AD, yeah.
Kyrie and AD.
But LeBron ain't in this
now
time
do
no more.
this.
But
now
yeah,
do this. Who was the best two teammates Jordan ever had?
Pippen, Rodman, Horace
Rodman.
So who was Rodman better than on that list of LeBron's teammates you just mentioned? Who was Dennis Rodman better with a 7-point career average?
I would take Rodman over Bosh.
Oh, I would
with 7 points.
I would too.
Stop it, man. Y'all are crazy. Bosh was averaging 25 points a game, bro.
He got to Miami. He was a loser.
Stop it. Y'all ain't fucking. Yo,
First of all,
Dennis Rodman was never a franchise player, bro.
hold on, bro. Slim, that's a
Dennis
weak
Rodman
argument.
was never a franchise fucking
That's a
player.
weak argument.
7-point career average, bro.
That's a weak argument because the league is way different now. You're talking about going up against a Boston team that had Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen,
better,
and
Dennis
these type of
Rodman or
players.
AD?
Hold on, bro.
Who's
You
better,
talking about
Dennis
a
Rodman
Spurs
or
team?
Anthony Davis?
Hold on, bro. You talking about a Spurs team that had three great players and good role players. So
And
the
how
league
many
is different.
points did
Hold on,
average?
let me finish real quick, man.
let him
Damn, you was getting mad at people interrupting you. So when you talk about a league in the 90s that usually had two superstars and role players, and now we're talking about a team nowadays where teams where it's a different construct of teams. That's what makes it different. So you're gonna have some better players on these championship level teams. When you talk about the Golden State Warriors, when you talk about Draymond, who's a perennial All-Star, fringe Hall of Famer, however you see it, Klay Thompson in his prime was an All-Star caliber player. Then a Steph Curry. When you talk about all these teams, they have multiple stars, bro. So that's what makes it different from the 90s and how it is today.
Don't forget KD. Don't forget him.
Right. So,
him.
when you talk about these winning teams, they usually have multiple stars. So you're going to have better players and all-stars on better teams. That's just the way the league has been playing right now.
I want to know his opinion on like the competition, like Jordan competition versus Bron's competition. Well,
Bro,
He
he's a
ducked up
Mike
out of
stand,
here,
bro.
man.
You can't correlate. They cancel each other out. That
No, they
competition. Yes,
Herm,
they
go
do,
ahead and get
'cause-
your take, Herm. Go ahead, Herm.
No, hey, but look, first of all, to Bees, you a capping motherfucker, cause the last expansion draft,
Herm,
maybe the
just get your
2000.
take, man. Bees ain't even on the panel, man.
No,
Come on, man.
I just want to respond how I respond though. So chill, Lamont. Shit, you goddamn. But
You be talking to
2004,
ghosts. You talking to people that ain't up
it,
here.
it don't matter. They gonna hear it, nigga. They ain't gotta be around to hear it. 2004 was the last expansion draft, so that expansion draft bullshit that y'all niggas like to run around with, shut that dumb shit up. And it happened with LeBron too.
That was
Then
20 years ago.
this competition shit. You see that expansion draft that happened in 2004. Explain why the East was so goddamn weak,
The East
and
was
why he
weak
didn't
when
have
Mike
any
played.
competition in the East. He didn't have
Okay,
any
so hold on. So
competition
Herm.
dealing with the
So
Charlotte
Herm.
Bobcats.
So
The
Herm.
Charlotte Bobcats were terrible.
He has
The
to
New
answer
Jersey
as a
Nets,
rookie,
the New
bro.
Jersey Nets were
He has to
41 and
answer.
41.
He has to
The
answer for
Wizards
the
were
East as a
41 and
rookie, Herm.
41. So
Okay,
hey,
so Herm,
y'all
hold
don't
on,
interrupt me, guys.
Herm. So basically what you
Hey,
just admitted
hey,
to,
Lamont,
Herm,
Shut up, nigga.
all Herm just did, y'all, was basically admit expansion drafts weak in the league. He just said the Charlotte Bobcats made the East Conference weak. So if you multiply that by how many teams did B say got added in 5 years? So if you
7.
multiply, so we're not talking about one team. Now multiply that by 7 teams in 5 years. And now if one team weak in the East with an expansion draft, imagine having an expansion draft for 7 teams. How that's going to impact the league. So Herm, don't bring up points that completely contradict yourself.
Facts.
So you just basically confirm that the draft made the NBA weak for Michael Jordan. So we can move on from that point. So we
We can
appreciate
move
you
on.
helping us.
And I would like to add
No.
that the Charlotte
I'm back
Bobcats
talking
had the
because
number one
Lamont,
defense in the league, bro.
Lamont,
If you
hold
want
on,
to really
Lamont,
get into it.
you only do me like this, nigga. End of the day, nigga. Since you want to talk about special teams in the 90s, motherfucker, one of the best teams in the goddamn NBA was the special team, the Orlando Magic, nigga, with Shaq and Penn and them. That was a goddamn special team. Miami Heat in the late 90s, the mid 90s and late 90s, they would win the 60+ games. A special team, the
And
Charlotte
didn't win
Hornets.
nothing. Shut up.
Now, hold on. Now, let me give you another history lesson since Herm brought up another very good point. The NBA overcompensated expansion teams. The expansion teams were able to get good really fast, much more so than the teams that already existed because they were getting so much draft compensation in players. So when you talk about teams like the Charlotte Hornets, they got Alonzo Mourning, Larry Johnson, got competitive really fast. The Miami Heat, Rashawn Leonard and those boys, they got competitive really fast. When you talk about the Orlando Magic, got competitive, Shaq and Penny, really fast because they got so much compensation from the league. They had a leg up on all of the other teams that existed. So when you talk about the trash Bucks of the 90s, the trash Mavericks of the 90s, the trash Clippers of the 90s, the trash Hawks of the 90s, and all these mediocre teams that were here that pre-existed all of the expansion teams, they couldn't get better because teams like the Charlotte Hornets could go double up in the draft. Oh, let's take Tony Delkin with the next pick. We'll take Kobe Bryant. Well, let's go ahead and we're going to trade Kobe. Let's bring in Vlade Deep. They could literally double dip in the draft. Not always did they make the right decision, but they could double dip in the draft, do all types of stuff that other teams didn't have the ability to do, and they got really good really fast. So you are correct, Herm. They got good. And it still didn't help the NBA because you had bad organizations getting good. So they didn't know how to keep their talent. The Orlando Magic didn't know how to keep Shaq. The Charlotte Hornets didn't know how to keep Zoe and Larry Johnson happy, right? So all that happened was they got really good and then got really trash again really fast because they were just bad organizations at the time. So, Herm, thanks for helping explain that as well.
Man,
go ahead, Herm.
Well, and I'm gonna cook your dumb ass again because you and Lamar, you brought up, your dumb ass brought up a point about LeBron did it with 3 different franchises. Robert Ory did the same thing, nigga. So Robert Ory special too, nigga.
Robert Ory ain't a superstar
franchise, and he got 7 championships, motherfucker. So why you gonna bring that dumb shit
what
up?
team did he lead to a championship? What team do he lead to a championship, right?
Like Lamar want to, since he can't me, his trick ass want to put me backstage. His trick ass want to mute me. And you got niggas interrupted all goddamn day. You had about 7 motherfuckers interrupted Slam. You ain't do none of that ass like that. End of the day, Lamar, you easy fucking work. You a contradicting motherfucker. You a finesse motherfucker. You a captain motherfucker.
Hey,
and
bro,
all y'all niggas now y'all some bitch made ass niggas. And I stand on that, nigga. I'ma stand on that.
Herb mad at
Don't stand on that, Herb.
He reaching, bro.
All right, man. It's gonna be all right, man. It's gonna be all right, Herb.
Well, I just wanted to be animated, nigga. That's all.
I just let you get it off, man. I knew you was ranting. I ain't tripping.
He put you on the big screen and everything.
Lamont, if Bron got to 6 rings, bro, I'd give it up. I really would, bro, regardless of how he gets there. Because at this point, it's already been accepted that bouncing from team to team is nobody.
Can I ask you
gives
one
a
question,
fuck about
Slim?
that no more.
My question is this: so if let's say LeBron James says, you know what, Phoenix Suns, give me the league minimum. I'm gonna join your team with KD, Bill, and they completely dismantle and run through the whole league. He gets 2 chips like that. You gonna make him the GOAT?
Hell no.
No, I'd be reluctant, but I wouldn't be arguing
Nice
against it.
bro.
I wouldn't be arguing against it as strongly as I am now, but I still wouldn't respect it, bro. When you shortcut the competition, bro, you shortcut your respect, and that's just the bottom line, bro. It don't matter what sport you in. It don't matter.
No,
You
no,
shortcut
I'm
the competition.
No, I'm
you
saying
shortcut respect.
because the one thing we know is players can finesse and get rings. LeBron can literally just say, I want a minimum contract and join any championship level team that's already ready made to go that he wants. So let's say LeBron is listening to this and says, you know what, I got you, Slim.
Hey, Robert Ory did the same thing.
I'm joining. Come on.
Ory did the same thing, nigga.
Hold on. We can't compare Ory and LeBron. No, Slim. What I'm saying is, let's say LeBron's listening to you and he goes to join the Phoenix Suns next year and they run off 3 championships in a row. Those 3 championships, the way he got them in that particular fashion, elevate him over Jordan and you, correct?
Yeah, if he's in year 22, 20, 21, 22, and 23 and doing that, regardless if he's the first, second, or third option, if he's a part of that run and they run off 3 in a row, you ain't going to get an argument from me because when you look at the number of rings that he'll have at that point, when you look at the finals record, he's not going to have a record that shows that he lost more than he won. And that's one of my biggest arguments is that when you look at him, even if you just isolated it by team, he lost more than he won. He lost more than he won, bro, in Cleveland. He lost more than he won.
Hey, and y'all all know that if LeBron James did that, Jordan fans would have a
they could not
too.
argue.
I ain't gonna respect that, Lamont.
They could not argue with you, bro, because if he went 3 in a row, regardless, because at this point in his
career, argue with you because that's him getting rings, not on his own.
But
merit.
that's year 21, year 22, 23.
The problem is with that, Slim. The problem with that is year 21. LeBron is still a top 15 player in the league. Him going to your team still changes the magnitude of the conference. This is not the regular year 21 player. He's still one of the best players in the league. If you get anytime you get a top 15 player on your team, it changes the magnitude of your team,
We
especially
understand
if
that.
you already got. Come on.
You will respect that, Lamont? Lamont, you will respect that?
No. What I'm here. My thing is this: I've always been a fan of load up your team with as much talent as possible. Shit, that's what I do when I hoop. When I hoop, I'm coming with the best 5 you can probably find. Good luck trying to beat us. Fuck it. Shit, if you can't beat us, we run in the court all day. I'm always been a big fan of that. Y'all, that's a you problem if y'all can't beat me. That's y'all problem. So if LeBron, so what you saying, Slim? I said, that means you don't knock KD's move to Golden State.
No, because LeBron made it acceptable. What KD did, when you guys accepted LeBron doing it, you made it acceptable for KD to do it. But what happened? Yeah, because all KD did is just took LeBron and what he did to another level. But they would have never got there if LeBron didn't set that example of shortcutting your competition. That's just the bottom line, bro.
So we never seen players before trade teams to go or move teams to go with superstar players.
Nobody in NBA history has ever took the top 3 of the top 5 picks in a single draft and said, let's get all together, and then add other superstars like Ray Allen or other all-stars in the league like Shane Battier and stuff like that. Nobody's ever done that.
Hold on. That's not true. Situation they're going about it, bro.
Okay, name 3 people in the same draft that went and
it's a different. Like,
here we go with this draft pick stuff, bro.
So it's wrong for a player.
Three of the top 5 picks in the NBA draft, bro. That was one of the greatest drafts
when Moses
ever.
Malone went and joined, was it this goddamn Sixers?
Yeah, with Dr. J.
You cool with that?
Yeah, because he was coming out of the ABA. He wasn't drafted into the NBA, bro. That was during the merger.
He wasn't one of the best players?
He was one of the best players in the ABA. He was not in the NBA. He spent most of his career in the ABA before coming to the NBA. He came to the NBA towards the end of his career, bro.
Okay, so how do you feel about when Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen teaming up on Boston to win championships?
I thought that was bullshit. I thought that was bullshit too. But the difference is, Paul Pierce. Hold on. The difference is, bro, those 3 guys had already spent 13 years in the league, man. And those 3 guys were not 3 of the top 5 draft picks in this.
How many years?
The top players, though.
How many years?
They were not top players. Paul Pierce wasn't a superstar until they started winning with KG and Ray Allen. Paul Pierce was an all-star, but he was not a superstar player prior to Kevin Garnett.
Slim. KG was a superstar at that time. Stop. Don't lie. The thing is, this is the hypocrisy and all this.
Right.
Like, no, I can't knock no KG and none of these guys. Where was your ether and where was your heat for stupid ass Kevin McHale and them idiots trying to give Joe Smith some under the cover contract? Got all they whole draft picks and whole future stripped of them because they trying to cheat the rules. So they really compromised KG's ability to win because they were over here trying to do shady, shiesty stuff, and they completely dismantled and corrupted his whole legacy over a goddamn Joe Smith contract. So what I'm saying is, where's y'all ether? Where does y'all ether be for these trash organizations that be doing
I
shady
call out the
stuff,
money in debate.
that be doing stupid stuff? Hold on, Herb. Where's y'all ether for the organizations that force these players' hand to leave? Where's y'all ether for trash ass Portland Trailblazer organization that be swearing up and down they trying to build a winner, then go forward and sign the fucking goddamn Jeremy Grants of the world,
right?
Goddamn Miles Leonards of the world, the Allen Crabs of the world, the all these bums, Travis Outlaws, these motherfuckers locked up and shit. What I'm saying is, where's y'all ether for all these organizations that be forcing these guys' hand, and then all of a sudden when they get to moving around, shifting the dynamic of the NBA, now is an issue. Like I said, we all know, Slim, that if LeBron went to the goddamn Phoenix Suns on a minimum deal, your ass will probably be one of the first people in here talking about he running from the grind. Y'all would all
not in year 21, bro. Not in year 21, 22, 23.
Bro,
if he
nobody
does
believes
that,
you, Slim. Nobody believes that at all.
LeBron
James fans would kill him. LeBron's own fans would kill him. Why you expect me to
Bro,
believe that?
it would not be worse than what he did in Miami. There's nothing that he can do in the future that would be worse than what he did in Miami.
There was nothing wrong with Miami. We've seen.
Can we stop?
Do you know that they tried to get Carmelo on that team? You know that, right? So it wasn't just the three of them. He tried to go get all 4 of the top 5 picks in one draft, bro.
He tried to get Melo over Chris Bosh.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get on this real quick. I want to get my take to answer the question, then to take from what y'all talk about. This was the problem where we come in at, right? And this where just the whole conversation went left, because once you get to start nitpicking at people's era, because every era has a nitpick situation, it opens a whole different Pandora box. So when you start talking about Jordan with the expansion era, then now they're gonna nitpick apart about, because we living in this era now where we don't understand what's really going on because we living in a moment, but 22 years and now they're gonna do the same thing about this era too. And I don't think we need to go away from it, because at the end of the day, it's certain stuff out of your control as a player. At the end of the day, if your team is trash, like what Dan going through, it's certain stuff out of your control. All you can do is just put up the product in your court and we can evaluate what you've done. So like example, like how we talk about Joe with the expansion, that's cool. You can knock him for that. But did he dominate his era? Yes. The same thing in future. I'm telling y'all, this is going to happen with LeBron. They're going to dock LeBron because like what y'all give LeBron praise for about going to different teams and winning, they're going to call, because now at that point in time when he did it, we appreciate it. But 20, 30 years from now, where all these players keep moving consistently, they're going to call it as a player mobility era, and it's not going to, like, we lived it, so we going to understand the allure of what LeBron did. But 20 years from now, when people see all these players, like, you see James Harden going to like 3-4 teams who was top player. You see KD, one of the best players in the league, go 3-4 different teams. So now what LeBron did, what we lived through, we understand it, how good it was. But it's not going to look as good 20 years from now, because they're going to call this the player movement era. Everybody just switched teams, so it's going to look that impressive. So I think we need to go away from that and try to dock people errors, because you can do that for Bill era, you can do that for Kareem in the 70s, you can do that for the 80s when they was finessing picks, you can do that for the 90s. I think the only era maybe they can have the less stuff you can nitpick is the 2000s. That's why I feel like it's the greatest era. So I think sometimes we need to avoid that. But hold on, wait,
LeBron has never played on a super team.
Wait, bro. I'm gonna answer the question. That's why I just said I think sometimes we need to avoid that, because when you dock players for certain they have out of control, it's gonna look bad later on. But to answer your question about what can LeBron do, because yes, I think LeBron, Jordan, and Kareem is in another tier from everybody else, and each of them have a case to be the GOAT. I'm not a Jordan fan, and I'm not a LeBron fan, so don't call me your ballpark, and don't call me the Garden of the Kingdom. But for LeBron, and I have Jordan at 1 at the moment, but for me personally, for LeBron, what LeBron can do, because I think we have to acknowledge the fact people hate longevity, but it's starting to get ridiculous that this dude is still playing as good. So I think one more ring as the 1 or 2 best guy, or even like an MVP or something like a top tier achievement, I think you have to give it to him, because at the end of the day, we never seen somebody play this good this long. That's me. But go ahead.
Now, what I was saying was, look, the super teams of the past, like Slim is knocking LeBron because LeBron kind of inorganically created his own good team, because obviously the organizations that he was with wasn't willing to do it, and he was in his trash city. Nobody, he asked guys to come to Cleveland. Nobody wanted to come to Cleveland. So when you're in a situation like that, like when you look to the super teams of the past, they were able to build super teams, but it was always at the expense of the player. So when you talk about, like, we could just go from the 80s, because anything before the 80s is probably not, what we consider as modern basketball. You go to the 81 Lakers. Think of some of the things that they did to get those draft picks. They completely
finesse
the lottery system. Hold on, you got teams like the Boston Celtics who drafted Larry Bird while he was still in college. That's a finesse move. You had teams like the Lakers saw seedling organizations or idiot owners in the Cavs and said, "Oh, we'll give you JoJo Trash for your lottery pick. Come on with the pick," and then it ends up being the number 1 pick. And then you get the number 1 pick in Magic. Then the next year you're able to, the following year or a few years later, you're able to get Worthy, and you're just able to completely stack talent and make it unfair. So when organizations are able to finesse and bend the rules and do things, it's okay. So you go to the 81 Lakers, 5 Hall of Famers, 5 Hall of Famers, 2 of them in their prime. The 82 Sixers, 5 Hall of Famers, 2 in their prime. Because remember what Slim was talking about. It doesn't matter if you were in your prime in the moment. It's just matter where you drafted or how you was performing in the league. 84 Celtics, 5 Hall of Famers, 4 in their prime. Wonder how they got them. The way organizations finesse, you underplay players and you trick them into signing long-term contracts, or 2, you finesse other teams out of draft picks that they don't think are valuable. Then you have the 96 Bulls, 3 Hall of Famers. They were all 3 in their prime.
Right.
2008 Celtics, 4 Hall of Famers, 4 in their prime. But do we blame the Celtics? No. KG's hand was forced, right? KG's hand was forced. Paul Pierce was with a bad Boston Celtic team for the majority of his career. They had signed, what's his name, Antoine Walker, to a bad contract, almost $100 million deal. Then you go to the 2010. Then we get to the 2010 Heat. They had 3 Hall of Famers, 3 in their prime. 3 Hall of Famers and 3 in their prime does not compare to some of the teams that we've seen in the past before them. It doesn't even compare. So to act like they was the first one to do it is a lie. LeBron wasn't the first. He just said, I'm going to take my career into my own hands because he wanted a legacy in basketball that was long lasting. He wanted to go down amongst the greats and stand in Cleveland for his entire career. He was never going to be looked at as one of the greats of the game. I don't care how y'all try to slice it. Stand with that one team shit. That one team shit is going to have you looking bad. Just like all the other guys that try to stay with one team. Look at Dirk's career because he stayed with one team. Oh, Dirk, great job. 1 championship.
Right.
But you ain't in my goddamn top 10.
If Giannis don't be careful, he gonna be on that same trajectory.
What I'm saying, all that loyalty is gonna have us when it's all time said and done, and we looking at your resume. All right, well, I don't have a point system for loyalty. I can judge you based on what you did, though, and you stay with this trash organization. This is one of the things that hurt Kevin Garnett. He should have left sooner. Then we would probably talk about him in the likes of a Tim Duncan. He didn't get blessed with a great situation like Tim Duncan was blessed with a great situation. So, I mean, y'all push narratives about all this stuff, but it's usually a reason for these guys.
That's all you do, nigga. That's all you do.
LeBron has never played on the super team.
No, I don't care about super teams because what is the NBA if there's not something super or if there's not a team that's looked at as the giant? There's always a giant. There's always a Goliath.
It's not no loyalty in the NBA. The franchise don't have no loyalty to a player. So why should a player have loyalty to a franchise?
Watch this. Moving forward, you're going to see what it looks like without a super team in the NBA. When he retires, but what I'm saying is prior to him doing what he did through free agency, the way he did it, you won't ever see that again, bro. You're never going to see that again.
But whether the organization does it or LeBron does it, what's the difference? Was the Lakers a super team, yes or no?
The difference is the balance. The balance.
I'm saying, but was the Lakers? It's no balance because these teams are dynasties. So
wait, what Lakers team are you talking about?
Because they stayed together.
I understand that, but they built that team with Norm Nixon, with James Worthy, with all these great players on the same team. That was a super team. They dominated the league with Kareem, Magic, Norm Nixon. All these guys are all stars.
Kareem wasn't drafted to the Lakers, bro.
I understand that. I'm saying what I'm saying is, so that team, regardless if the organization put it together or a player said, I want to play with this guy or that guy, it was still a super team, was it not?
But the balance in the NBA, bro, when you take players in free agency, when you take all these players from one free agency,
how is there balance when the Lakers are dominating the league?
The NBA is not kindergarten basketball where, hey, Johnny, go join.
The league is AAU style right now,
it's not fair. It's always going to be better teams. It's always going to be
right.
See, the thing is, there's no balance. You don't want balance. You always want a Goliath to slay. Like when the NCAA tournament is one of the most watched basketball events because we can tune in and we damn near might see a 1 seed lose to a 16. That's like one of the best thrills in basketball to watch. So again, we love seeing. I don't want to win. Do you know the most boring games in the NCAA tournament? The most boring games in the NCAA tournament is when you have the most equal teams playing against each other.
Trash team. Yeah, I know. I understand.
Lamar,
we don't want to see that shit. I want to see David versus Goliath. I want to see the LeBron versus the super team Warriors, which was a great time in basketball shit. I want to see that shit. I don't want to see no equal. Oh, you got 2 stars and I got my 2 stars and let's go at it. I fuck that. I want to see it. I want to see the battles.
Lamar, hold on.
So can we admit that?
This the point. Hold on, wait, y'all. This is the point that I was saying about there ain't no point attacking errors because every error you nitpick with these same thing with the super teams. But also, Slim, to your point, where you kind of wrong at, because yes, we can agree that the teams might have been equal, not on equal playing form, and it also you got to think about it. It's been like this over the time in NBA. So one, you're not necessarily telling the truth about history, but then 2, you also have to give LeBron credit because of a lot of people have tried this formula that he did, and besides the Warriors, no other team has doing it so far. KD done been on 3 of these versions of that, and he only won it with the Warriors. You got to think about that. So you still have to, even if you don't like how he did it, and that's why I said sometimes you got to avoid this conversation of nitpicking people errors, because there's a lot of stuff to nitpick. Like y'all was talking about LeBron is the greatest driver of basketball, but then somebody gonna nitpick, well, for the second half of his prime, it wasn't really no big man because it was small ball error, but that's not necessarily fair because all LeBron can do is lace him up, get on the court, and play what you can do. But so that's why you have to like avoid that and just look at what we have to see on the product on the court, what you do or what the team is. Because like the same from what I'm talking about, the entertainment part, people don't want to see even when the Spurs was making them, the Spurs and the Nets played. Nobody wanted to see that, but that was the basketball we got. People wanted to see LeBron versus Kobe. We want to see the people that we know, the stars that we know. So you got to understand, it's still a business at the end of the point of the day, and you can't dock nobody because it's not even. No, it don't matter if it's even or not. Did you win? He won. Did you dominate? He dominated. It don't, because LeBron can't control that if the Charlotte Bobcats make a good team. LeBron can't control if the Spurs gonna keep up. Jordan can't control teams added to the league. Bird can't control them. Like that's why you can't dock players for something they can't control, bro. That's it. We have to accept that. No matter if you like it.
Okay, like you see how dudes just hold on one second. Let me say one thing. You know how dudes blame LeBron for the super team era? Like, look at Dame. Like, he showed Portland all his loyalty, and it's not for sure that they're gonna trade him to where he want to be traded. They ain't never put winning pieces around this dude. So if a dude want to leave for the better of his career, if he want to be a winner, that's what they gonna do.
But you're comparing.
So we blaming LeBron. We blaming LeBron for bettering his situation. Yeah, y'all saying he went to go play with. What you say?
No, we're not. You're comparing LeBron. You're holding LeBron to the standard of the GOAT. You're not holding Damian Lillard and Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and KD to the standard of the GOAT. The standard of the GOAT.
Yeah, but my thing, Slim, is this: we can kind of progress in this conversation a little bit. I've always said this. I said there's not one path to being the GOAT. Everybody that's been looked at as the GOAT in NBA history has done it in their own unique way. Bill Russell at a time, to Jabbar, to when it left Jabbar's hands, one could say it went to Jordan. And then now as it's transitioning from Jordan to others, we can look to the guys like LeBron. Jordan didn't do it like his predecessors. Correct. Kareem didn't do it like his predecessors. So why all of a sudden are you holding LeBron to a GOAT standard that completely matches, almost identical to Jordan, when you know that you can be the GOAT in different ways? Because if it was identical, if you wanted to look for somebody that almost took an identical path, then it's probably Kobe.
No, but we're not talking about
Lamont. Real quick, Lamont. It's done that way because it's convenient
for errors.
They do it that way. They do it that way because it's convenient. Because I heard someone up here say, winning is important. Oh my God, he built this dynasty. He won 3 back-to-back. He won 3 in a row and then won another 3 in a row. That don't trump an 8P.
Let me ask you a question.
Trump an 8P.
Let me ask you.
Then we forget. They made Jordan the all-time best player ever after his 3rd ring. He didn't have more than Kareem.
Yeah, but
this is what I'm saying. It's convenient to make these ridiculous ass arguments for Michael Jordan.
But bro,
because at the end of the day, when you have a player who is all around better than Michael Jordan, able to lead a team, carry a team, and actually get them to the promised land, somehow, some way, that's bad. Then we have to look at the finals. Hold up, I'm not done. Somehow, some way, we got to look at the finals record. I remember watching the NBA. It was an achievement to get to the finals. It was an achievement. Now, all of a sudden, if you get there and lose, we got to knock that against you. I can sit here and say Jordan wasn't able to get there. Jordan played 15 years. He wasn't good enough to get there past 6 times. I can make that argument.
Bro,
You have a
When
player
Will was
who's been in the finals more than
separated
half
Bill
of his
Russell-
career, and somehow, some way, that's not great.
That was a bad take, bro. Because
Yo,
it don't
bro,
matter.
what
It don't
separated
necessarily- it don't
Bill
necessarily
Russell
matter.
from
No,
Will
it don't.
Chamberlain
No, hold
was
on,
the
bro.
fact
I
that Bill
disagree
Russell
with
was
you.
winning.
It was an accomplishment to get to the finals.
But you
That
can't
used
say
to be an
So why Jerry?
accomplishment.
So why Jerry West don't get more love? He went to the finals.
Jerry
He
West
should
was
get
1
more.
and 9 in the
He
finals.
Why
should
he don't
get
get
more.
more?
He should get
That's
more
why,
love.
because he was 1 and 9.
Hold
So
up,
end of the
hold
day,
up.
bro.
Jerry West used to get a lot of love, but until LeBron James started going to the
not
finals
really.
and losing,
Not really.
LeBron James started going to the finals and losing. So now we're gonna sit here and say your finals record is your entire career.
Wait, but hold on, wait, but you're wrong too, because until LeBron started going to the finals, people did not appreciate you making it to the finals as an accomplishment.
That's not true, bro. That is not true.
That's a fact.
No, it was a knock against Jerry West that he was 1 and 9 in the finals.
It was an accomplishment to get to the finals, bro.
I remember players like Reggie Miller getting into the finals. I remember when Iverson got to the finals.
I'm about to say
how much
Iverson?
of an accomplishment it was. Like, so I've seen it. Like, even when
That's because of how trash his team
even
was.
when the Supersonics got to the finals, that was a big time accomplishment for that team.
No,
you can talk about Barkley leading the Suns to the finals.
They
Like,
didn't get
it
him
was
love,
an
LeBron.
accomplishment.
That's
Let's
not
not
true.
act like
Why
it
are we
wasn't.
sitting here trying to pretend like getting to the finals wasn't an accomplishment?
I did
Well,
not say it
okay,
was.
according to your logic,
All right, so nigga, that's
according
why
to
I
your
brought up
logic,
Jerry
then the
West.
Buffalo
Why Jerry
Bills is
West
the
don't get
greatest
more
fucking
love?
football
West
team
do
Jerry
get
ever.
West
love.
does get love. It just
They
recently
made him the
switched
whole
now. All of a
logo.
sudden, your finals record is your entire career.
Let me
Where
ask
got
you a
Jerry West
question.
Where you got Jerry West all time?
That made Jerry West the
Hold
whole
on, I have a
logo.
question.
What
Is
you mean
Jerry
he
West
don't
an
get love?
all-time? Is Jerry West an all-time great player?
Answer the where do you got Jerry
Yes,
West?
he is.
Jerry
Yes,
West
he
is in
is.
my top 50.
But
Top
he's but
50?
okay, but if he was 9 and 1, if he was 9 and 3, if he was 6 and 4 in the
Jerry
finals, you'd
West
have
top
him higher.
25. Jerry West is top
Jerry
25.
West is easily top 25. Like, that's crazy.
He in my top 50.
No, he's not.
All right, so
Jerry West a great
let you
player.
know he don't
Bro,
get any respect, nigga.
Bro, they made this man the whole logo. What you mean he don't get love?
He just said he top 50.
He
Jerry
is
West
top
is a top
50.
25, top 25.
I believe Jerry West is the top 75 player, is he not?
He's a top 25 player.
He's a top
Easy.
25 player.
But he's top 75, right?
He's easily
top
top.
He's part of
25.
that list, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Even with his finals
SB, I
record.
don't know what's wrong with that nigga. SB.
Even with his finals record.
But you just proved yourself wrong because you.
No, I said he's in my top 50. That's all I said.
Your
But
logic
that's
that you
the
care
point,
about making
bro.
the finals. Jerry
If he
West
had more rings, bro,
Hold on,
he
wait,
would be
listen,
higher on your
wait,
list.
Wait,
No,
Jerry
bro. I
West-
think,
hold
bro,
on,
bro,
wait,
making
But
the finals
LeBron
is
got
different.
4 rings though, y'all.
better
Are
than
y'all
him?
forgetting that?
Hold up.
Wait, y'all.
I think
do know that for a
there's
period of
better
time.
LeBron got 4
players than
rings,
Jerry
not
West.
1 and 9 in the playoffs.
Hold up, I'm entitled to my opinion, am I not? I believe there are 49 other players better than Jerry West. That's just my opinion.
No, your
Okay.
opinion is. Hold on, wait. Listen, your opinion is valid, right? Jerry West, but from the logic that what you appreciate, you not giving Jerry West the same love because Jerry West was.
Hold up, I'm giving him his love.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Go ahead. My bad, bro.
You misinterpreting what he's saying.
No. Let me finish.
He's not saying that Jerry West is like 50 or 49. He's basically saying he has him in his top 50. Where in the top 50? Y'all just need to ask him. But
I asked him.
yeah, like what? So what I'm saying is he just threw out there. It just sounded to me like he just threw out there top 50, so you have a range.
Okay,
but I don't think he meant that he's like 50. Like
nah, but Lamont, you ain't let SB finish. SB was about to touch on something. Let SB finish.
Because hold on, wait. Because the whole point of what we argued about, like I said, let me finish my point, was if he had Jerry West in the top 25, he would never say top 50. So once he's saying top 50, he said he got Jerry West around that 50 range. So you probably got Jerry
25
West 40.
and 50.
Oh, wait. You got 40 to 50, right? About 40 to 50, right? Correct, bro?
Correct.
Right. But now I'm saying this is the same guy. If going to the finals is kind of like you say, this guy went to finals a large amount of times, and he was so great one time. He's the only player to get a finals MVP on a losing team, and he has a championship. So I feel like you should, by your logic for what I'm hearing, for what you appreciate, he should get more love.
Oh, okay, but I just don't base you off your finals appearances.
You don't think Jerry West did a lot? Do you know everything Jerry West accomplished in his career? Jerry West
I understand everything else Jerry West accomplished in his career. I'm just sitting here saying
he only was
I'm
losing to Bill
addressing Slim's
Russell, nigga.
point.
That's
Hold on, SP. I came up here to address what I thought was bullshit, because every time we hear these conversations, I hear finals records brought up. I'm 40. I remember when going to the finals was an accomplishment. Getting into the playoffs was an accomplishment. Being great at your position was an accomplishment. Being able to lead your team and carry your team was an accomplishment. These are all traits LeBron James has, but he shit on about, and we nitpick to try to knock the man's legacy.
Where's Karl Malone on your list, bro?
I agree.
I want to respond because.
Hey, hold on, wait. Hey, can we do one thing, bro? Please let people finish their takes, bro. Please.
All right, wait. Nah, I want to respond because FYF he touched on something right before I came on, and it's like how we switched up, how we look at, like the GOAT debate ever since, because of Michael Jordan, and they trying to make it the standard. And I feel like it could be different standards for who we consider like the GOAT, because. Like Mike, he stayed with his team. He won 6 chips and things like that. But that wasn't the standard when we was calling Kareem the GOAT, when they was calling Bill Russell the GOAT. And now, why does that have to be the standard for LeBron too?
Because it's convenient.
Main thing,
and also the whole Jerry West thing. It was an accomplishment. They did praise Jerry West. They made him the whole logo, and the dude was a damn loser his whole career. And it was an accomplishment to make it to the finals. They just want to count losses because they want to diminish LeBron James.
That's why we know that's true, because there was albeit a short period of time, there was a period of time where Wilt Chamberlain was looked at as the GOAT, even though he had a losing record in the finals.
Correct. Right.
So we know that a lot of these older fans don't really truly care about just the finals being the end all be all to everything. Because there was a point in time where a guy who had a losing record in the finals was the GOAT. He just got passed up by a guy who not only was a better winner, I feel like he's a better player, and that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So it took a lot, but Kareem did it a different way. Wilt did it a different way. Bill did it a different way. Jordan did it a different way. Now we have LeBron, and it's just all of a sudden when LeBron's here, he has to duplicate everything that Jordan did. Otherwise, he can't get to the top of this mantle, and it's just like, hold on. When all of a sudden we have to start matching everything up perfectly just to say a guy passed up another guy. It's never been like that in any other GOAT conversation between no other two players until we get to and people only say he has to win more championships because they all know that's the most unlikely thing to happen for LeBron.
Right. We've been saying that.
It's more likely than not for LeBron to win the individual. It's more likely for LeBron to win the individual accolades. So you shy away from the individual because those are very possible.
Lamar,
so
likely.
The most
okay, if you want to eliminate rings, if you want to eliminate rings, Lamar,
ring, bro.
We don't have a problem with that.
No,
if you want to eliminate
the
ring conversation,
why you mention rings? Because and we know.
But do you realistically
lie and say if LeBron James joined another super team on a minimum deal, you wouldn't care as long as he won? We know.
Who cares about that at year 21, bro? Who's sitting here making a big deal at year 21?
I didn't say that.
But like Lamont, I'm glad you said that shit, bro. Because if LeBron James, like you said, took a minimum deal and went to the Suns, the uproar from Jordan fans would be tremendous.
It ain't just Jordan fans. LeBron
bullshit. He's
LeBron fans too. I'm
would have a problem with that. I would truly be able to sit here and say he's ring chasing if he did that.
Right.
That's why it's so difficult to talk to LeBron fans, because you guys don't move on common sense and logic. Y'all move on so much emotion.
Bro,
because in year 21, hold on. In year 21, if he makes that move, anybody with common fucking sense or logic is not tripping on that shit. If he makes that fucking move. So if you as a LeBron fan are tripping on that shit, then what that tells me is you don't give a fuck about the winning anyway. All you care about is the stats.
We care about winning too, but when you go to
able to don't give a fuck about winning, bro.
Right. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. What I'm saying is the reason why we know what you're saying about this year 20 shit is all cap is because the one thing that LeBron James fans say about him, one of his best attributes is his longevity. The man is going into year 20 and he really don't look like he's having no significant drop off.
That's why
he's still looking like I said. You can't tell me, Slim. Hold on, Slim. You cannot tell me. I'll even give you top 20 player by year 21. If a top 20 player joins your team, I don't care if you try to finesse and act like, oh, he's older, but this is not your normal older player. LeBron is not normal. So the thing is, we all know Slim.
Why are you saying stop it?
The fact that you're denying. No. Slim's just talking. He's just chatting. What I'm saying is, Slim, you know, just like we all know, if LeBron took a minimum deal to go join and form another super team, and that team looked unbeatable on paper, you, with all the other Jordan fans, would be in an uproar. And if he won championships, no, he didn't. If he won championships, you would not count not a lick of them. Don't act like paper. And you most definitely would not use those championships to elevate him over Jordan.
Nope.
How
good do you think LeBron is right now? Like what
I would elevate him over Jordan, bro. What I said is that I would not argue as hard.
You said
I never said I would elevate him over. I said I'd give you guys your argument. I wouldn't argue and give you as much resistance if he did that and won 3 in a row. That was what you said. I said if he did that, you wouldn't hear an argument as much as you do. No, you said if LeBron goes join Phoenix and they run off 3 in a row, what would you say about that?
I made my point. When I made my point about I said one more ring, but he had to be the first and second option on the team. Because I said it is, because you got to respect the fact that it is starting to get ridiculous that bro is still this good this long, bro. You're gonna have to credit it at some point, no matter if you hate longevity or not. You got to credit it.
Longevity is not the only thing that qualifies you as a GOAT. He can't just put that one thing on your
just saying that, though, bro. How do you act like it's just longevity, though?
Who said it's just
longevity is what has him in the conversation.
Slim, what's your best? Slim, what's the basketball player best ability?
The basketball player best ability. That's a phrase, bro. No, that's a phrase. When you say
your best ability is to be available.
He's available. Okay. Well, what is availability, bro? Was he available this year? Was he available this whole? Hold on. Was he available? How many games did he play?
Did he play in the Western? Did he finish the season?
Yes, he finished the season, bro. But your availability goes out the window if he's not playing. If he's not playing all year long,
give Slim that argument when you up here giving Jordan love, and he played coming off that injury and playing 17 games. I don't know, bro.
2 games a year almost.
Bro does not think LeBron could pass Jordan, bro. That's his opinion.
Slim, your availability goes out the door if you don't finish the season. But if you still playing, no matter, because everybody injured, everybody had knick-knack injuries in and out the season, bro. So that's why I'm like, that's why I said like y'all went down this Pandora's box and went away from what the real conversation was, trying to nitpick errors because everybody error could get nitpicked, bro. Y'all went down a hole. That's why I said sometimes you can't open that box because everybody error. I think the one who probably got the least is the 2010. Besides that, every error from this point, you can nitpick something that players took advantage of. That's
right, but I wasn't on the error. He had asked me, what does he have to do? I said, if he got the 6. I said, if he got the 6.
We got you, Slim.
Right. It don't matter how he get there, as long as he get to 6.
Yeah, as long as he get to 6. Hold on.
He could be on the bench all goddamn season.
I got a couple new people. Let me hear from Desto, and then I got to hear from Mac Def and Khalil. Go ahead, Desto.
Oh, from the title of the video.
Yeah, just I'm saying I don't know if you, and this is really for people who don't have LeBron as the GOAT already. So if you got him as the GOAT already, then I'm gonna probably move on. I just want to hear from the people who don't have him as the GOAT. Is there still a window opportunity for him to come take it? And what does he need to do to come get it? We heard Slim say he's gonna have to at least win 3 championships or whatever number he said, and hopefully a whole bunch of other weird stuff. But
okay, well, yeah. You could skip me. Tyson already knows. So.
All right, hold on. Let me get to. So he got him as the GOAT already.
Yeah.
Hold on. Before LeBron, who did you have as the GOAT?
Mike.
And then, what did LeBron do in his career that elevated him over MJ?
I just saw how well-rounded his game became and how it resulted in winning and how long he was great at doing that. And that's what propelled it. When he from the time when he went back to Cleveland to the time to LA, like that's around the time where he became my GOAT because I saw that he became a good 3-point shooter. His playmaking was there, his defense was there. His playoff success became there, and he was just doing it longer than anybody I've ever seen, and he's still doing it. So it's still like building his resume up in that case. So just being great for how long, just being as good as he is, and for how long he's been great while winning, that's what did it for me.
There you go, right there. So he ultimately passed up MJ. You told us why. Let me get to let me go to MacDef. He was here. MacDef. I don't know who your GOAT is right now. Who's your GOAT right now, and what's the window opportunity for LeBron to pass him?
For LeBron, like I said earlier, I think LeBron has to just add more to his resume, write a great script. I think it would be dope if he played with Bronny in the NBA. I think he can get a couple more rings. I think he could go to the finals a couple times, win that Western Conference MVP or something. Like, he just has to add a little bit more to his resume. I don't think that, but other than that, I don't know.
But here's a window opportunity,
I guess.
All right, so maybe there's not with you. GOAT, we got MLE, man. What's good? You ain't been here in a minute, but you wanted to pull up, man. What you got, man? MLE, you with us?
Yo, man, you just skipped Khalil, didn't you?
I'm gonna go to.
He did. Lamont ain't got no respect for me, man.
Yeah, disrespectful, man. Disrespectful.
The nigga never shout me out in the comment section. He shit on Cleveland every chance he get. I mean, the man just ain't got no respect for me. That's just that simple. And
I got you, Khalil, bro.
I appreciate that, SB. I got Stockholm syndrome, man, because I support his channel, and the man hate me. But no, anyway. Salute to everybody. SB, MacDev.
Salute, Khalil.
Who else on the panel? I don't think I know nobody else. Oh, I know Jared. Outside of that, man, it's a pleasure for you niggas to meet me, the ones that don't know me.
This nigga's stupid.
No,
man, get
honestly,
on with
Lamont,
your take, man.
No,
you know you got
for
LeBron
real.
as a GOAT anyway.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I really
he's got
don't.
LeBron.
I got my current.
I
I
can't
got
hear myself.
Kareem.
What the
I got
fuck is wrong
Kareem.
with
I got Kareem. I got Jordan. Then I got LeBron. The only thing to me LeBron has to do to pass Michael
Let
Jordan
him finish this
Nobody
take.
can hear me.
Who is talking?
Let him
Yeah,
finish this
Hold
take.
on. Is that atmospheric?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, hold on. I'm coming right to you as soon as Khalil done. All right, we hear you.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, no. The only thing LeBron has to do, really, in order to pass Michael Jordan at this point, is retire. I don't like putting players, ahead of players that's already submitted their legacies ahead of other guys. So at this point, LeBron just retire, and he'll be at my number 2 spot. I don't really like to really compare MJ and Jordan. LeBron and Jordan, because they play 2 totally different positions. The responsibilities is a lot different. The eras is completely different. I like to base it off, eras. So, like, I believe, of course, Michael Jordan was the man in the 90s, Kareem in the 60s and 70s. You had Larry Bird and them in the 80s, Magic and them. But then you had the Kobe, Shaq, and Tim Duncan era in the 2000s, then the LeBron era. So that, to me, is the real way you should go about doing it, because you can't take Michael Jordan and put him in LeBron's draft on the Cavs and see what he did. That's the only way you can really tell, and vice versa. So I don't like comparing it, to be honest. I mean, it's fun, barbershop talk and everything, but at the end of the day, all of these guys are great. You don't have to tear down Michael Jordan or tear down LeBron James in order to uplift the other one. I'm 41 years old, so I had the pleasure of watching Michael Jordan's 1990s career. The dude had a vice grip over the whole league. You know what I'm saying? And it was a fun thing to see.
Right.
I just don't like doing all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you got people that don't give LeBron credit for nothing he do. The man just became the all-time leading scorer. The object of basketball is to put the ball into the basket. And nobody has done it more than LeBron James. And now I'm hearing people say that, oh, well, he took a lot of three-point shots. So if you take all of the three-point shots that LeBron made and convert them into two-pointers, he still passed Kareem in points. And people, it's like everything this guy does. He won in 2020. Oh, it's the bubble ring. It doesn't count. He went against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Oh, they're just kids. That doesn't count. He went against the Spurs. Oh, that's because them niggas was old and they really wasn't doing shit. Like, they shouldn't even been there. He went against the 2016 against the Golden State Warriors. Oh, Draymond Green missed the game and Andrew Bogut was out. So, like, it don't matter. As a LeBron fan, it don't matter what he does. People gonna always have something negative to say about him. I've never seen a fan base so illogical in my life. like basketball fans are the most illogical fan base. I'm a huge boxing fan. I truly believe it's about who you fight versus how many fights you got. You know what I'm saying? Like LeBron James has went up against great teams like the San Antonio Spurs, like the Golden State Warriors, and then he went up against some not so good teams like the Miami Heat in the bubble. So like it really don't matter what this dude does at any point. Like he could go on to win the next 2 championships with this same Laker team, and people will be calling it a super team. I mean, I'm hearing this slim guy sit up in here and talk about LeBron fucked up his legacy when he left the Cavs, and like, dude, you're not a Cavs fan, so why the fuck do you care? Like, I'm from Cleveland, born and raised. You know what I'm saying? I felt like he should have left. He did what he was supposed to do. He did what he did. Shut the fuck up and let me finish my thought. You been up here all damn day.
Man, you a weak ass motherfucker, bro. You speak on emotion, man.
Sound like a fucking bum ass.
Speak like a bitch, bro.
Shut up and let me finish my thought. You had your chance. You ain't said shit since you've been up here. But anyway, like I said, guys like this, look at how he discredited LeBron James now. So you mean to tell me that if LeBron, like y'all made the point earlier, if he went to the Suns on a minimum deal and strung off a couple of more championships, that people like this wouldn't still criticize him? This is what people like him do. And it's people like him that fuck up the basketball community. He's sitting up in here condemning LeBron fans and all of this stuff, but he a avid Kobe Bryant fan. I've heard him on panels before sounding stupid as hell when he's trying to defend Kobe Bryant. He don't even know how to defend the dude right. Like, that's all this dude do is sit up in here and create narratives. And there's people with his mentality that fuck up the basketball community. It's okay to like
LeBron
Kobe,
James fans,
just like it's okay to like LeBron. It's okay to like Michael Jordan. It's okay to like Stephen Curry. I'm hearing people try to shit on Stephen Curry. It's okay to like whoever you like. It's all about your preference. Basketball is subjective. To me, there really is no main GOAT, because it's unfair to the rest of the league and the rest of the history of the players when you put somebody that didn't play in their era ahead of them.
You were snapping, but did you ask the question though, Khalil? You were just snapping, but I don't know if you.
He said Kareem is his GOAT.
Yeah, he had Kareem and Jordan.
When LeBron James retires, he
did
LeBron just past Kareem though.
He answered that earlier. He did answer that.
He answered it.
Damn, I know you was going crazy.
And my only issue, and I'll leave it to the panel as well, is that LeBron James fans, do they give him too many passes?
Yes,
that's my issue. It's like,
well, everybody does that. Make that. At the end of the day, Michael Jordan.
We don't give no passes to nobody else.
Yes, they do. We spent this whole stream. We spent the first portion of this stream listening to people give Michael Jordan a pass for his first 7 years.
Exactly.
So again, if we don't truly get it, the thing is, I understand, like Khalil said, logical basketball fans understand that most basketball players outside of Bill Russell fail, especially in regards to winning, more than anything. It's like, if you consider winning the championship, if that's what winning is, then most players fail more in their career than they actually do win. Most players are struggling just to get one, maybe two. If you get more than one or two, you're lucky. That means you were either superiorly great or you just with a really good organization. So again, I think we putting too much of I always say we put too much of an emphasis on winning, because even Jordan proved early in his career that just as great as Jordan was in his career, as great as Jordan was those first 7 years, he lost his ass off, and nobody truly looked at his team as a threat. Jordan truly didn't get looked at as a threat until he got a team and a good organization behind him.
When he had a squad, what happened?
That is the point. So, Mac Def, what I'm saying is, how would we be able? If Jordan finished his career, let's say Phil Jackson didn't come till the second three-peat. Let's say he didn't join the Bulls until 96, and he ran off a three-peat then. But he had statistically great years and maybe some good playoff runs with Scottie Pippen leading up to that point. They just fell short because they didn't have the coaching. And he runs off a three-peat 96 to 98 like we saw before. Would you still be able to say he was the GOAT?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Can I finish? Hold on.
Mac,
let me answer. It's not cap. Let me tell you why. first of all, it's a three-peat. That's number one. Second of all, he's still undefeated in the freaking finals. He ain't lose on the biggest stage. And number three, he was still proved to have been more clutch. And that's a hypothetical. My point with LeBron James fans is who's a LeBron James fan up here?
Everybody fans of LeBron.
Oh, okay. Does LeBron James get a pass for 2014?
What do you mean
a pass? Like,
what does that mean?
I'll explain it.
This is that low hanging argument. This is that low.
I'm just asking the question.
Talk, Mac Def.
You don't have to explain it. I know
that low grade basketball talk, Mac Def.
I know what you mean by that, Mac Def. You don't have to explain what you mean. I know. I'll answer the question. When you break down 2014, that was the year that they lost to the Spurs, 4 games to 1, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
So basketball is a team game, is it not?
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So when you look at what LeBron James did individually in that series, he was the best player in the series. Dwayne Wade and them didn't hold up their end of the bargain. So when people sit here and talk about super team, the Miami Heat was a super team. Why didn't they help out? Where was the super team at?
Isn't that still a pass, Khalil?
God, bro. Thank you.
Hold on. So hold on, but Mac Def.
That's still a pass.
See, this is what I mean.
No, it's not a pass.
What is a pass? Hold on, but Khalil, this takes me back.
No, it's not a pass.
Hold on,
If
Jared.
LeBron is out there balling, then where's the help at? Where's the super team?
Miami Heat? I know where they blame the others. The sixth player, the seventh player.
Mac Def did was prove exactly what I just said.
Why does Michael Jordan get a pass for 1990? Why does Michael Jordan?
Hold on, go James. This is what Mac Def just said proves exactly what I said. It proves that he wouldn't have Jordan as the GOAT without the first three-peat. It proves it because LeBron James in 2014 got his team all the way to the NBA Finals. Not only did he get his team to the NBA Finals, he upped his level of production from the regular season to in the playoffs. His points per game went up. To the finals, his points per game went up. What he averaged in the finals was greater than he did in the regular season. However, his team fell short. So what Mac Def just basically explained to us is that it don't matter, even if you play better than you did in the regular season, even if you get your team all the way to the pinnacle, to the NBA Finals, but you fall short to a better team, Mac Def will say,
a better team.
Are we gonna hold Mac Def is gonna say, are we gonna hold LeBron accountable for 2014 for losing in the finals? Even though LeBron James that year had not just a great regular season, he had a great playoff, and he statistically had a great NBA Finals. So, but as opposed to what did we say also? Great teams always beat the great player. So when you talk about the Spurs, they were the better team. They beat the best player. We've seen it. We've seen this all the time. So what I'm saying is, Mac Def, I want to know why you consider 2014 this massive failure simply because they lost the 7-game series at the pinnacle. Why does everything before that not matter? Why does the regular season not matter? Why does the playoff runs not matter? Why does the statistically great things that he did in the finals, why does that not matter? Why is it only about LeBron? Maybe LeBron should have averaged 37 a game. I don't know. What more did you want him to do?
I can answer that.
Why do you dumb it down to? Why do you dumb LeBron James' failures and successes down to him either winning or losing in the finals when you can't win them all? You can't win them all.
Because to them,
and then the problem with this winning all logic is that the only guy in NBA history that did goddamn win them all, most of y'all don't even have him as the GOAT anyway.
He didn't win them all. First of all, he lost.
I'm talking about Bill Russell, Slim.
I'm talking about Bill Russell. He lost one of those.
Hold on, Bill Russell did a shit ton more winning than a Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
hold on. You talking about 2 3-peats? Bill, what did Bill Russell do? Didn't he have
starting shit?
8 in a row.
So what I'm saying is, y'all don't really give a damn about championships and winning because none of y'all have Bill Russell as y'all GOAT. Y'all don't care. How
did he win those championships?
Y'all don't do what it. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care Bill Russell only did what it took to
Bill
win
was
championships in his
always
day and
on a
time.
team that had more talent.
Nah,
bro.
you don't even know what was on
And
the
7
team.
teams in the
Yo,
era.
Sam Jones was the leading scorer of that team,
Sam
bro.
Jones was barely
They had
averaging
Bob
double
Cousy
figures.
on that fucking
Stop it.
team, bro. They had
Stop
John
it.
Havlicek on that team. All Hall of
Stop it.
Famers, bro.
He only had 2
Stop
rounds
it.
in the playoffs.
Oh,
So MJ's the only one who went.
hold on, Slim.
I love
Slim.
starting
Slim.
shit.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Slim.
McDuff, you
Slim.
threw a grenade and walked away.
Slim.
That's
So
what you just did.
you're knocking Bill Russell because he played with.
No, you're trying to recreate your argument.
You just
that
said,
everybody
on the panel even
hold on,
talk yet.
Slim. You
Mac
just
Def
said
was
you
Bill
wouldn't
Russell.
knock LeBron if he joined the super team, yet you knocked Bill Russell because he played
Bro,
with
because
Exactly.
Bill Russell had all the greatest players in the game on his team in his
It don't
prime.
matter. Hold on. But Slim,
Yeah, he had a
you
lot.
just told us. Slim, you literally
He was the
just told us.
third leading scorer on that team, bro.
Slim. See,
Man,
Slim,
that's
this is your
nonsense.
hypocrisy.
That's
Exactly.
nonsense.
Hold on, y'all. I got this one.
That is a Johnny. What up, my boy?
Slim, your hypocrisy. The hypocrisy again. You just said if LeBron James signed a minimum deal and went to the Phoenix Suns, you wouldn't care. But now you want to talk about Bill Russell, who got goddamn drafted to the Celtics, did it all organically, right? But now you want to say you want to shit on his championships, even though it was organic the way you like to see
Because
it.
in
Now
his
you shitting
prime,
on him because he
bro,
played with
had
good players.
5 other Hall of Famers in his
Man, get out of
prime.
here. He didn't have no man. Come on, stop it, man.
That's
You just
why he's
saying
not
stuff to
considered
say.
the greatest now, bro.
No, he was considered the GOAT until a better player passed him up.
Until
in
there
Wilt.
was an expansion of more than 10 teams.
No, he was considered
Exactly.
the GOAT. Then Wilt considered the GOAT. Then Kareem was considered the GOAT. Then Jordan was considered the GOAT.
How many teams were in the league when Kareem
players
came in?
that passed the only players that passed Bill Russell
28?
were guys
Like
that were considered
12
the
when
GOAT.
Kareem started.
Stop it, man. So the thing is, that's how I knew you was lying about that super team stuff with LeBron.
No,
Because as soon
what
as we
you're
talk about
doing,
Bill,
man,
it's about
is-
super teams again.
No,
And
you
that was
gotta
organic.
come better with that Bill Russell.
No,
That
if
was
there's
a lie.
only
You
10
just
teams, you
lied
got
about all
bad
that.
math,
Hey,
man.
Mark.
You got horrible math, bro.
Hold
If
on,
there's
wait,
only
hold on,
10
wait,
teams in the league,
Y'all gonna keep our, hey, Mark.
He just
Exactly.
Hey,
he
Mark,
just
my
he
boy.
just
Hey, Mark.
If I get back to the 2014,
Hold
my
on, wait,
fault.
wait, y'all, Mark. The dude
Go
right
ahead,
here
go
down.
ahead.
Hold on, wait, the dude right here down with the GKW logo. That's my boy Johnny. He run Go James
hold on.
Kingdom.
Go ahead and
Hold on,
cook
wait,
everything.
let me finish. He said he's gonna start coming with it because he was a fan of how we did the debate thing. So you can hear how his take go. He want to join the league too.
Okay,
So,
we get him in.
That's
there.
what's up.
Put him up against McDuff.
Hold on. My bad. Hold on. Go James Kingdom. I got him. I'm gonna hold you for 1 second because I promised.
Why
Because
you
he's been
trying
here
to
for a
get
minute.
niggas killed, Khalil?
He Go James Kingdom. Hold on. Atmospheric something. He's been waiting for a long time to get his take off. I want to hear what he got to say.
FYF, you can kick me.
Who's that?
Salute to the panel, fellas.
No, I
Hey,
don't
salute
gotta
to you, bro.
No, you good, Destro.
No,
you good,
because
bro.
I feel like he needs to. Y'all trying to bring some other people up or what?
No, they on the
No,
panel.
he's
He's
already
already
here.
here.
They
No.
already
They already on the
Okay,
panel.
all right, bet, cool.
Yeah,
you
because
good
Mac
to
Def
go,
started
bro.
something. We got 3 people.
Yeah, no, hey,
No.
Harold, you still want to keep talking about the 2014 thing or what?
Y'all can go ahead, man.
No, let
Y'all-
everybody go so we can open the
Yeah,
panel.
let everybody go.
Oh.
Y'all can't
Yeah,
answer.
yeah,
It's cool.
go cook.
I won.
No, you didn't win anything, Harold.
Hey, let him go.
Let him cook.
Is Astro here? Because he was showing in the comments going crazy.
Yeah, are you muted, bro?
Oh, my bad, MacDef. MacDef, hit the link and come back in, MacDef. That was on me.
You would have kicked Mac Duff.
That was accident, MacDef. My
Oh,
bad.
hey, I want the sponsor, bro, that was talking about 2014. I don't know if he's still in here.
No, Harold
Mac-
got kicked out by accident.
The Astro
Yeah,
ain't
Mac,
here. Let
tell
us Johnny.
MacDef to hit the link again. That was my fault, MacDef. I didn't mean to do that.
If Astro ain't here, let Johnny and the A go with MLE go so we open the panel up. Let them go. We can knock this out.
Because I gotta shut this one down in a little bit. I gotta get to some hot yoga here in a minute.
Hi, yo. All right, bro.
What? You might as well leave now saying that bullshit.
Hot yoga.
Hold on. What's wrong with hot
Who's just on here knocking Bill Russell though?
Why you should just say do yoga? Why you have to say hot yoga?
That slim dude that like
Because it's hot in there. It's
that
like
ain't cold.
dude that like to
It's like
denigrate
99
everybody
degrees in
except
Just say I gotta go do
Michael
yoga.
Jordan, Kobe Bryant.
Who Matt Cat? He's friend.
Y'all minds just be in the gutter, man.
This dude just denigrate every player to try to uplift 2 players that's still great. They all
That's what I'm
still
saying.
great.
Like
Hey,
bro, we
MLE,
saying-
you with us?
And then he's sitting here talking about
Yeah,
LeBron.
I'm in here.
Like, dude, shut the hell up.
You can hear me?
That's what I'm.
Yeah, we hear you now.
I was gonna say the whole idea of I'm gonna give LeBron. Are we gonna give LeBron a pass for 2014? That's because you want to compare every single player to Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan won every finals. Like just because Michael Jordan won every finals, doesn't mean like he has to be the standard that everybody.
What type of help he had
when
though?
we talking about somebody being the GOAT. Like Lamont said, everybody before Jordan did this way, and niggas after Jordan, niggas after LeBron gonna do it they way. So I don't think we need to steady compare. Oh, well, he lost the final, so he can't be the GOAT. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, bro. The better team wins. I don't care if you're in the first round, second round, third round, finals. So I don't know.
I'm pissed a lot of Jordan fans off with this.
What you got for us, MLE?
I'm saying a lot of Jordan fans about to be mad, but if everybody got their own criteria, and I be hearing people say a little shit about LeBron, my bad, a little thing about LeBron. Oh, he went to a different team and all this other stuff, like running from the grind or whatever they want to call it. He ran for help or whatever. Would you put a player who they created rules to stop him from winning versus a player who they created rules and stuff to help him win? Which player would be better? The one who they created rules to stop him from dominating, or the one who they helped him dominate by changing
the
rules?
one that's better at basketball.
It don't matter.
Why it don't matter? Tell me why it don't matter.
All you can do is control what you can control.
That's it,
bro.
Hold on. I'm glad you said that part. You can only control what you can control.
He went to the plane, bro. Nobody cared, bro. That don't matter, bro.
It don't matter.
Michael Jordan don't own no league. Don't nobody own no league. It's the league decision to make a choice to any change of the league. It don't matter if it favor anybody or not. All your jobs.
They change rules for other players, not just Mike too.
No. This never happened to no other player to help them win except Jordan. Every other player, they created rules to stop. They pushed the free throw line
was just
back.
better than everybody, man. It wasn't
all
fucking rule changes. He was just better than everybody.
And even hold on, wait. Matter of fact,
hold on. Let me get him. Calm down, because all I speak is facts. You can Google this shit. MJ admitted it himself, my nigga. Like y'all just don't research.
That's what we going off.
Even if
go ahead, respond.
So I'll say I'll give you your point. Why does that still, once again, why does that matter? Did he produce on the court?
Because I was asking the question. You so hyped up to respond that you didn't even hear the question.
I'm talking gum. I'm not hyped at all. I'm telling you that still don't matter.
Then listen to the question.
It don't matter, bro.
It does matter. How don't it matter?
No, it don't.
Because if I could get a commissioner to change rules to stifle the team and help me win.
Yo, he was killing since day one. What the fuck they got to change?
Hold on. What you mean he was killing it since day one? What do you mean by that?
Since he got into the league, he was killing.
So he was winning. So he was winning since day one.
It's winning, dominating. It's winning.
Okay,
he was killing. He wasn't winning.
So be specific. He was losing. You think Jordan want to be killing and losing?
It's winning, dominating.
Yes, winning is part of dominating.
Just allow him to finish his take because the audio sound pretty bad.
Yeah, his audio is bad. I want everybody else to go so we can open the panel for the month.
Winning is part of dominating. What are you talking about? But if the man admitted himself that he went to them to help him get past the team, you're gonna put him greater than the person who don't have that type of juice.
What was the rule they had to get past?
Y'all hypocrites.
What was the rule?
What was the rule change?
When did flagrant foul start?
So a flagrant foul.
It's more than that. Hold on.
So wait.
It's more than flagrant fouls.
Flagrant. How many games?
It's more than flagrant fouls. The defensive. The defensive. What's that? 3 second rule.
Yo,
and you say how Jordan
reaching, son.
Teammates out to the 3-point line, and he got his man in the middle by himself. You never think that ever again.
The defensive, the 3 second.
He blocked zone defense. Hold on, if you listening, that's 3 right there. What are you talking about?
You reaching right now, cousin.
I'm not reaching.
Game already before.
You want to Google it? No, it wasn't. It was not, bro. What are you talking about? Research it. Go look it up.
I got the info if y'all want it.
Wait. Even if flagrant foul, does flagrant fouls determine why you win a game?
No, I said more than that. But if you going against a team that's bad at a lesser free throw team, and one of your best defenders gets thrown out. Yeah, that's putting the team in that you handcuffing the team.
Real quick, MLE, real quick, because Lamont got this guy's comment posted here. It says this room full of LeBron, LBJ D riders, and y'all still losing. So let me
not a LeBron
ask.
fan.
I just want to I just want to ask him this.
Wait, can I comment on
everybody else?
Debunk what I'm saying. That's what I want somebody to do.
Fan, you could be a Kobe Bryant fan or any other player. You name it. You okay? But if you a LeBron fan, you a D-rider. I just want to make sure that I got that.
That's what he meant. Yeah, that's what he meant.
It's the excuses. Lamont,
They the people who don't want to debate for some money. Anybody want to debate with some money?
Hold on, let me get
put your money up.
Hey, Lamont, I just wanted to get off that response to the Jordan losing this earlier.
Debate me and put the money up. That's all you gotta do.
I got you.
You don't want to do that, bro.
MLE, let me get to.
Nigga, I ain't lost. I never lost. Nigga, ask Lamont. I never lose.
All right, go ahead, Lamont.
Let me get to Aaron real quick. Let me get to Aaron.
Nigga, I'm in the Hall of Fame, boy. I never lose.
Hey, everybody that make the Hall of Fame ain't good, brother.
Aaron,
this one is.
Hey, I was just calling to say, you had said that Jordan fans we make excuses for his first 7 years. I don't think we make excuses.
I said in this conversation, I don't believe. Nope. No, most normal basketball minds don't attack Jordan 7 years because we all understand why he was losing. There's context to it. It's not like he was just throwing games and just selling the team. It was a reason why he was losing. And it had more so to do with the team and the coaching and the organization as opposed to Jordan. He wasn't playing in the system yet. And what I'm saying is why, when it comes to other players, specifically LeBron, they don't want to apply context to his losing. Like, I think obviously there were times when maybe the Bulls should have won, or maybe LeBron's team should have won, and they possibly lost. Like, one could say that they probably should have beat Orlando in the 95 year, but they lost. One could say that LeBron should have beat the Dallas Mavericks in 2011, but they lost. So sometimes you run into sticky situations like that where maybe they let you down in the moment. But for the most part, when these guys lose, especially when they have a really good team around them, there's a little bit of context that you can put around that. So I just think LeBron gets far too much blame for some of those early losses in his first 7 years when we know that the team around him wasn't optimal. And so when you talk about his failures, early on in the playoffs or against the Spurs, people really kill LeBron for that, even though Jordan – during his first 7 years, spent most of that time at home. He wasn't in the playoffs.
Now, wait, whoa.
He wasn't making significant runs.
No. He made the playoffs every year. He made the playoffs every year.
No. What I said was if he was in the playoffs, he was going home early.
But that's fair. But we can't – see, I don't bring that up because it's no need to bring LeBron up. LeBron didn't even go to the playoffs his first 2 years. But we know it's hard to get there in the first place. Like, nobody in here, wherever we work at, we start from the fucking bottom to get up. So motherfuckers losing early on ain't really no knock on nobody.
You can't deal with a losing record though.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get a second.
The rules was a little different back then, bro, because Jordan was making the playoffs in his first 2 years with sub 500 records. You do know
granted, but you're still, whatever it may be, you're still making the playoffs. But again, I don't really count it because I know how hard it is to get there. I don't know. Listen. Same thing with LeBron. I don't discredit him for not getting there his first 2 years because this shit ain't easy to get to the playoffs, let alone your first 2 seasons. So I don't knock LeBron for getting there. Where I start to go against him is once he got to the finals, right? Say we fuck the San Antonio loss. When compared to Mike, once he got there, he never fell off. We seen LeBron get there, lose, get there, lose, get there. My argument is once Jordan got to the top, it was no coming back. LeBron has got there, went up and down. I think we give the credit for losing in any other sport because I like to compare the sports. Hey, we don't count the great losing team. Go ahead.
Aaron, my only question to you was because I already say that.
I just want 1 minute, brother.
I don't like what he did to get there.
I got you. What I'm saying is, I don't take nothing away from Jordan. I say Jordan had dominated his era better than most players. I give him credit for that. But what I'm saying is, one thing
still in my top 3.
The one thing that I also understand is that LeBron is playing in a different era. LeBron plays in an era where if you're good for too long, players and organizations know how to now create super teams to come get you very quickly and go ahead and bring you back down to earth. This is the league that we live in now. And so LeBron
you still got to win.
Hold on. What I'm saying is,
you still got to win. You still got to do your thing and win, nigga.
No.
Everybody.
Hold on, Aaron. Hold on. All I'm saying is, just like we have context for when these guys lost, when they were with lesser help around him, when we see LeBron James consistently getting to the finals and losing, like, did you expect him to beat that Golden State Warrior team? Like when you really look at Jordan's competition in the finals, did you ever look at any of the teams that he faced in the finals and said they gonna beat Jordan and the Bulls?
Right, I'm gonna answer both. I'm gonna answer both.
You never. No, I know your answer.
Both of you.
I know your answer. There was never a team that anybody said could beat the Bulls in the 90s. There was no team that he faced in the finals that could beat him. Not predicted, Vegas odds, none. So again, LeBron has faced that. LeBron has went into the finals as an underdog. He's faced better teams.
I want to debate Joker's money.
There's been times that he's beat better teams as the underdog. Like, so there's things he's also done that are historically great in the finals.
We don't got debate. We just set the debate up, bro. There's no problem.
So all I'm saying is, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying,
I'm answering.
And all I'm saying is,
say less.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
And just like we give Jordan
for entertainment, but I'm gonna
hold on. Just like we give Jordan a 6-0, just like we give Jordan a 6-0, which is untouchable. There are certain things like the 3-1 comeback, and there are other things that he's done in the playoffs. And
you ain't never answered my question.
And Jordan was never able to match up either. I mean, Jordan
so this is what I'm saying. What couldn't he match up in? First, to go back to your question about him winning.
Well, the one thing that's impossible.
You a hooper, right? Listen, wait, because I'm gonna forget. You asked me a question earlier. You asked me a question earlier. I'm trying to answer you.
Did Jordan ever come back from a 3-1 deficit?
Did he ever? No, because he never put himself in that
position. That's bad.
So what I'm saying is,
you're punishing him for not losing.
So
got swept multiple times. What are you talking about?
Hold on, y'all. What I'm saying is, what y'all trying to do is we're talking about, Aaron, we're talking about if you have Jordan at the top, and we all know that LeBron is knocking on that door. If you understand he is knocking on that door, what does he need to do as he finishes out his career? If there's a window of opportunity for him to take that number one spot, I don't care who you have at the top. I'm not here to argue.
He has to get to 6. And he has to.
Why 6? Why 6?
It ain't gonna matter.
No, listen. Let's stop. We all ain't silly here, man. We know whoever's at the top. You have to get there.
Six. You don't got to get 6 though.
Why 6?
I might be gassing with 6. I might be gassing with 6. Give me 5. Give me 5, and you the MVP.
Okay, no, I'm asking you why 5.
Because he doesn't have to act. Just because he's playing long doesn't mean he's gonna be the greatest. He doesn't have the accolades. He doesn't have half the accolades Mike has. If you just go there,
you're right. He got more accolades.
No, he doesn't.
Actually, he does.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, if you count players of the month, he do. If you count players of the month,
but listen, he doesn't have more accolades. He doesn't have more accolades than Mike.
What is accolades?
MVP,
what is that
Finals MVP, defensive player of the year, steals leader,
if you're gonna say that,
scoring leader, 10-time scoring champion.
Say that, hell no. The problem is if you're gonna bring up accolades, you can't dictate what accolades are or aren't.
Exactly.
You can't exclude
what the fuck?
What I'm saying is,
we all have a consistent.
What
name all the accolades are,
and then you gonna know that he got more.
All I'm saying is, if you're gonna bring up accolades, then that means you open the door for LeBron fans to literally utilize every single accolade that's available to them, and you're not going to win that conversation. So that's what I'm saying. You want to stay away from accolades because then you're going to get. You're going to get. Hold on. The only thing you're going to get into there is if you really consider player of the month or player of the week an accolade.
That would probably be fucking LeBron if that's the case. But go down. No, but
it is an accolade. It more than just that.
More All-Star appearances. More All-Star appearances.
That's more All-Stars, more All-NBAs. Like it's going to be a lot.
More All-Star appearances.
So Jordan
does not have no more All-Star appearances.
No, I said LeBron. I'm saying LeBron. I said LeBron.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole. It's going to be a whole list of things.
You really want me to tell you?
No, it's not. Yeah, please. Please.
Accolades right now.
Aaron, you need to get away from them birds too, bro. You can hear birds chirping in your background.
I'm in the basement.
All right, let me turn my shit down. My bad. I'm on my phone
upstairs, so I can't really make too much noise.
Just mute your mic when you're not talking.
I got you, brother.
All their trophies.
Okay. Hold on. Here's the accolades. Here's. I'm gonna read off to you all of LeBron's accolades, and then I'm gonna run down. I'm gonna do Jordan's first. Jordan 6 championships. He has 14 All-Star games. He has 5 MVPs. He has 6 Finals MVPs. He has 10 all NBA first team. He has a total of 11 all NBA team selections. He has 9 defensive first teams. He has 9 defensive team selections. So that's 9, right? Another 9 accolades. He has defensive player of the year, scoring leader 10 times, and then steals leader. And then he was also rookie of the year. We also give Mike these right here. However you want to value these. If you consider this an accolade, most finals MVPs.
6 of those.
Hold on. He has the most defensive all first team selections. However you want to weigh that. If you want to go to analytics, he has the best.
That's just right. That's with the 9. That's with the regular 9.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm just running off. This is for Jordan. He has the best PER and he has the best box plus minus.
Nah, don't count those. Don't count those. That shit is
okay. Hold on. But the thing is, however it don't matter. Some people might use it as an accolade. I'm just telling you what's here. Now we run down LeBron's. So if we run down LeBron's, this is when it gets like kind of weird on you because he has 4 championships. Mm-hmm. He has 19 All-Star game appearances. He has 4 MVPs. He has 4 Finals MVPs. He has 13 All NBA first teams. He has 19 All NBA selections. He has 5 defensive first teams. He has 6 All Defensive Team selections. He has 1 scoring title, 1 assist title, and he also has the Rookie of the Year. If you go to the other accolades, like I did with Jordan, so he has the most All NBA selections in NBA history. He has the most first team All NBA selections in NBA history. He has the most points scored all time in NBA history. He has the most All-Star selections. He has the most playoff points scored in NBA history. He has the most playoff games won in NBA history. He has the most steals in playoff history. He has the highest win shares in NBA history. He has the most playoff game-winning buzzer beaters in NBA history. He has the best value over replacement. This is analytic in the regular season and both the playoffs. He has the most consecutive double-digit scoring games in the regular season. He has the most Player of the Week awards. He has the most Player of the Month awards. And then he has
Player of the Month.
Wait, can I answer?
Hold on one second.
I'm waiting for somebody to say it. That's what happens.
Hold on.
That's what happens.
Let me finish. Let me finish. What
Yeah,
I'm
just
saying
let him
is,
get it out. Let him finish.
Nah, downplay some accolades.
hold on. All I'm saying is, if you open the door and say Jordan has more accolades, you're just going to get into a conversation of what is an accolade and what's not an accolade. Because LeBron, by the number count, has more NBA accolades than Jordan. Now, if you want to talk about major awards, so if you want to say Jordan has more major awards, maybe there's a case there. But outside of that, he does not have more accolades. So don't play with the accolades and stuff like that. Don't play with that. Like Jordan's not going to win out there. You're going to have to beat him out somewhere else.
All right. Can I answer? Can I respond?
My thought with the winning, I just want to kind of move on because I got to shut this one down. My thought.
Don't let me not get my response.
Nobody count Player of the Week, Lamont.
Hold on.
Can I just say one thing?
Hold on.
We get the debate on another time, bro.
Why do y'all say nobody can? No, you don't.
I never heard anybody say Player of the Week.
Can I respond? Can I respond real quick?
What I'm saying is,
was asking you the question.
Because you never knew what an accolade really was.
Bro, can I answer the question real quick? Because I got to go too.
SB, just because you don't count it, that's what I'm saying. You don't count it. I don't even talk about Player of the Week and Player of the Month.
So why you counting it now?
Hold on,
SB,
I'm not counting. Hold on,
real quick. SB, please, I got it down.
Hold on. All I'm saying is it's an accolade. I can't lie, even though I don't count people's Player of the Month and Player of the Week award. It's an accolade. So what you want? Like the thing is, and really, this accolade count meter ain't really fair because half these goddamn awards didn't exist when Bill Russell played. Or some of these other greats of the past, or these motherfuckers will have way more accolades than a goddamn Michael Jordan, if they even existed. Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and all that craziness. So again, we put all this value on accolades. It's funny to me how we put it on accolades when we judging Jordan against LeBron. Funny how do we now then compare Jordan to players of the past who have more winning, like a Bill Russell, when those awards didn't exist? See, and that's where it gets tricky for you when you run down the accolade conversation. That's why I say we got to apply more context than anything, as opposed to just talking about either winning and losing or just running off a list of accolades. Go ahead.
Listen, first of all, I like how you didn't say nothing about Jordan being an all-time leading scorer in the regular season, all-time leading scorer in the playoffs.
What is?
Because he's bad. Because he's
not the all-time. He's not the all-time scorer in the playoffs.
In points per game, he's the leading. He's the all-time leading scorer in points per game.
He's not the all-time leading scorer in the playoffs. LeBron is.
In points per game, he is the all-time in points per game. He has the highest points per game average.
Okay, so Aaron, this is where you missing the mark. Yes, sure, he got more points per game, just like he got more scoring titles. But at the end of the day, who got the most points?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you where that's somewhat flawed. We have motherfuckers in the league that aren't even top 10 all time that are surpassing people because they're playing for a long time. It don't necessarily mean they're nice forever.
That's not LeBron's fault that Jordan decided to retire twice.
No, we're not saying that's his fault. I'm saying what he did on a daily basis. He averaged more. 10 times. When you get titles at the end of the year, it's, for example, the first year he played, he led the NBA in total scoring points. Nobody brings that shit up because that's not what they go by.
Okay,
Bernard King led the league. Bernard King led the league in scoring points per game.
I don't believe in using.
You got a lot of players that played a whole bunch of years that still ain't got better accolades or points and stuff better than Jordan. Like, you can't blame them for not being great.
And the funny thing about it is, even if you go to averages, other than points, LeBron got better averages and everything than Michael Jordan.
No, he doesn't. He has to average more steals and average more blocks. He doesn't.
Oh, my bad. By 0.3. Oh my God, that 0.3 kills him.
I'm just trying to see. Why when we talk about who's better at basketball,
let me say one thing though, Lamar.
Averages like y'all you really act like averages with LeBron is gonna help you. You run the.
Let me say one thing, Lamar.
That just make it look like he's just
Lamar. I gotta get my kids. I'm gonna jump back on your shit later if you get on. All right, fellas, y'all have a good. I fuck with y'all later if you back on.
All right, bro, you be safe.
All right, my niggas, y'all too. Stay up, fellas.
If I'm debating Jordan and LeBron, ain't no way I get to talking about averages because
exactly. Hey, Lamar,
them numbers is gonna run you down. Yo, man, you gonna get ran down with goddamn numbers with LeBron. Shit.
Y'all already knew that.
Y'all be talking about Jordan for career average 30 points a game. Well, LeBron right behind on his neck at 27.1, and the man averaged everything else better. I'm like, man, y'all like them numbers really don't do you too much justice.
Hey, Lamar, that's why I be telling. Every debate I done got into, I done won. If a topic, I start speaking on it, I done full research on it. It's stuff that people start talking about. They'll bring up a topic and don't even know half of the fucking topic that they talking about. Like, you didn't even research it. You don't even know what an accolade is. So when the niggas start bringing up all these accolades, you like, player of the year, player of the month. Like, those are accolades though, bro. Like, you didn't research nothing.
I don't like nobody. I think it's corny to bring up player of the week, but it's an accolade.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up, but it's still an accolade. Like, that's why I said, like, when the dude bring up accolades, like, you can't start discrediting the accolades. Like, you went there.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm trying to see,
you
like,
can't play accolade games and then we start talking accolades. Oh, that don't count. No, it counts.
Right.
It counts.
And I'm personally not a fan of just bringing up accolades like MVP and player of the month and all that shit, because I'm not a huge fan of how the media give these awards out. So I'm not gonna allow the media to make me decide who's better at basketball. I'm gonna watch these dudes play and judge them like that. I'm not gonna say, oh, well, he got 6 MVPs, he got 4. So
that's a good
man,
point.
I got LeBron and Jordan.
And the reason why that's a good point is because we know that.
It's just that one move Jordan made that pissed me off, and he admitted it.
Jordan
and that's what knocked him back for me.
If the MVP award was given out correctly, Jordan should have 8 to 9. LeBron should have 8 to 9. Kobe should have at least 4. If it was given out accurately. That's why I say we got to use context, because sometimes winning, losing, and accolades don't really paint the full picture of what these guys are.
Yep.
And but people like to try to run to some of the scoring titles and this, that, and others.
It's like, because it favors who they want to decide they go to. That's exactly what.
People will be mad when you kill a narrative, then bring up one situation, and then you bring up something similar, and they turn into no because of this, because of that. But it's the same shit you just said. I just gave you a different example. That makes you a hypocrite now.
This to me in my personal opinion, this has never been a debate in my personal opinion. That's just me though. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not directing anybody specific. I'm just talking about people who do that shit.
It's not. I'm not saying. We're not debating who's the GOAT or not. I'm just saying.
I would just ask the question.
Have LeBron as the GOAT. What can he do to get there? If
If I'm telling you it's not a debate, then there's nothing you can do to get there.
Okay.
Literally,
So, now
literally, hold on. Let me finish what I'm about to say.
If you don't think he
I
can
debate anybody though.
If you don't think he can beat a GOAT, Mingo, then tell us why it's untouchable.
I was just going to tell you. See, my thing is with LeBron. Yes, LeBron is a great player. Yes, he has all these stats and all this. But see, the only real argument you can make with Jordan versus LeBron, LeBron versus Jordan, is the longevity argument. You're gonna bring up all the longevity stats. That's literally the only angle you can come with when you're talking about.
No, that's not the only one. But longevity is also great.
Hold on.
His mic trash shit, man.
Because everything else belongs to Jordan.
He hasn't won more.
See, hold on. Then you gotta understand this. That's why people ask stuff like. That's why people try to throw stuff in there like player of the month.
He won more.
Player of the week, because they know they're running out of shit to defend. So they gotta throw extra there in order to make it an actual debate. Because it's really not.
Yeah, but Mingo just.
But see, that's my thing.
And Mingo, isn't that similar to what I said in the beginning? Isn't that what I said in the beginning about what Jordan fans do? See, like
Jordan fans do that.
No, listen to what I said. Listen to what I'm saying.
Jordan career speaks for itself. You don't have to do nothing next
earlier.
Man, we be chilling, bro. Y'all talking about Jordan more than Jordan fans.
Bloviate the scoring titles.
That's a fact.
And the reason why I said
what you mean scoring title? You talking about Bloviate? Dude, that's 10 scoring titles. Hold on. Not one or two.
I know. Hold on, bro, Mingo. I know. My point is this.
What do you mean?
My point is this. Then if scoring titles was this big time accomplishment, when KD won 3 in a row, when James Harden won multiple in a row, when Russell Westbrook won multiple,
that's not 10, though, man. I don't think that's not 10.
Hold on. I know
that's
it's
not 10.
I know it's not 10, but whenever you can do it in consecutive or 3 seasons in a row, you would consider that damn near kind of great, something that you should appreciate. How come when these other guys do all this scoring, y'all get to talking about stat padding and all this crazy narrative bullshit?
Ain't nobody talking about who said anything about stat padding when KD got his first scoring title. Nobody mentioned nothing about stat padding, did it? That's cap. Come on, man.
It's like when we talk about the narratives, now you acting like these ain't common talking points.
Man, Lamar, you know you the narrative pusher, man.
Lamar, nobody never said with Kevin Durant with his first scoring title. Nobody never said he stat padded. Name one person said Kevin Durant stat padded when he scored. Name one player.
Mingo, hold on, Mingo Jester. The whole point is y'all don't elevate these players. Y'all don't elevate no other player in NBA history for scoring titles other than Michael Jordan.
Hey,
Okay, so hold on, Mingo Jester.
Hey, hold on, man.
Hold on, Herm. I'm talking to Mingo. Mingo.
Nigga, I don't care.
Now that you know KD won 3 scoring titles in a row, how does that impact his legacy?
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have 10. That's the point.
No. Okay, hold on. So you saying 3 scoring titles in a row ain't impressive?
Yes, it is. But this is my point.
10 scoring titles.
10 scoring titles is not big of a deal.
Hold on. Hold on, Mingo. That's not what I asked you. Kevin Durant is not in the conversation to be the GOAT. I just asked you one question. With Kevin Durant's 3 scoring titles in a row, how does that play into his legacy, and how does it elevate him in your rankings? Where do you have him?
It's great. It's great for his legacy. It's great.
Hey, man,
it's definitely great. All time great. But it's not 10, though. It's not 10. Yes, that's great, but it's not 10. Jordan won like 8 scoring titles in a row.
Man, that nigga won
so what are we talking about here?
In really 11 years, man. Because that nigga only played really 11 for.
Like Jordan won 8. You talking about 3 scoring titles? Jordan won 8 in a row.
Bingo. We know that. We know that was great. We know that was great.
You need to cut that whole shit.
We know that was great. We know that was great. But what I'm saying is y'all bloviate on the scoring titles.
Said nothing.
And act as if y'all do a lot of boosting with them 10 scoring titles as if LeBron ain't got a lot of individual accolades that Jordan can't touch.
He does. He does.
FYF. Catch you next time you have
we can't hear you when me and Jess are talking, so you might as well just wait.
Hold on. Yeah, just like this right here. That's like this right here. See, Jordan is the only player in NBA history to have a scoring title while also to win a scoring title while also winning a championship. He did it like 5 times. The next player on the team, he did it. Put it this way: he did it more than every other player combined. Jordan did it like 5 times. Combined, they did it like 4 times.
That's not. Hold on. Mingo, I'm not. Hold on.
I mean, you got accolades like that.
Why do y'all?
Mingo, you got stuff like that.
I don't expect LeBron. Everybody knows that LeBron and Jordan are 2 completely different and unique players. There's nothing about their games that's similar. So why, when we talking about what LeBron could potentially do to be the GOAT, are you saying that he has to? He don't have the scoring titles. He got to score more, or he got to get more championships. What you guys always place things on LeBron that one.
No, you don't.
Hold on. Man, come on, Mingo, just let me finish. Y'all just be blurting.
Yeah, keep cutting his ass off, man.
This is what y'all do. Y'all either bring up stuff that's a team accomplishment that you need LeBron to do, or you bring up stuff that you know,
nigga, you the king of turning
that does not fit his game. We know that LeBron trying to go out and lead the team in scoring, especially at this stage in his career, is not his game style. It's not even how his game is built right now. But so when y'all say that he needs to go lead the league in scoring or go do some of these, or he has to win another, it's either team or stuff that's not within his, not within the way he plays the game. So again, this is the trick bag y'all try to pull. Y'all want LeBron to be exactly like Jordan to pass Jordan, even though no other GOAT in NBA history had to replicate the former GOAT to pass him. Wilt didn't have to replicate Bill Russell. Nobody said, hey, Wilt Chamberlain, I need you to go out and defend just like Bill Russell to be the GOAT. We just said, no, you're better at what you do. You're the GOAT right now. Nobody said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you got to score 100 points in a game to be the GOAT, just like Wilt Chamberlain. They said, no, you're just great at what you do. You're the GOAT. You did it your way. Nobody said, Michael Jordan, you got to learn how to do the goddamn sky hook to be the GOAT. Nobody put these weird narratives on other players, on these players. You just said, go be the best of who you can be, and we're going to judge it once it's all said and done. With Jordan, it was before he was done. But now when it comes to LeBron, he has to mirror and replicate everything Jordan does just to pass him up. He don't have a turnaround fadeaway. He don't have a mid-range. Oh, he don't have 2 3-peats. Oh, he don't have 10 scoring titles. Don't y'all understand LeBron's doing it different?
Can I say something? I haven't said a word.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you cook, and then I got to get this one shut down.
All right, Lamont. Hey, man, appreciate you for bringing me up, man, and not keeping me backstage like the last time, man. I appreciate that. But anyway, man, listen, bro. I heard all y'all talk all day, man. 10 hours of research, man. My head hurts, bro. So listen, bro. I'm just trying to understand something, right? Like Lamont, I know you said LeBron, you said Jordan is your GOAT, but then you kind of advocating for LeBron at the same time. So I'm kind of confused. I'm getting mixed messages. I feel like, I don't know, man. You might be a hypocrite, bro. But like,
I say Jordan is the GOAT. I know Jordan is the GOAT, and I'm going to give him the respect of staying the GOAT.
I know that, but you're just
that's just a respect
LeBron
thing.
Too,
I said when LeBron James retires, and I said this a year ago. I said when he retires, I just don't see no way how I can look at what he's done throughout his entire career and say he's not the GOAT. Okay. He's not surpassed Michael Jordan, irregardless of the 2 3-peats, irregardless of the 10 scoring titles.
Yeah,
I feel the way I view the game that once he retires, without doing anything further, he will be the GOAT. I feel like he's the longevity with the individual skill set from the individual game, his ability to impact winning in almost any circumstance, bad teams, good teams, crazy chemistry situations. It don't matter what situation you put him in. He's kind of figured it out. So when I look at his game, when I look at what he's done, When I look at the records he set, I just don't see how he's
Okay,
not.
so let me ask you a question. If you say Jordan is your GOAT right now, let's say LeBron retires today, he would then surpass him if he retires
Yes,
today?
it's just out of respect.
That, to me, I don't understand that logic because
It's just out of respect. Nobody respected Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Well, hold on.
They labeled Jordan the GOAT in 1993.
Yeah, but listen,
That's not respect for your GOATs.
I understand, but I respect Hakeem
How is
Olajuwon.
that respectful?
I just can't put him as the GOAT. There's a difference, right?
No,
Like,
what
we
I'm
care
saying
about
is,
results,
no,
you
there's
know
no
what I mean?
Olajuwon. How do you, I want you to explain this
care
logic
about
to me.
results, man.
What, I want you to ask you this question. Was Jordan the GOAT in 1993 to you over Kareem?
Was he the GOAT over Kareem?
In 1993. After his first three-peat.
No, I wouldn't say 93 because he still.
But they labeled him the GOAT. Why?
Well, he was still the best player at the time. He was better than Kareem at that time.
He was the best player in the game. Was he? You said he was not the GOAT at that time. He needed to do a little bit more work. So you had a ton of fans simply projecting, saying, "Oh, we think he's going to be the GOAT, so we're just going to go ahead and label him the GOAT over Kareem." No respect at all for the past GOAT. So I said the least I can do is wait till LeBron James retires before I say he's the GOAT over MJ.
But here's the issue with what you're saying, though, Lamont, is that projection has lasted how many years, though? Like, they were projecting right. No, what I'm saying is that Michael Jordan's been retired for over 20 plus years. So what I'm saying is that why is he still considered the GOAT? There's been players that come and retire after him. I'm just confused because if you're saying no, what I'm saying is if you listen, you're saying that they projected him as a GOAT in 93, right?
Yes.
Okay. Kareem was at the end. Kareem had retired, right? So Jordan had done a lot up until that point. He had more individual accolades up until that point. What I'm saying is that Michael Jordan today is still considered the GOAT. My question is, why is he still considered the GOAT, Lamont? That's my question to you. Why is he still considered the GOAT?
GOAT to who? I can't explain why other people have Jordan. There's a ton of people who have Jordan.
Would say
the majority. Hold on. If we go off general consensus, the general consensus of people who don't know basketball say he's the GOAT because he's 6-0 in the finals. That's the general consensus.
But see, that's
so if we go off the general consensus, he's the GOAT because of flawed logic.
Okay, but hold on. You're saying general consensus. So you're saying that
you said general consensus.
No, you just said the word. I never said
you
that.
Brought up you said what do most people have Jordan as the GOAT?
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. You're assuming
that's not why I have Jordan as the GOAT.
Hold on. Here, let me explain. You're saying
what are
that
you talking about?
Let me explain.
Ask me about my thoughts on Jordan, not everybody else's.
No. But here's what I'm saying.
Ask me why I have Jordan as the GOAT, not why everybody else has Jordan as the GOAT.
Okay, so your opinion just stamps it goes over everybody else's opinion. So your opinion,
my opinion, I don't put my opinion on anybody else. My opinion is not everybody else's opinion.
I understand that, but hold on.
Talk to me about my opinion. I can't talk for everybody.
Okay,
else.
So let's talk about your opinion, right? Because you're double-minded, right? You're saying that you have Jordan as the GOAT, but then LeBron, you're advocating for him. I'm confused as to why.
I said Jordan is the GOAT and will remain the GOAT out of respect. I said once LeBron retires, I feel that he's done enough up until this point in his career to where I feel like.
So why not give him?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on, Kobe Jordan. Wait and listen. I know. Just wait. Jordan was the GOAT and still is the GOAT because of his individual dominance over one era of basketball. He completely shut down an entire era of basketball. From what I've seen from LeBron James, because it's not like we have a small sample size of LeBron. Remember, a lot of people label Jordan the GOAT after 10 years. Okay. We've seen LeBron for close to 20.
Okay.
So it's not like I'm going off of a tiny sample size or a small sample size. We've seen LeBron, you could break his career up into threes and you have 3 Hall of Fame careers. That's how good his career is. So what I'm saying is based on what I've seen from LeBron James over the last 19 years, I believe he has a resume, one, to even be in the conversation. He's definitely in the conversation. And I believe when he closes this book, we have to literally go back and read through that book one last time to make sure we crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's. I believe once I compare that to everything that Jordan's did, because Jordan's book has been officially closed for a while, I believe that he has usurped Michael Jordan
Okay,
already. But the problem with LeBron is LeBron is still adding on. And so because he's still adding on,
but you're just speaking for you, right? For the
people that don't have for the people that don't feel LeBron James can potentially be the GOAT, I'm asking others. I've told you where I have LeBron and where he might end up. For the others, I'm asking you, where do you have LeBron and where do you have him ending up? And do you believe he could potentially get to that GOAT mantle? And if you believe he can get to that GOAT mantle, what more does he need to do if he hasn't done enough already?
Okay,
that's all we asking.
That's cool. Okay, so because I haven't told you why I think the way I think. I just was asking your opinion first. But okay, so to answer the question, what does he need to do? Like, to me, I don't even like. Okay, just to answer the question, what does he need to do? We could say he can win 2 more rings, and if he gets 6 rings, he'll there's so many different things that I'm sure everybody else can say, right? What I'm
saying is, in your eyes, if LeBron does this, it officially seals the deal for you. And once he retires, it's just unrefutable. I damn near, even if I don't want to, even if I'm a big fan of MJ, I got to make him as the GOAT.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that in my opinion, it's tough because LeBron has he's had a lot more career than Jordan, but he's also lost a lot. I mean, he didn't, he also accomplished. But I would say this: I think at this point in his career, it comes down to championships. I'm sorry, I just have to because every day they have everything else. But when you talk about all of these years and he still couldn't get the championships that Jordan got in that short period of time that Jordan played, 13 seasons, and so I think he needs to win. I would say at least another 2, but I mean, that's here or there. That's just my opinion personally.
And the scary part about your argument is that
it is scary. It is very scary.
I'm saying the scary part about your argument is the fact that Bill Russell fans can say Jordan had all that time and he didn't get 11 championships like my guy Bill Russell.
But see, hold on. This is why this is why it's tough to argue with you, because when we're on 2 individual guys, you will then try to throw in a third guy to try to defeat my argument, and that's not you can't move the goalpost.
Well, it's just context. So what I'm saying is,
no, it's not. But hold on, you're moving the goalpost because you're talking about another player who.
We have to use other players as examples because the players before Jordan set the foundation for our arguments. So what I'm saying is, if championships are setting the foundation.
But hold on, real quick. People aren't arguing Bill Russell as the GOAT,
you said
that's the issue. That's the issue.
You said these guys are so accomplished. The only thing that I can need to see. You said the only thing that I need to see from LeBron at this point is championships. And
because of everything else.
You said out your own mouth. You said LeBron's been playing all this time and he don't have as many championships as Jordan. And all I said was, if you run into a Bill Russell fan, he could literally say, Jordan, you've been playing all this time and you ain't even got 11 championships.
But see, that's disingenuous, Lamont.
How is that disingenuous? That's a fact. What would you say?
You're not letting me tell you.
What would you say to a Bill Russell fan that says, I got Bill Russell as the GOAT because Jordan played all that time?
Okay.
He ain't got 11 championships.
Okay, hold on. Can I tell you? This is what I would say. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't have to say anything because there aren't Bill Russell fans who are saying he's the GOAT.
Yes, there are people that say he's the GOAT. Do you know how many people I have on here saying he's the GOAT?
Nobody is saying Bill Russell is the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yes, there are people that say that.
Bro, he's not even the number 1 option on his team. What are you talking about?
Bro, hold on. No, Bill Russell was looked at. You know Bill Russell was looked at as the GOAT for years.
Find me a person who came up and said that he's the greatest player of all time.
I can find you a person right now. Hold on, watch this. All you do is type in people who said Bill Russell.
No, I want you to bring him on the panel so I can hear with him talk. That's what I want to do. Hear him talk because you're just making up stuff. So anyway, back to what I was going to say before I leave. I keep getting muted.
Hold on. We got one example right here. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar says Bill Russell is the GOAT.
Okay, tell him to come up. Let me ask him why. Tell him to come up on panel.
No, I'm asking you.
Let me ask him other questions.
But you can just answer the question. Answer.
Because he's
what
a
I'm
troll.
asking you. No, Kobe Jordan, just answer the question.
I did.
The question is this. It's a very easy question. If I'm a Bill Russell fan,
okay,
and I tell you, remember, I'm just using the same logic that you tried to apply to LeBron. I'm using it on you. I'm telling you now.
No, but that's not.
Jordan
that's
had.
not it.
Hold on. I'm just act like I'm a Bill Russell fan. Act like I said Bill Russell's the GOAT.
You would be
and I'm telling you, Jordan played all that time, and he ain't got 11 championships. How can he be the GOAT over Bill Russell? How would you respond?
And here's my response. Bill Russell wasn't even the number one option on his team, sir. What are you talking about? He had He had 4 guys. What do you mean? How do I know? He averaged what? 18 points on that championship team. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is this.
Let me finish the answer.
How do you win? How do you win?
Because you have 4 other Hall of Fame scoring 18.
Listen to what I'm saying. You don't even listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Listen. How do you win 5 MVPs and you're not the best player on your team?
What? What are you talking about, bro? So you're talking about what, 45, 50 years ago, Bill Russell played with how many Hall of Famers did he play with, Lamont?
No. How you said he was.
I'm asking you a question.
You said, hold on, you're talking strictly
4 guys that
you're
average
talking, hold on. Let's not, Kobe, we got to educate you today.
No, you don't need to.
You're talking about offense. Bill Russell has 5 MVPs.
I have my master's, sir.
How do you have 5 MVPs and you're not the best player on that team? Hold on. Does another player on that Celtic team have 5 MVPs? Did I miss something?
No. I'm not saying that there was 5 Celtics that had all those.
No. Hold on.
Here's what I'm saying.
How is Bill Russell not the best player on that Celtic team with 5 MVPs? And all these other guys was what other player has 5 MVPs that was better than Bill Russell on those teams?
Okay, so you just keep muting me.
Just give me one player better than Bill Russell on that Celtic team.
You can't even let me talk.
Just give me. Hold on. I just want names. Just give me one player better than Bill Russell on that Celtic team.
Bro, can you stop?
You got to fix your mic, man. Something's wrong with his mic. I'm not muting him, Liddy. I don't know what's wrong with his mic. See, this is what people do with Bill Russell. See, y'all can't talk about winning. I'm not muting them, idiots. Y'all stupid.
No, he's not muted. He's not muted.
They're stupid. Like they just saying it. He on mute. I don't know why. I can't. Once if
take yourself off mute, Kobe Jordan.
I can't unmute you. So what I'm saying is, he just said, and it's a very simple question. He said, how did LeBron play all them years and don't have the same amount of championships as Jordan? All I said was, how did Jordan play all them years and don't have the same amount of championships as Bill Russell? And he keeps evading the question. And he said Bill Russell wasn't the number one option. He's talking about offense. I don't care who scores the most points. Bill Russell was the best player on that Celtics team.
Yeah, he was the number one option.
Bill Russell was the 5-time MVP. Bill Russell was the one setting all of the rebounding records.
Can y'all hear me? You can hear me, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro. What's up?
All right, bet.
So again, please tell me if Bill Russell wasn't the best player on that team, even with 5 MVPs.
Okay, because here's what
who was the other best player on that team?
Bro, what are you talking about, Bob? You talking about Bob Cousy?
Bob Cousy's better than Bill Russell to you?
He wasn't the best player, dude.
He was their predominant scorer.
Was Bob Cousy better than Bill Russell to you?
Bill Russell was a better all-around player. Yes.
Was Bob Cousy better than Bill Russell?
Okay, so let's say no, he wasn't, right? But here's my point.
We know he wasn't. I'm asking.
He wasn't though, Kobe Jordan.
Okay, but Jared, bro, can I talk to Lamont? I don't even know you, bro. But anyway, Lamont, let me ask you a question. You keep telling me about Bill Russell because I brought up championships.
Because your logic doesn't work across.
No, it does work because you're not letting me finish, bro. I already told you.
It's just a silly.
It doesn't work.
So why can I speak then?
Your logic saying that
Why
your
can't I
logic for
finish my
LeBron
point,
not having
bro?
enough
You won't
championships
let me
when
finish
Jordan
my
don't have
point.
the most championships out of all the players.
It's not
Jordan
only
don't have
about
more championships, so it can't be about championships.
Okay, so can I finish?
Why do you
Let me know
make it
when I can
about
go.
championships
Let
when
me know
Jordan
when I
don't
can
even
go.
got the most?
Let me know when I can go. Because you just keep stopping at championship. Bro, this is a fifth grade argument.
You brought up
What are you talking about?
championships.
You literally just brought up championships, though, bro.
Hey, Jared, can you stop with the glizzy gobbler, bro? This is crazy. Like, who are you, man? You look like a hey, man. Go get you some pussy,
Okay,
bro.
so
But anyway,
what is this truly about? If it's
this is what
if
it's
not about
right?
championships, what is it about?
It's not only about championships because I mentioned before, you cut me off. I said because LeBron, I stated it with this. I started my premise with this, that because LeBron and Jordan have the defensive players, the all NBAs, the all defensive players, the all stars, all of that stuff sounds good. Cool, we get it, right? What I'm saying is that you're asking me, my personal opinion, what do I think he needs to do to surpass Jordan? And I said, I think he needs to win at least 2 more because of everything else that he's already accomplished, right?
Well, that would help.
And that's you know what? I don't knock that. Okay,
so
he needs
then
more
why did you cut me off?
Kobe Jordan. My next question is,
That's
and this
crazy.
is the same question. This is the same question that I asked Slim. If LeBron James goes and signs a minimum deal and joins the Phoenix Suns to create another super team, and he hauls off 3 championships, and he gets the championships that you want,
yeah,
then
you're
how
so
do you value?
extreme, dude.
Hold on.
Count those, Lamar.
Hold on, Jared. All I'm saying is, let's say
he
does
gotta go.
something. Let's say he does something extreme.
Okay.
Which again, it's not out of the realm of something LeBron would do.
Okay.
But we know that let's say he joins the Phoenix Suns and they haul off 3 championships with a super team. How do you weigh those championships if he can get 3 more or something ridiculous and he's one of the primary players on that team? Then how do you weigh it? Do you use context or do you just start counting the rings?
So here's my context to that, right? So you're saying if he goes and joins other teams. I didn't state that context. My only context was he needs to win 2 more championships.
But you don't care how he wins them, right?
No, hold on. But no, there is a way that I do care. What I'm saying is that the same measure that I would measure for Jordan, I'm measuring with LeBron. Michael Jordan, for all of his championships, was the number 1 option on his team, right? That's the context, right? Scottie Pippen.
He has to be the number 1 option on the championship team. That's the criteria.
Yeah, because you know why? Here's the why part, right? And this is before you cut me off. This is why I say there's context to everything. Because how can I give a player who's a 3rd option the same status as a player who's the 1st option? How can I give them the same credibility, right? To if they win the same amount of championships. Robert Horry has 7 championships, right? Why don't we consider him GOAT? You know why? Because he wasn't the 1st option. He wasn't the 2nd option. He wasn't even the 3rd option on those championship teams, right? So there's context. That's why it matters. Everything matters. Everything has context. Michael Jordan was the number 1 option. He never was the number 3. He never was the number 2 when he won those championships. He was the guy. He was the guy willing to take the shot. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Give me 20 seconds. I'm done.
Russell has
I got to eat my vegan food, bro.
At one point in time, Bill Russell was predominantly considered the GOAT
talking
without
about
being
Bill
the number 1
Russell.
offensive
comparing
option.
Jordan to
Why do
LeBron.
you predicate being the GOAT on offensive
Okay,
option?
but hold on. Are we comparing LeBron to Jordan? Or are we comparing everybody?
Weird. It's just
No,
weird how.
I know
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
weird,
The
but
standards
Lamont,
on how y'all judge LeBron
Lamont,
is weird.
Hey, Lamont, you got to stay focused, man. I don't know if you got Eddie.
The standards on how y'all judge LeBron is weird. See, so first of all, you said
not because this is the GOAT.
Hold on, Kobe Jordan. I'm gonna summarize what you just said. First, you just said he needs to win championships, and then when I said he joins the super team, then you said no, he has to be the number 1 option and win the championships. And so it's just like it don't matter. So basically, what you're saying is
just keep muting me. That's crazy.
Well, hold on. I'll let you talk. I'm talking now. Just wait. So basically, what you're saying is, don't matter how LeBron wins the championships, you're going to find a way to wiggle him out of the conversation because it sounds like no matter what he does, you're going to create a new narrative to keep him out of that conversation anyway.
No.
Because you're creating a fake standard. You're creating a fake standard.
Here's my thing. I can't imagine. I'm actually giving LeBron credit because I can't even have a situation. I can't even fathom him being a 3rd option on a championship team. That doesn't even make sense to me personally because I know how great he is. So for you to say if he's not the 1st option, Does
That's
it
what
still
you
count?
said. I didn't say
No,
that.
hold on. No, you asked me if he goes to a super team, would I still? That's what you asked me. I didn't ask
No,
about a super team.
No, you said to start if he wins more championships. Then I said, okay, so he can just join because we all know even if he joined the Suns.
But that's disingenuous.
Hold on,
for
we
you
all
to
know
ask
even
that.
if he joined the Suns, he would still be one of the best players on the team.
But
because
that okay.
and that's because his impact is felt in everything, whether it's playmaking or scoring. He's
Nah,
going
that
to be
don't work with
extremely
me.
impactful.
That
One of
doesn't
those
work.
two things. One of it, I mean, but the one thing you've done is
you're trying to be
predicated
sneaky.
you've predicated him being the number one option on scoring the most points.
No, that's not. I didn't even bring up scoring. I didn't even bring up scoring.
No, hold
about
on. But
LeBron.
we know. Listen to what I'm saying, Kobe Jordan. This is how we're gonna take it back. We know that you predicate being the number one option on scoring the most points because when I told you that Bill Russell was the best player on the Celtics, you said he wasn't the number one option because he didn't score the most points.
No, it's not.
And we all know that whenever LeBron James, especially since 2020, we all know that LeBron's game is predicated around having another really good scoring option around him, who's probably going to take up the bulk of the low scoring. And if he plays with a guy like KD, he's not going to score the most points. So what you've done is you've set a groundwork for him to not even have an opportunity.
No, that's not true.
To
Can
be
I ask
your
a question
goal,
really quick before I go?
even if he gets the championship.
Can I ask a question really quick, right? So when you say the number one option,
you said the number one option.
Hold on, you're a coach. So I want to ask you, coach. You know what I'm saying? You the coach. You've been coaching for 20, 30 years. So I just want to know. So when it comes
20 years.
No, I'm saying you seem like you've been coaching for a long time. I could just tell you have a lot of experience. So what I want to know is when you say number one option, there are guys
number
on the
one
team
option is when I say number one option in basketball, I'm talking about offense.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to know.
That doesn't mean that's my best play. My number one offense.
Can I finish the
my number one option for my team last year was not my best player.
That's not what I'm asking. Can I ask the question?
My best player probably averaged 15 points a game. My number one option probably averaged 20 a game. The guy that averaged 20 a game was not my best player.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you say number one option, let me ask you this.
It's an offensive term.
No, I understand that. But because we know that there's guys who can do way more than just score the ball and they could be just as valuable. I get that. What I'm asking you is what do you define as the number one option? Is it the field goal attempts or is it points? What is it? How do you base it off? What is it?
Bro,
how does it
your
broken
number
down?
one option is just your best scorer and how you use him in the offense. I don't care how he gets his buckets. Your number one scorer, your number one option can be a guy that I run a lot of 3-point plays for him. He's a 3-point.
I'm glad you
said
said
what
that.
I'm saying is, but here's the thing. My number one option on offense was not my best player. My best player probably averaged 15 points a game. So again, just because you score more don't make you better. Just because guys, and it takes us back to that Celtic team, just because Bob Cousy and those guys score more points than Bill Russell, it don't mean they was better. And so when you say that LeBron James in your context needs to be a number one option on a championship team, you're basically saying that he needs to lead the team in points per game and win a championship, which we know is not his MO.
Okay, but
especially at this stage in his career.
But here's the thing: you're removing the response. Let me say this because you just went. Let me finish before I go. Right. So you just said that. Okay, we get it. Number one option. He's not the best scorer. I get that. Right. So what I'm saying is that makes sense.
You need to tell me what you define as a number one option.
Finish. I'm gonna tell you. But
no. I told you what my number one option was. You're using number one option in a different context. So now you need to tell everybody what is your idea of a number one option because you introduced the term. And it's not aligning with the best player. The number one option is never.
So the way
it's not always your best player.
So I'm going to answer that question, but I'm also going to give context because I know you like to cut off before the context gets given. So let me say this, right? So I agree. I think that the number one option is who the offense is ran through, who the offense is going through, who the coach trusts to put the ball in their hand to set up other players, who's also their.
So you're saying John Stockton was a number one option?
No. That's not what I'm saying. The offense.
No, Karl Malone was the number one option because he scored the goddamn ball.
Okay, but here's but that's what I'm saying. The offense was ran through Karl Malone. He was the offense was ran.
John Stockton ran the offense.
No, there's a difference between ran the offense and run the offense through a player, bro. There's a difference. Karl Malone, that's who they ran the offense through. John Stockton ran the offense. There's a difference. What are you talking about, bro?
Right.
Tim Duncan is who the
you just
Spurs
playing with
ran the
words
offense
now.
through.
You're just playing with words now.
Talking
bro.
about?
Okay, so hold on. So you basically, we'll summarize it because it sounds like we're going in a circle. We'll summarize it. You saying
LeBron needs 2 more
for
championships
LeBron James
as
to
the number
potentially
one
be the GOAT.
Correct.
For LeBron James to potentially be the GOAT, he has to be the number 1 option on the championship team, and he has to do it at least twice.
Because that's the same standard.
Is that accurate? Is that an accurate?
Because that's the same standard that I'm holding Jordan to. That's the same standard.
Okay, so and then again, it takes me back to the point I tried to make, and everybody just glosses over it. Why? Remember, I said if we look at all the GOATs, all the players that have been looked at as a GOAT in NBA history, they all have been labeled a GOAT, even though they were all unique and they were not similar in no shape, form, or fashion. So what I'm asking you is why now, when it comes to the LeBron and Jordan conversation, why does LeBron have to mirror what Jordan did to get the same consideration as opposed to doing it uniquely on his own?
Because here's the difference. Why? Because Jordan has set the standard. That's the difference. He has set the standard.
No standard, man.
Well, he didn't set the standard. He's not the greatest player, so that's the standard now.
No, Jordan did not set the standard.
Jordan has set the standard for being the greatest player.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Okay, so hold on. Who dominated? Okay, so Jordan didn't dominate his era as the number 1 option.
Okay, so Kobe Jordan, this is what you missing, and this is what a lot of y'all younger people miss.
You don't even know my age, bro.
No.
Saying young. You don't even know how old I am.
You're younger than I am. I'm sure you
So
are.
that means I'm young?
No, I'm sure you are.
You got a baby as your
profile.
profile. Man.
So that's what do you mean? That's my kid,
No.
you idiot.
I'm just messing with you, man.
So Kobe
Y'all
Jordan,
niggas
this is what I'm
weird.
trying to say.
Go ahead,
No, ain't nobody a
Crazy.
weirdo. You ain't got to call nobody out their name and do all that. It's just basketball, homie.
No, we just talking, bro. You getting a little serious, bro. We just
No,
talking.
I'm
Go
not.
ahead.
I just want to finish my point, bro. So basically what I'm saying is Jordan is not the standard. Jordan wasn't held to nobody else's standards before him. So it stopped at Jordan, and then everybody else from Jordan on, they got to live up to what he said. He didn't have to live up to what Kareem did or what Bill Russell or any of these greats before him did. So when Jordan came in, they was dubbing him. They was dubbing Michael Jordan the greatest player ever after his 2nd championship.
Okay.
This is a fact. So now that you got Jordan here, okay, he got 6-0, he got 10 scoring titles, whoopie whoop. That's the level that he set for his level of greatness. His level of greatness isn't the blueprint on how everybody else should be great.
Okay,
because
so can I ask you a question?
Let me get done. Just let me get done, and then I'll let you go, bro. So like,
let me get done. Let me finish, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me get done with my point.
I got you.
So you basically get a bunch of guys that came after him, like Kobe Bryant. All of these dudes are under an immense amount of pressure, under this Jordan spotlight, to try to replicate what he did, but he didn't have to replicate what nobody before him did. So he's not the standard. Yes, Jordan is great. Just like LeBron and Kobe Bryant are great. Just like the guys before him were great. Jordan is not the standard of greatness, because when Lamont put up the graphic of John Havlicek went 8-0, got just as many points per game and everything else as Michael Jordan did, but I haven't heard one person up here make the case for John Havlicek. Not one. Okay, and there's other guys that got more accolades, more winning accolades than Michael Jordan, but I never heard any of y'all say that these guys are greater than him. Y'all just saying that it's him, and that's it.
Okay, so here's my issue with your argument, right? And I appreciate you. What's your name is Khalil. I appreciate you coming up, man. Listen, I just want to say this, man. Y'all YouTube. It's funny. I don't know. I don't come up here often, but it's funny.
Just
but
get to your point, bro.
Let me say this.
YouTube nothing. We just regular dudes. Man.
Nah, listen. Yeah, y'all.
We just talking basketball. It ain't that serious. You throwing all this extra stuff in like you on another level, and all you did is contradict yourself.
What do you mean on another level, bro?
Points. We just what you mean, y'all YouTube dudes? What does that mean?
Because y'all, it's funny to me that
ain't no y'all YouTube dude. We just regular people talking sports.
I know, but it's just y'all take it serious. That's why I was saying.
We don't take it serious, bro. When we get off this live, we about to go laugh and do all types of stuff, man.
Okay, chill out. Why y'all
act like that? No, man, you got to get on mute for that. Y'all, you say stupid stuff.
How is that? That's
don't. I'm saying don't. You just up here talking. And again,
all right, that's cool. That's
you
cool.
Arguing, but what I'm saying, hold on. What we gonna say? Like, don't disrespect nobody by talking about y'all. You on YouTube?
How is that disrespectful?
So come on, man. Look, y'all. This is the thing.
Said y'all are funny.
Khalil brought up a good point. Hold on, Kobe Jordan. Hold on. Khalil brought up a good point. I'm gonna ask you a question. If it's about mirroring, because I've talked about this a lot. If it's about following the standard that Jordan set. I'm going to tell you this. John Havlicek and Michael Jordan is the greatest argument in the world. John Havlicek, 11-time All-NBA. Jordan, 11-time All-NBA. John Havlicek, 13-time NBA All-Star. Jordan, 14-time NBA All-Star. John Havlicek, 8-0 in the NBA Finals. Jordan, 6-0 in the NBA Finals. John Havlicek played less years than Jordan, 26,000 points. Jordan, 32,000 points. John Havlicek, 8,000 rebounds. Jordan, 6,000 rebounds. John Havlicek has 31 triple-doubles in his career to Jordan's 28 triple-doubles in career. And again, we have to mention that Havlicek, who has a similar career numbers as Michael Jordan, he also has a better NBA Finals record than Michael Jordan. Now, if anybody followed Michael Jordan's career trajectory to a T, it would be John Havlicek. Why is John Havlicek, who followed and did everything that you asked, win, numbers, accomplishments, accolades, why is he not right neck and neck with Michael Jordan in your eyes? Even though he did it exactly the way you wanted to see. He mirrored it the same way.
Sound like you got mic issues.
Hold on, that was to you, bro. You just
No,
that's
to you. Nah, it was to you, bro. I'm the one that brought Havlicek into the argument.
That's what. Oh, so that was to me. He brought. I didn't bring him up.
Yeah,
no, I brought him up as a comparison tool. So
yeah,
now
I didn't even bring him up. I thought that was
no. He was talking to you, family. He said because I brought him into the equation. So now it's up to you to prove why Jordan's better than that.
No. What my main question was, if it's about following the standard that Jordan set,
yeah,
there's no other player in NBA history that's mirrored Jordan's career better than John Havlicek, and he has a better NBA Finals record. Why is John Havlicek to you not ranked over Jordan?
I would imagine, because I didn't watch John Havlicek. I didn't really watch his era. That's what, you know what I mean. I would say his dominance, individual dominance of the game. I know John Havlicek played on some great teams. I know his numbers were great as well. I know, like you said, 26,000 points. But I just think Jordan, when he transcends the game, his defense, not just his offensive game, but his level of defense and being one of the top defenders in his era as well, I think that there's more context than just the numbers itself. I think it's the individual dominance on both sides of the court. I think how Jordan did it. I think all of that matters.
Just to remind you, since you didn't watch John Havlicek play, he was one of the best defenders in the league. Just to throw that out there.
How many all defensive? How many all defensive?
It didn't exist.
They didn't have that award.
It didn't exist.
Then,
so they didn't have any defensive awards at all.
No, it did not exist. So we can't judge defensive player of the year.
I got
it didn't
you.
exist.
Well, then that's an unknown for me, because I haven't watched him enough to be able to judge on that level. But I can only go off what I've seen and what I've watched. So, but yeah, again, that's a good argument. You would have to go back and do our research.
But
without there being no records or history of it, I can't compare it. I haven't seen it.
If it's about a player almost mirroring Jordan's legacy with regard to accomplishments with the all NBA teams, like remember the all NBA teams just tell you he was nice on a consistent basis. The all-star teams mean he was a popular vote, obviously. The 8 titles means he was a winner, 8-0 in the finals, no blemishes. So you can't even say he was at 8-0. Right? Okay. 26,000 points when the man retired. He was the number 2 scorer in NBA history.
Real quick, what
8,000 rebounds.
What year did he retire?
8,000 rebounds in fewer years. 6,000 assists in fewer years than Jordan, which is more than Jordan. More triple doubles in fewer years, which is more than Jordan. And so what I'm saying is, if it's about replicating what Jordan did, then why do you believe players like John Havlicek ain't getting elevated and bumped up when they have very, very similar career numbers and accolades? And then also winning, because winning is the most important thing. They won. That's the most important.
Yeah, like I said, to me, it's a lot, because you could say Bill Russell. There's a lot of players you mentioned, right? You're talking about far.
No, I mentioned John Havlicek.
No, I know, but earlier you mentioned Bill Russell as a GOAT, so that's why I brought him up, right? So I'm talking about all of the players that you're saying, why are these guys not in the conversation as the GOAT? And again, to me, what I would assume is, again, without the defensive titles and records that we don't know about, I'm sure those guys were good defenders. Without that, it's hard. When you're debating who's the greatest, you got to look at the results. What did he do, and how long did it take him to do it? And then was he the best player in his era?
He did it in less years.
Hey,
than
Kobe Jordan.
But okay, but here's my question: was
Kobe
John
Jordan,
Havlicek? Hold on, let me answer.
No, I'm just about to give you your answer
I know,
that you
but I
wanted,
haven't
bro.
went yet, bro. I have to go. I have to
1977
go.
is when he
I
retired.
have
You
to
said you wanted
go.
to know when he retired, so I'm giving
That's
you the
cool, but I
year.
know, but I keep getting interrupted. It's just getting irritating. But here's what I'm asking: was John Havlicek, was he the best player in his era? I don't know. Can you tell me?
He was one of them.
No, it was Wilt. Wilt was the best player in the 60s. Kareem was the best player for most of the 70s.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you this, because I got to do my research on Havlicek. Was he more in the 60s than the 70s, or what era did he play in more?
He came in 1962 and he retired in 1977.
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing.
So
we know John
he
Havlicek.
wasn't the best
I'll
player
answer it for you. We know Havlicek was not the best player, even though I can pull up these numbers and try to finesse an argument and make it look like it. The thing is,
that matters.
And the same thing, and the same thing applies in this argument. The thing is, everything that Jordan did is not always in the winning, and it's not always in the numbers, and that's the trick bag. So again, why do people, when they talk about Jordan, you brought up? I don't know people. I just know me, bro. I think you gave some really unfair criteria to LeBron when you said he has to be the number one option, which is scoring, and he has to win 2 championships to pass, which is fine. If that's what he has to do, there's an opportunity.
But yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't care what y'all think.
No. I know but what I'm saying, it's just weird how Jordan fans want LeBron to replicate Jordan to pass him up, as opposed to doing what he does best and just continue doing what he does best.
Okay,
yeah,
really quick.
No, I don't think that's right.
The crazy thing about it.
Okay, I think Jordan's the GOAT for 3 reasons. If you look at Jordan's individual accomplishments, scoring titles, MVPs, All-NBA, he checks the box. He's the best clutch scorer in the history of the NBA by far, and he's got 6 titles. LeBron doesn't need 6 titles to pass Jordan. That's not true. LeBron, to me, would need 5, not 6. But the reason Jordan clears LeBron, in my opinion, is 2 reasons. The first is Jordan was always the closer. Pippen was top 10 in the league in his prime, but Pippen was not reliable in the fourth quarter. That's why Phil Jackson drew up the final play for Kukoc, not Scotty in this series against the Knicks. Jordan was the best clutch scorer in the history of the NBA, and LeBron was never the closer on every championship team. LeBron closed sometimes, but Kyrie was the closer in many games. Dwayne Wade was the closer multiple times. LeBron was capable of closing, but LeBron was never consistently the closer in the fourth quarter on any of his championship teams. He was only there sometimes. So to me, Jordan clears LeBron individually. He's got the individual accolades, and he's got more titles. I don't think LeBron needs 6 titles, but to me, LeBron was never on Jordan's level, especially in the clutch in the fourth quarter.
And Brandon, my question now would be, now that we know LeBron is still playing, so there's albeit small, tiny window of opportunity for the people that still have Jordan at the top. Other than the 5th championship that you say he needs to get to pass up Jordan, what else do you think LeBron needs to do with whatever years he has left? Where if he retires, let's say he retires in 5 years, what do you want to see him do in those 5 years to where he just stilled and delivered it, and it's just undeniable that LeBron is the GOAT once he retires?
He needs another MVP.
I think LeBron's 38. He's been in the league 20 years, right? LeBron's painted his mosaic. LeBron is what he is. I mean, theoretically, LeBron could be the number 1 or number 2 option on a championship team, but I don't see it as age 38. I think the debate's over. I mean, there's always a theoretical side to this. If LeBron was the 2nd option on a championship team, 1st or 2nd option on a championship team, and he got his 5th ring, to me, that would potentially change the conversation. But I think at age 38, he's been in the league 20 years. He's painted his mosaic. And LeBron's a great player, but I've just seen LeBron struggle to score in the fourth quarter of big games too much. Saw it in the Dallas series. We saw it against Denver this year. We saw it against Golden State when they beat the 73-win Warrior team. It was Kyrie who closed that game, not LeBron.
No. What I'm asking is,
no, that's actual line.
It is theoretical. What you said is right. What I'm saying is, I want you to go down that road of being theoretical. And I'm saying, like I said before, I said we know it's a very small window of opportunity there. Being 38 years old in the NBA makes your window of opportunity almost minuscule. But the fact that he's still playing, and we have to admit, he's still playing better than 95% of the NBA. And with him still playing at such a high level, he still has a window of opportunity to add to his resume. So what I'm saying is, if there's anything that he could potentially add to his resume, whether it's, not just winning deep playoff runs, like I think just this year, getting this team to the Western Conference Finals was an accomplishment based on the struggles that they had, which I feel like that kind of adds a slight notch in my eyes, because I thought that was improbable when almost everybody was saying the Lakers wouldn't even make the playoffs. So what I'm saying is, what could he potentially do that would stamp, seal, and deliver it for you if you theorized? I
would say if LeBron won one more title as the first option, he would be right there with Jordan, and you could argue he had passed Jordan. To me, it would be one more title as the first option. He doesn't need 6 titles. He's been to so many finals. He has so many accomplishments. I don't think titles is his team accomplishment. It's not just an individual accomplishment. So to me, a 5th ring is the first option. That would be special. But I want to make one more quick point too. Part of the knock on LeBron for me is that he has destroyed rosters by forcing GMs to make bad moves. He forced the Lakers to trade for Westbrook. They didn't want Westbrook. He destroyed the Lakers roster with that Westbrook trade for 2 years. And it took the Lakers 2 years to repair their roster. That's a big part of the reason they struggled to make the playoffs this year, as you pointed out. The other thing in Cleveland, he forced the Cavs to give J.R. Smith a 4-year deal. He forced the Cavs to give Tristan Thompson $17 million a year. Thompson's solid player, guard the 1 through 5, was not a $17 million a year player. Thompson had Clutch Sports as his reps. He got that big deal. LeBron has destroyed rosters with teams that he's been on. Jordan let Jerry Krause, who's the most underrated GM in NBA history, trade for Pippen, trade for Bill Cartwright, who guarded Ewing, brought Steve Kerr in, brought Luke Longley from Australia, brought Tony Kukoc in. LeBron has tried to play GM, and he's destroyed rosters. And to me, that's a negative on his legacy.
Now, again, and what I like to say is, I've seen organizations destroy players' careers.
Sure, yeah.
And so, again, when we talk about a player in LeBron who was drafted to a horrible organization, it's not on me to knock him for taking his career into his own hands, because if he stays loyal and he stays in Cleveland and he keeps his mouth shut about potential moves, he's probably sitting in Cleveland with maybe one championship, and he's not in any of these conversations that we having right now. And then when we,
but that's different than
and when we talk
the trade for Westbrook.
And when you talk about players, and when we talk about players, first of all, when we talk about players, when you talk about players getting their money,
I'm about to get out of here. Fam. For Brandon, LeBron scored 11 points out of the 18 points the Cavs scored in Game 7. So you lied about that. Kyrie hit one
but
shot.
He didn't score at all in the final 5 minutes, other than
okay. So he still closed his quarter with 11.
That's not
points.
closing,
Kyrie
dude. He didn't score in the final 5 minutes.
So the whole fourth quarter is closing, Brandon. It's not
closing
just relegated
the final
to 5
6
minutes.
Oh, come on,
man,
bro. Closing is not the first minute of the fourth quarter.
So the person who scores 11 out of their 18 points, he didn't close the game.
LeBron scored 1 point in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter.
He scored 11 points in the quarter.
Kyrie closed. Dude,
Kyrie
the first minute of the fourth quarter.
Kyrie hit one shot.
We can say Kyrie was the closer. I don't think that necessarily matters. I don't think that matters.
Kyrie closed. Kyrie
I just think that.
That don't matter. That don't matter.
And the reason why that don't matter is because, and this is what I mean, and this is why I feel like it's an unfair label. Nobody asked, like Bill Russell was the GOAT. Nobody said, Bill Russell, you got to be the closer. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the GOAT at one point in time. Nobody said, Kareem, you got to be the closer.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is, like, why that's what I'm saying now. We put these labels. We feel like LeBron has to be a closer. He don't have to be a closer to be great.
Surpass Jordan, yes, he got to surpass him.
So by your
LeBron doesn't have to be a closer to pass.
Hold on, but Brandon,
he has to be a closer to pass.
Brandon,
Jordan.
one question: Why did Why did Jordan not have to win 11 championships to pass Wilt? That's the
Because
standard.
it's a different era.
That's the standard. Hold on. That's the
No,
standard.
it's a different era.
And it's a different era now.
17 versus 30. Come on, you capping, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. One second. Hold on. I want to make my question clear because people keep talking. What I'm saying is this. Nobody said Jordan. Bill Russell set a standard. His standard was 11 championships, and I'm the absolute best defender that you've ever seen. And I'm going to change the game, and I'm going to have an impact no matter what. Coach on the floor, essentially. That's the standard he set. The next GOAT after him was arguably Wilt, a guy that had a losing record in the finals, that wasn't the greatest teammate, but he was still labeled to GOAT for other reasons. Then you have Kareem. Where Jordan never met the standard of the previous GOATs. Like when Jordan was labeled to GOAT in 1992-93, he didn't have 5 championships like Kareem, or he didn't have 6 championships like Kareem. He didn't have the points. He didn't have the production. He didn't have the career. Yet people labeled him the GOAT.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is Jordan didn't have to meet no standards of his predecessors, but for LeBron to pass Jordan, he has to meet every standard that Jordan set, even if it doesn't match his game.
Okay. Well, I think you're arguing that 2 wrongs make a right. I mean, I don't think Jordan was the GOAT in 92. I think Jordan needed to win his 3rd ring in the 92-93
in a row. Yes.
To be the GOAT. But let me finish. What I'm saying is that if you look at the 1970s, that was before the merger. There weren't many teams. Boston was a super team. Red Auerbach was rigging the draft every year. He loaded his team with the best players. Boston was a super team with weak competition. That was before the merger. The NBA was a totally different league with more competition and more teams when Jordan played. Jordan played Isaiah, Magic. He played Karl Malone. He played Hakeem, Ewing. Boston was playing weak competition.
He played great players. He didn't play great teams.
Year.
That's a fact. He played great. Jordan played against great players. He never played against great teams. Just like you talked about eras. Just like you talked about eras, the 90s era is different from a lot of other eras because of certain things that impacted the way the game was played. And just like we go into this era, LeBron's played essentially 2 different types of eras. The early 2000s going into this new age of basketball that we're seeing now. So if it's about eras changing, why are we judging LeBron on a 90s era that was completely different from what LeBron has to deal with?
Well, I'm not judging LeBron on the 90s era. Like, I don't disagree with you there. It's just I've watched LeBron his whole career, and he's never been a consistent 4th quarter scorer in big games. And to me, that's an argument that transcends eras.
Is that a mandatory to be the GOAT?
I disagree.
I think it is. I think you have to be a great scorer in the 4th quarter to be in the GOAT conversation.
So are you saying we can look through all of the GOATs in NBA history and they were all great 4th quarter scorers?
Well, those would be the players in my GOAT conversation. Like I would have Larry Bird in the GOAT conversation too. But I would have Bird. I have Jordan as the GOAT, but I think LeBron's in the conversation. I don't think he's past Jordan, but I think
prior
Bird's
to Jordan,
in the conversation.
Who would you say is in the conversation prior to Jordan?
The top 5 NBA players of all time to me are Jordan, Wilt, LeBron, Kareem, and Bird.
And so obviously that 5 are the 5 that should be in the conversation for you at least.
Yeah.
If there's any conversation, it would be between those 5.
Yeah.
Would you say that all of those guys are great 4th quarter scorers?
See, I don't think of LeBron as being anywhere near the score in the 4th quarter that the other 4 were. I just and again, we're comparing LeBron to Jordan. LeBron was never close to me to Jordan as a 4th quarter scorer.
But we're not comparing him to Jordan. That's the key. But that's the unique key to this whole conversation. It's not about comparing. See, a lot of people think that for LeBron to be the GOAT, you have to compare him. And when you compare him, then no, LeBron just has to be great in his own right. And we just compare the legacy versus this legacy. We don't have to compare players. If you compare players, well, that's going to be more bias based, and you're going to have a whole bunch of 90s guys who love the 90s and Jordan, NBA, NBC pick him, and then you're going to have young guys who love LeBron in this era. They're going to pick LeBron. So it's about measuring resume and legacy versus this guy's resume and legacy, as opposed to comparing, oh, this guy couldn't close in the fourth. Well, this guy, he made more game winners here. And it's just like, in over the course of different eras, it's hard to really compare those things because, as you just admitted, the game changes too much. The game in the 90s, closer three-point line, illegal defense, right? Teams abused the legal defense by slowing the pace down to the slowest pace it ever was on almost NBA history, boring it. Rod Thorne had to get the illegal defense out of there because too many teams was abusing it with ISO basketball. And it's just like, that was a different era. That's something that they had to go through. It changed the game. It favored individual scores like Jordan, but we don't hold that against Jordan. We just understand that was the game. He took advantage of the rules, how the game was played. The same as Wilt. When Wilt was jumping from the free throw line, dunking them things in, until they changed the rule, we can't take them points back.
I think that's why the eye test matters. To me, the eye test was Jordan was just a much more efficient and consistent scorer than any player in NBA history in the fourth quarter, including LeBron. And I think that part of the main reason Jordan has 6 titles is because he was the best clutch scorer in NBA history. And the main reason LeBron only has 4 rings is LeBron came up short in the fourth quarter when it came to scoring in a lot of big games. So I think that a lot of these things blend together. If you're a great clutch scorer, you're going to win more titles if you have the team around you. And to me, the eye test is so important. And the eye test, LeBron could never score as consistently as Jordan in the fourth. He just wasn't as good of a shooter, wasn't the same athlete.
But don't you find yourself again then comparing players? I don't think we could stack Jordan up against even some of the greatest scorers in the game, and Jordan's going to come out the winner. Comparing LeBron as like the one thing that hasn't made LeBron didn't enter these top conversations because he was just always the greatest scorer. It was a lot of let's like Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson didn't enter most people's top 10 because he was the best defensive player or three-point shooter. It was other things that he did that made him great. If we focus on what made LeBron great versus what made Jordan great, and we just compare that, it's not. And like I said, I know people are still going to have Jordan at the top. I just want to know if are people going to give LeBron a fair shake at that top spot before you make your ultimate decision. Like it sounds like you, Brandon. It sounds like you a lot of deductive reasoning. You're giving LeBron a fair shot based on how you see the game, and I respect your take on it. But it's a lot of people who come up here and they basically say, oh, it ain't no way. It ain't even close. It's not even a conversation. But then when you ask them who they top 5 all time is, they got LeBron in it. And it's just like, well, hold on. It's got to be some type of conversation if he's sitting in your top 5.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think that LeBron getting the 4th title with the Lakers made it a conversation. I think if LeBron hadn't gotten that ring with the Lakers, I wouldn't have been willing to have the conversation. But he's in the conversation. As I said, I have him top 5. I think that the thing with, and I just, to me, everybody looks at this differently. To me, it's a negative on LeBron's legacy that he did hurt some franchises by forcing moves like the Westbrook trade. I think players should control their, where they go, where they play for, and they should have input in the moves their team makes. But forcing the Lakers to trade for Westbrook, he destroyed that roster for 2 years when they had to trade and take on Westbrook's $40 million a year contract. And to me, that's a negative on LeBron's legacy too. But LeBron was a better rebounder, passer, and defender than Jordan. But Jordan, to me, clutch scoring in the fourth quarter, combined with the 6 rings, to me, Jordan clears LeBron.
What's going on, Lamar?
I understand he definitely clears. It's just, and a lot of people have Jordan at the top now, and I understand why. I'm not arguing. I'm not going to fight anybody that has Jordan over LeBron. It's just about the opportunity. Are we giving LeBron a fair opportunity? Because we understand their games are completely different. And I feel like some of the stigmas that people put on LeBron, some of the things that they want to see him do, it's so similar to what we saw Jordan do, but it's unrealistic to ask LeBron to go do them things because they are 2 completely different players. I think that's the tricky part right there. And that's why I feel like he doesn't get a fair shake.
What's going on?
Hold on. Hopefully I get this name right, man. We got Mr. Slash Blade.
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's good, man?
Yeah, nothing much.
Yeah.
What you got on this conversation, man? And salute to Brandon for pulling up. I like that take right there. He had a good take right there. And it sounds like he's leaving that little minuscule window of opportunity open. And I will admit, for a lot of people, it is minuscule. If you don't already have LeBron at the top, it's not much left for him. He don't have much time left to prove it.
What up, Lamont?
Yeah, what up? Go ahead, Mr. Slash.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I have LeBron as the greatest of all time. But my thing has always been that I understand that there's been an argument between the two. And honestly, from 2016, it just felt that every step he took, that he proved people wrong, that he couldn't do it. It just seemed to be a new obstacle they built in front of him just so they can make the excuse to keep Mike. When Mike doesn't need the excuse, you can just argue based on his resume and his career. And I don't even like the clutch shooting thing because I think turning the entire game to just the last 5 minutes and ignoring the other 43 just so you can say, but Jordan's a better clutch shooter. I just don't think that's a fair. That's fair argument.
All right, I have a question for Mr. Slashblade. So I'm not ignoring the first 3 quarters. To me, the most important thing in an NBA game is clutch scoring. I'm not saying that's the only important thing, but to me, it's by far the most important. But here's my question. If you have LeBron over Jordan, can you honestly say the Bulls would have gone 6-0 in the finals in the 90s if they had LeBron instead of Jordan? No way.
Why not? Why not?
Because the Bulls needed Jordan to score 35 to 40.
Wait.
Because the Bulls didn't have the same scoring.
But here's the one thing we do know, Brandon. Let's say you replace Jordan with LeBron. The one thing we know for certain is that they draft differently. And the one thing that they did do well, they drafted excellently. They found Horace Grant. They traded for Scottie Pippen. They traded Olin Polynice, who was an average NBA player, got Scottie Pippen. And so they knew how to identify the talent that was needed to surround their best player. Even when Jordan left, they were able to put competent talent around Scottie Pippen so that team had an opportunity to thrive. So I trust that Bulls organization and Phil Jackson to know how to surround him with the talent because he would still be the best player in the league right there with Akeem. And he has the best organization. So I would trust that combination to still go 6-0.
Yeah,
I would still
but
trust that combination.
I don't think LeBron and Scottie ever could have won 6 titles.
No, that's why I said I don't think Scottie's there. Scottie's not there. If LeBron's there, there's no Scottie.
But Scottie Pippen was never a top 10 scorer in the league. Pippen
needed
Jordan to close.
He was number 8. He was number 8 scorer. He was the number 8 scorer in 94. And if Jordan didn't come back at the trajectory
94
he was
is when Jordan
wait, let me finish. At the trajectory he was coming, if Jordan didn't come back in 95, he would have been 10th. So actually, and even when you look at 97, he was only like 0.5 point. No, he was like 1.2 points away from Patrick Ewing, who was 8th at the time, and he had Michael Jordan scoring for him. I think in his prime, Scottie's easily a top 10 scorer, and that's just because the 90s scoring just wasn't that great on an individual level, unless you were Jordan, Jack, or Carl in the regular season.
Yeah, but I don't view Pippen as a top 10 scorer in the 90s because for 2 reasons. The first is you're pointing to 2 years. That's only 2 years. And number 2, Pippen was never a closer. Even on the 93-94 team, the Bulls won 57 games without Jordan, and that team was elite. That was a really good team. But Pippen was not a closer. Tony Kukoc took the final shot in that critical game 4 against the Knicks in the playoffs for a reason.
You don't have to be a closer. You don't have to be a closer to be a top 10 scorer.
Okay.
You don't have to be a closer.
Right. No.
And if we are if we are taking seasons where Scottie is very close with Michael Jordan taking majority of the shots, then we have to give him the benefit of the doubt that if the shots were distributed more evenly, which Scottie's going to get a little bit more of the pie, he'll easily be. I'm not saying he's top 5, top 3, but you can't say he's not a top 10 scorer when he's been a top 10 when he's by himself. And with Michael, he's been very close to that. I think we give Scottie the benefit and say he's a top 10. And being a clutch shooter doesn't really mean anything. I won't say Shaq was a clutch shooter, but he led the league in scoring twice.
But it does mean something. The reason the Bulls lost in the second round of the playoffs to the Knicks in that 94 year where they were a 57-win team was Pippen couldn't score consistently in the fourth quarter against that tough defense. But again, Pippen was not a top 10 scorer consistently. He wasn't.
I think they lost to the Knicks because they never found a replacement for Jordan. Like, you can't pull a piece from a team and then not give any replacement for it. So now they have to find a way to make up for all of Jordan's production with absolutely nobody, essentially. They didn't bring in even another borderline all-star to help Pippen out. They just pulled Jordan and just said, now go play without him and now go beat the same teams who you were having high-level battles with, and now go beat the same teams minus all of Jordan's defense and production with nobody to come in. Like, if you're going to extract him, at least remember, this is the Horace Grant similar. Remember, the Bulls were not the same without Horace Grant. When they brought in a similar replacement in Dennis Rodman, they got right back to doing what they were supposed to do, looking dominant. But they did not, as much as we wanted them to beat Orlando that year, they just didn't look right without that dominant power forward.
Jordan was not in great shape the year they lost to Orlando. He was still coming back.
I don't think it was
But
Jordan.
it also hurt that they
wasn't
didn't have
Jordan.
Grant or Rodman, because the Orlando team the Bulls lost to with Shaq and Horace Grant, they were stronger up front too. But Bill Cartwright is one of the most underrated parts of the Bulls team that won their first 3 titles because of the toughness he gave them, particularly against the Knicks, who were the Bulls' toughest opponents during their first 3 rings. But the whole thing quickly with Pippen and top 10 scoring, there are a lot of players who would have averaged top 10 points per game, but they played with many other good players. Pippen was not a consistent scorer in the fourth quarter. And Scottie Pippen was in his prime, a very good player. I like Pippen, but that 94 team was a 57-win team. And Tony Kukoc, the Bulls did not bring a player in to replace Jordan, but there were players who played much bigger roles, not just Pippen, but Kukoc played a much bigger role on the 94 team than he had on as well. So the Bulls did have players who were playing bigger roles that could step up. That was a 57-win team. I mean, that was a team that was good enough to beat the Knicks. They took the Knicks to
Brandon, outside of Penny and Shaq, who are the team top 10
year before? When you say Scottie Pippen's fourth quarter scoring, are you referring to the last 6 minutes?
I'm saying, Scott.
Because I'm looking at synergy
Scottie
here.
Pippen.
When I'm looking at
Scottie Pippen
synergy,
was never Scottie Pippen's weakness was shooting. He was phenomenal in transition in the open court. Pippen was not consistent the final 6 minutes.
So Pippen in the fourth quarter from 1990 to 1998 averaged 6.7 points per game.
Right, but he wasn't a closer.
Okay, I know, but what I'm saying is for a guy to come close to averaging that's about 7 points in the fourth quarter for a guy that averaged during from 1990 to 1998 about 21 points per game. That's a pretty good chunk of that 21 points that he was doing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no, Pippen was not a choker. I'm not saying Pippen was a choker, but he wasn't a closer either. The weakness to Pippen's game was he was never a consistent perimeter shooter. He was phenomenal in the open court. He was probably top 3 in the NBA in transition, but he was never a consistent shooter. And when the game slows down, half-court game, final 5 minutes, Pippen's inconsistent shooting was a problem at that time. He wasn't a choker. He scored in the court, but he wasn't a closer.
But see, we can't try to label everybody closers, because I can go to great closers who weren't necessarily the best players. Like if we go to a guy like Joe Johnson, one of the best closers in NBA history.
Yep.
But he's not going to come close to cracking the NBA top 50. Right? When we talk a guy like Jamal Crawford, one of the absolute best scorers off the bench, 6 men, but you could put him in at the end of games. You can definitely count on him to make big shots. Even Robert Horry became one of the best fourth quarter clutch shot makers ever, but he didn't come close to being the best player. So it's just like, why do these great players who did other things to be great, why did they have to have this closing and this clutch and this late game scoring?
I'm not saying you have to close. What I'm saying is that to me, there's no question that Scottie Pippen, who was an elite defensive player and I think a top 10 player in the NBA in his prime, but he was not a top 10 scorer. He was not as good of a scorer as David Robinson or Charles Barkley. He wasn't as good of a let me finish. He wasn't as good of a scorer as Shaq. He wasn't as good of a scorer as Ewing. He wasn't as good of a scorer as Olajuwon. He wasn't as good of a scorer as Malone. It's not just about points per game. Like Mr. Let me just finish. Mr. Slash Blade, you're just looking at points per game. You're not looking at efficiency.
You said top 10. You said top 10 scorers
in the league. He wasn't.
So hold on. But
you can't say top.
No, but it's not about scoring. The reason why we know it's not about scoring is because in 94, when they did a players vote, it says right here, 502 players voted in 1994. Who's the best player in the NBA? And Scottie Pippen got 84% of the vote over Hakeem Olajuwon, who came in second.
That's a popularity contest.
No. What I'm saying is, I like this vote is because these players voted in the moment. They didn't wait till 10 years down the line to talk about how great 94 is. We're talking about in the moment as the games were being played, because this vote was done during the All-Star. It was during the All-Star break. So in that moment, the players who went up against Pippen felt he was the best player in the league, even without the fourth quarter scoring, without leading the league in scoring. So some of these things don't always equate to the best player. Leading the league in, like Russell Westbrook's led the league in scoring twice. I don't know if we would say he's the best player in the league. James Harden's done it 3 times. I don't know if he's the best. And James Harden is James Harden as a great tough shot maker. He can give you great games. Russell Westbrook, his numbers, his fourth quarter numbers, his clutch numbers are through the roof, especially during that run in OKC. But nobody's going to say he was the best player in the league. I don't know if these things correlate to being the best.
No, I think Pippen was a top 10 player in the league. He was elite defensively. He was much better defender than Jordan. But to me, Pippen was never a top 10 scorer in the league because it's not about points per game. It's about efficiency. Pippen was never one of the 10 most efficient scorers in the league. He wasn't close to Barkley, Robinson, Malone, Shaq, any of those guys.
I
just don't know if this game. I don't know if this game was designed about him being efficient offensively. His game just wasn't his game. The things that made him great weren't built around offense.
Yeah, I'm responding to Mr. Slashblade. I agree. Pippen was elite defensively. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. So when we compare Pippen to other players, let's say we were doing a Pippen versus Charles Barkley debate. I feel like it's only fair to talk about what Pippen did great versus what Barkley did great. I think when people run to the low-hanging fruit of, Pippen played bad this game or Barkley played bad that game, you're just running to the bottom. Now, if we're talking about what makes two players great, why not stay on what they did best? That's when you talk about LeBron and Jordan, that takes us back there. If we're trying to determine and trying to decipher who could potentially be the GOAT, why would we run to, because these guys wouldn't even be in the conversation if the majority of their career wasn't great. Wouldn't it be smarter to focus on what LeBron does great versus Jordan does great, and then look at the impact? And I think when you look at that impact, so there's an argument for Jordan because he dominated the shit out of the 90s, but then there's also argument for LeBron with the longevity and dominance across multiple eras of basketball. So you have 2 different types of arguments there. One might weigh Jordan bigger, higher than other, and there's no problem with that. But one might weigh LeBron higher than Jordan, and there's no that, and it's all bias driven from that point forward. I just want people to debate it fairly and not put unfair requirements on LeBron James that we know he will never reach. It's never been in his game to be a great elite fourth quarter knockdown clutch. It's never going to look smooth. It's never going to look replicable by any players. The little half spin he does is ugly. Jordan's game was graceful, tongue out. People wanted to copy it, the shoes, and it was easier on the eyes, and when you play that graceful, it looks good. you always gonna have an edge. So I mean, LeBron and his playmaking. I hate that people try to shit on LeBron's defense when I think he was an excellent defender for a long portion of his career. It's definitely synced a little bit, but whose defense doesn't sync as they go into their 30s? So
what's going on, Lamont?
What up, Lee? But no, all good points though. All good points from everybody though. I can't knock what nobody said though.
Yeah, I don't think the Bulls win 6 titles in the 90s with LeBron though. Even if they draft differently, the 90s was so tough, physical, good defensively.
Hold on, when did Pippen come in? Let me pull up that draft.
Consistent shooting would have been a big problem in the 90s.
Let me see. If we pull up the 1987 NBA drafts, because obviously the Bulls don't draft Pippen. I'm trying to see if
they would have taken Pippen, yeah.
I don't think they would have
traded for
Pippen
Pippen,
yeah, I don't think they trade for Pippen if they have LeBron. I mean, yeah, if they have a LeBron.
Jerry loved Pippen. He watched him at Central Arkansas. Jerry was trading for Pippen.
So what I'm saying is, who in this draft around? So do they, if they have a LeBron James, I'm looking at the other players in this same, they still probably take Horace Grant at 10.
Yeah.
They obviously traded up to get Scottie Pippen because they originally had that 8 pick. So they traded up to get Scottie Pippen. Who do they trade up to get if they don't get Scottie Pippen? Does Kevin Johnson work? I don't know if that works. I think you might be right. They might still take Scottie Pippen because they don't take Armin Gilliman, Dennis Hobson, Reggie Williams, not impactful. Kenny Smith. Yeah, they might have messed around and still took Pippen.
Hey,
Looking
Lamont,
at this draft.
Can I just give my take real quick? I'm about to head out. But yeah, been listening to you guys for almost 5 hours now. And Lamont, you and I talk on the phone every once in a while, and I've always told you just kick people out when they continue to be rude and try to overtalk you and all this stuff. But I get it. But this Jordan LeBron debate is never going to end. Yeah, I've heard people say that LeBron has no shot, or LeBron wouldn't be this player in the 90s, or he can't be better than Michael Jordan. I disagree. I think LeBron's a better basketball player than Michael Jordan overall, but I don't have a GOAT because I just think it's just overall there's just too many players, too many scenarios, too many different situations, too many different unknowns per se. And the only thing the only thing that we're really going to know, or we're only going to know if we just use simulator on NBA 2K, really. But even then, that's different. But I just think Lamont said everything right on the money. It's just about fairness, and I think most people, they're just biased in general when it comes to these two polar players. They're just basketball in general. But all in all, Lamont, I do agree with your sentiment. If you're gonna hold a player to a particular standard, it should be that way all across the board, instead of allowing a player or certain players to be unique in their own way to be the greatest. But yet, when the 4th or 5th player who's labeled the GOAT, in this case, possibly LeBron, and according to some people, then he has to meet, a standard of somebody else. I just always thought that was just weird. But people are going to view the game how they want to view it. It's their prerogative, it's their choice. Just unfortunately the basketball community, which I said is the worst out of all sports, it's just too much bias. It's just too much bias at the end of the day. And I just wanted to ask you a question, Lamont, in terms of this discussion. Why is there, especially when it comes to these two players, one player in particular, and on millions upon millions of people wear his shoes every day, why is there so much emotion and bias when someone, not saying myself, I don't have a GOAT, but when people just disagree and say, no, I have reasons for LeBron
because basketball debates is just like hooping in real life. It's pride. It's like people go to the park and don't want to lose. People don't want to get into debates and sound wrong. They want their logic to be right. It's just all it is,
I mean,
so that's what makes these debates. That's what people come pull up for. That's why they like these debates, because shit, it's kind of like hooping. It's like hooping at the park or hooping at the gym. You're just doing it in a different way. So, I don't knock people for coming up having their own talking points. So, as wild as they might be,
Oh, they're horrible.
But it's just hard on me, man, especially in this era. Brandon was talking about it. Like, we going into an era of basketball where we literally watched in the 90s. I'm talking about, if you talk about owners and teams screwing over players, you talk about a guy like Akeem Olajuwon and Scottie Pippen. These guys went the majority of their career, as good as they were in the 90s, severely underpaid. I'm talking about, like, there was one point in time Pippen was like the 200th highest paid player in the NBA. Like something ridiculously low, and it's just
Pippen wanted a long-term deal because he got hurt early in his career. Yeah,
and all he wanted was, like, he just wanted his what he was worth. The Bulls had the money to pay; they just didn't want to renegotiate. But the same thing was going on in Houston with Hakeem. Like, Hakeem wanted out of Houston; they didn't want to pay him. Horace Grant left the Bulls because they didn't want to pay him. When he went to Orlando, he had to basically play that first year damn on a minimum deal because Orlando didn't have his bird rights. That's what it took to really go get paid. And then Horace Grant got his big deal that following year. So if you like, when Ewing wanted to leave the Knicks,
I was just about to say that, Lamar.
they was like, oh, yeah, you can go ahead and leave. You got to take a 70% pay cut till they get your bird rights. And he was like, hold on. We ain't about to do that. Like,
Lamar, I just wanted to talk to you about that as well, because I've had friends, all over the place talk about, LeBron forcing teams to do A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. And I've always said this to a few of my friends, like, wait a second. Is there reports of LeBron holding GMs and owners at gunpoint that we don't know about? I mean, we've heard players like Richard Jefferson, Kendrick Perkins. Now, I know people are going to say a lot about Kendrick Perkins. I get it. But he said, LeBron has said, hey, I would like for you to at least take a look at said player. And those GMs said, okay, we'll consider it. They never did. They said no. So for me, it's like, okay, I don't hold it against anybody who wants to, better their situation in a particular team. And LeBron James has, as great as he is, he may have to say, but he doesn't have final say on who comes in. Now, am I missing something, Lamont?
I mean, LeBron has all the leverage. Cleveland was nothing without LeBron. He had all the leverage. LeBron told Cleveland he wanted Korver. They got Korver overnight.
But LeBron wanted Amari Stoudemire for J.J. Hickson. They didn't do it. LeBron, the first time around, said, I want Carmelo over here. They didn't sign him, and he went to Portland. Like, there's been times where teams have said no to LeBron. So we know it ultimately comes down to the team, And you know what?
Well, we don't know if those teams, if Cleveland had the pieces to get Cleveland didn't have the pieces to get Amari anyways when he was in his prime. But
they wanted
LeBron forced the Lakers to get Westbrook.
They wanted Hickson.
Yes, they did. All they had to do, all they literally had to do was trade like a second, possibly a future first. They didn't want to do it.
Well, we don't know if Phoenix would have.
No. It was confirmed that they just wanted JJ, and because they thought that because of his size. What do you mean they don't know that? That was like it fell because of Cleveland. Phoenix was ready to accept the trade. Cleveland denied it. It was confirmed in 2009.
I wish Khalil was here because Khalil knows. He was in the know about all that. He would know exactly.
Right.
I wish
we don't know that, but also Amari got red flagged by a lot of teams because of his knee issue since he had microfracture surgery. There were a lot of teams that just the doctors red flagged Amari. They weren't willing to trade for him. But again, I mean, to me, Jordan was a better leader, and Jordan did not destroy rosters the way LeBron did with the Westbrook trade. I mean, that Westbrook trade destroyed the Lakers roster.
He destroyed the Wizards. He destroyed the Wizards.
Now the Wizards were nothing anyway. I mean, Jordan was a horrible owner. I'll be the first to say that. He was the worst owner in the NBA. But I'm talking about as a player.
I mean, because they just didn't. I don't think LeBron really destroyed LA. Honestly,
I don't think he.
They were paying Westbrook $40 million a year. I mean, they.
It's the GM. No. It's the GM's job to be a GM because when the Lakers got everything back to
everyone knows that.
You know what's funny to me? This is the funny thing to me is when the Lakers did turn it around this year. People said it was because Rob Pelinka made all these good moves and good trades.
Exactly.
But when things go bad, it's because LeBron James asked for the trade. How do we know LeBron didn't ask for these pieces to come in? How do we know he didn't ask for these guys to come in and then they make a run and get to the West, unprecedented run to the Western Conference Finals? So it's just like, okay, if we're gonna give LeBron the ether for the bad moves, we got to give him credit for all the good trades. We can't just say he's responsible for just only bad trades. There's good trades that have happened.
That's
that have
fair.
worked.
I agree with that take, but I don't know of any good trades that LeBron forced.
Anthony
I know LeBron
Davis.
forced the Westbrook trade.
Well, Anthony Davis was a good trade.
Yeah, but
LeBron definitely had
wanted
something to
come
do with
LA.
that.
I don't think that's LeBron.
I mean,
Anthony
so
Davis.
LeBron doesn't do anything. Wait, so you're just doing what everybody does. Where when something good happens, it's the GM, but when something bad happens, it's LeBron. I just don't find that like even close to being equal at all.
Okay, but
Again,
Anthony Davis wanted to play with Anthony Davis. Worked out with LeBron in the offseason. They both had clutch sports. Anthony Davis wanted to come to LA. So
that sounds like LeBron's fingerprints.
No reason
He could have gone to the Clippers. He could have gone to the Clippers. That they live in LA too.
But you can't use the clutch.
LeBron didn't. It's not
connection with J.R.
everybody
Smith
wanted Anthony Davis. It wasn't
but then
like
you don't use it with
some
AD.
great GM move. Yeah.
No, all I'm saying is I just think saying that he destroyed teams, like I say, there's some problems that's a you problem. That's an organizational problem. If LeBron leaves, which is always a risk, if you sign him and you let his contract expire, if he leaves, the risk is that you're going to have to rebuild your roster. And remember, what we proved is the Miami Heat were still kind of competitive when LeBron left. Yes, they had a big hole to fill, but they stayed competitive and they've bounced back to the tune of getting back to the NBA Finals twice since. But we've seen bad organizations like the Cavs, they just stayed in the shitter until just now they just got relevant again after they got a new GM and new leadership over there. So the Cavs had a history of just being a bad front office, making bad moves, drafting bad. We saw what happened with Anthony Bennett, and it just came back to bite them. And once they got new leadership in, now they look a little bit more competent now that they got a new GM, a new coach in there, and they got a better coacher. So yes, LeBron has made forced trades and said things. I won't deny that. But I feel like there's been a ton of players with power and gravity that make things happen in their own right on other teams. You know, Kobe essentially demanded that the Lakers bring in more help, or he's out of there, and they brought in more help. He told Stephen A. Smith, "I want out. I want to trade." But like I said, sometimes players got to force their hand.
Same with Barkley.
I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue.
Yeah, I don't have a issue with players forcing their hand. I don't see the case for LeBron getting credit for Davis coming to LA because Davis wanted to come to LA. It wasn't like LeBron made that move happen. Anthony Davis made that move happen.
Westbrook wanted to come to LA too.
Jordan was a better leader, and Jordan didn't interfere in front office decisions. Now, I agree with you. If LeBron wanted moves to be made that made the roster better, he does deserve credit for that. Absolutely. But to me, you know, DeRozan is from LA. He wanted to go to LA. He was on the phone with the Lakers front office. And then LeBron, who spent all offseason with Westbrook, who played his college ball in UCLA, LeBron wanted Westbrook. And the Buss family depends on TV contracts for their money. They need LeBron in LA for that TV money. They need LeBron. They got to make LeBron happy. They had to make LeBron happy. It
was reported that LeBron was good with either or. He said, "You either give me DeRozan or Westbrook."
Hey, look, you know what though?
No,
but
DeRozan said the Lakers cut off
the thing,
negotiations.
To the Lakers, not LeBron.
But again, I think this is we're
LeBron
placing another.
LeBron did not want DeRozan.
But
he wanted either.
But Mr. Slash,
he wanted Westbrook.
We're placing another unreasonable expectation on LeBron because now we're giving him an expectation. Any move or any recommendation that you make, it has to work, or we're going to look at it as a complete failure. When we know that sometimes things just don't work out, and this just happens sometimes. Sometimes moves don't work. Now, we didn't see that as much in the 90s. We didn't because in the 90s, you really didn't see a ton of player movement amongst the league's best players. I mean, Barkley coming to Phoenix was a big deal. But outside of that, you really didn't see stars moving to other places. And Barkley went to a really good Phoenix team. It's not like he went to a bad Phoenix team and just brought them up out the mud. He went to a good Phoenix team and made them much better. But, you know, it's just a different era. And LeBron has to strategize and build rosters different because we're in an era where Bradley Beal ends up on the Phoenix Suns with Devin Booker and KD.
And you also have to understand why the Westbrook thing happened, because on the other side of the country, you saw KD, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving come together. I think LeBron knew the talent that he and AD had, but if he was gonna find, he said, I needed a star scorer. That's why it was good with either DeMar or
It didn't
Westbrook.
work out. Look, I don't knock Westbrook. I was one of the believers. I went into it thinking, look, this is a lot of talent. This is a lot of IQ. I said, maybe it works. And it didn't work out. And so the one thing you can't do is when things don't work, you can't just sit and do nothing. They acted on it. And whether it was LeBron or whether it was Rob Pelinka, it got fixed immediately. And when the repair pieces came in, they got to work. I ain't gonna lie.
No, but it didn't
got
get
busy.
fixed immediately. I mean, the Lakers roster was not a roster they could contend with for 2 years. It took 3 years to fix the Westbrook mess. It wasn't fixed right away.
I truly believe that they thought they could get it to work, especially with a new coach in Darvin Ham. I thought they could get it to work. And, it didn't work that first time. One coach got the axe because of it, but then the second time, I thought they were going to give it a shot. They gave it their best shot, and then Russ was out of there. So, sometimes that happens, y'all. And we've seen teams hold on to bad duos for a long time. My Portland Trailblazers held on to CJ and Dame, that duo, too long. And you had two players that absolutely couldn't defend, and only they could do is just light up the scoreboard, and now you're just in a shitty situation for a long time. So at least you got to give them credit for acting on things quickly. And rectifying mistakes immediately, as opposed to just look at the Clippers. The Clippers have been living in a mistake for like the last 3 years.
But it wasn't fixed immediately. I mean, the Lakers were not contenders for 2 years because of the Westbrook trade. And the thing, like Mr. Slashbait is wrong about, LeBron wanted Westbrook because he wanted a ball handler. LeBron's getting older. He wanted a ball handler, a point guard to take pressure off him. He did not.
DeMar DeRozan became DeRozan.
DeRozan was on the phone with LA. And LA cut off conversations with him.
If you watch the Spurs with DeRozan, they turned him into a much better playmaker. The fact that you just completely dismissed that means that you didn't either bother to watch DeMar or you're lying. He became a significantly
But that's not how
better.
LeBron viewed him. LeBron wanted Westbrook because he wanted.
You're saying you have a better basketball. DeMar was one of the better playmakers in the league. How are you going to just dismiss that? I think you saw it, but LeBron didn't. That's just ignorance on your part.
No. LeBron spent all offseason with Westbrook before the Lakers traded for him. Westbrook was in LA with LeBron the whole offseason. DeRozan has said publicly he was on the phone with the Lakers negotiating a deal. He's from LA, wanted to go back there, and then suddenly the Lakers cut off negotiations with him. They traded for Westbrook, who LeBron spent all offseason with. LeBron wanted Westbrook. He did not want.
He wanted either or.
No,
or that's what I'm just saying. You're just making it. You just want it to be one way.
Here's the one thing. Y'all. Here's the one thing. We will never know. The players don't speak on it. We don't have nothing official other than unofficial reports. Nobody really knows. The one thing we know is that they got Westbrook, and it didn't work. And as much as I wanted to see it work, because I love Westbrook as an individual player, I wanted to see him win. I hate that people really, shit on his career. And they place labels on them that I don't think are fair. I wanted to see it work, and it just sometimes things don't work. When Brooklyn got together with that Harden and Kyrie, I wanted to see it work. I thought it'd have been electrifying and fun. It didn't work. And sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. And the only thing you can do is applaud the people and the players that are in place to actually come to that realization very quickly and then act on it. The Lakers, how much money they were paying Westbrook, it was never going to be easy to trade him. They had to stick it out a little bit longer. They just had to. I didn't want to see them after watching it the first year. I didn't want to see it again, but they had to at least try.
But that's my point is when LeBron was 36 and 37, he was still good enough to be the best player on a championship team. But the rosters weren't good enough because of the Westbrook trade. And LeBron has always needed shooters around him because of the way he plays. I mean, Westbrook is many things. He's not an off-the-ball player. Nobody wanted Westbrook's $40 million a year contract. There's no way the Lakers trade for Westbrook unless LeBron wanted them to. Nobody wanted that deal.
I know,
when
but
the Lakers
but
traded
there were
for
a
him.
lot of
Nobody.
people. But like I said, I can be honest. Like, I'm not going to be one of those people that going to act like I predicted how bad it was going to be, because there's a lot of people out there just saying, "Oh, I saw how bad." I don't think anybody projected how bad they were going to be. I think how bad they were is what's more surprising than anything. How, it just did not look right at all, until the tune that they were getting beat by anybody, Rockets, Thunder, and so it was just bad. And I think that was the biggest surprise. That was the most surprising aspect, but they rectified it. They went into this offseason, and what did they do? They made it quiet moves. They brought in the types of players like you just talked about, 3-and-D guys. Vincent makes shots, 3-and-D. Taurean Prince shot 38% from the 3-and-D. So what I'm saying is, so they've rectified it. Did it happen?
Yeah, but
yes.
it's too late now. I mean, LeBron's 38, and he's not good enough at age 38 to be a first option on a championship team. It's too
I don't
late
know if
now.
he's the first option, though. I think AD's the first option.
But AD can't stay healthy.
I know, but the thing is, when you go into an NBA season, you can't say, we know AD's going to get hurt, so LeBron, you got to prepare to be the first option. You just have to plan, and you have to hope that you can keep AD healthy for an entire season, and then hope for the best. We can say that with any team. I don't think Jamal Murray's the first option, but if Jokic goes down, he's a de facto first option. Probably not going to look the best either.
But Davis hasn't been healthy for 3 years now. You just can't stay healthy.
That's just the way it is. I mean, it's just like I say, these are the chances and the risks that you have to take when you go into a season. Injuries happen. Can't predict and project everything. You just have to say, hopefully we can get, like, AD's out there boxing. He's getting in it. He looks much lighter. The one thing he's done is he looked like he's lost 15 pounds of weight. So he was moving with too much weight the last couple of years. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully they can keep him healthy. If they can keep him healthy, I mean, they're gonna be in the mix. And LeBron will still be the best player on that team, even though he's not the leading scorer.
Yeah, I think if Reeves takes the next step, he becomes a 20 to 20. If Reeves becomes an all-star, a viable third option, the Lakers could be interesting. I don't think they're going to challenge Denver, probably not Phoenix either. But I do disagree with you on this point. I think it was pretty obvious the Westbrook trade was not going to work. I mean, LeBron has never been able to play with guards who can't shoot. It just doesn't work. And Westbrook is not an off-the-ball player. He's one of the worst three-point shooters in the league. To me, it was pretty obvious the spacing was not going to work with Westbrook playing off the ball. I thought that was pretty obvious.
We had another guy, Hoop Jargon, came on, told me the same thing. It was definitely a video game trade. The player ratings add up, but it just didn't. The chemistry was horrible. I mean, I just have to, like, when I look at these situations, I try to take the good out of it. And the good out of it is they fixed it much faster than what most other teams do. Other teams have bad situations, and they stay in that situation for years and years on end and do nothing, like the Blazers, like the Clippers, like a lot of teams that just stay in bad, like the Wizards, who, held on the bill for too long, even though they were never contending. Look at the Sixers, It took them forever to figure out that Ben Simmons situation. Now somebody else has that Ben Simmons headache. So, I mean, I don't know, man. The Lakers can be interesting. I'll give you that much. They can be interesting.
Yeah, I think, though, you have to distinguish between certain franchises. Like, Portland's a small market team. They're not going to track top free agents. So even though obviously with Dame and CJ, they were always in the bottom third of the league defensively, wasn't enough ball movement, it's tough for a small market team to blow a playoff team up, because a lot of teams like Orlando, Sacramento until this past year, a lot of small market teams, they blow a playoff team up, they're not in the playoffs for 20 years. So I understand small market teams not wanting to blow up playoff teams that aren't contenders, but at some point you got to try and build a contender. To me, if a team's not getting over the hump year after year.
Yeah, I give you that. I mean, Hopefully, this NBA season is definitely going to be entertaining NBA season. I give them that much. They never fail to deliver with the narratives and the new teams, and now we got this. While y'all here, before we shut this one down, let me get y'all thoughts on this little in-season tournament. What are y'all thoughts on this?
Waste of time.
You say you think it's a waste of time?
It's a waste of time. Nobody's gonna really want that trophy, to be honest. I know they're trying to copy football, but there's been like groundwork for that since the beginning of the sport. So you can't do stuff like the FA Cup. You look at the Copa del Rey and try to implement that into the NBA. They don't have any. They don't have any history.
Why do you think everybody else can have in-season tournaments in pro sports, but the NBA can't? I mean, all the other leagues find success in it.
It's too cluttered. Too cluttered. There's too many games.
Yeah, I think it's a 0. I think that the NBA is trying to do something because the All-Star game was such an embarrassment. So they want to do something mid-season to kind of complement or substitute for the All-Star game. But the play-in tournament worked. That was a good idea. But I think because the play-in tournament worked, they think this will work. But this just doesn't make any sense. It has no impact on the playoffs or seeding. Nobody's going to care.
I'm telling y'all what, though, Adam Silver, he's a master marketer and narrative pusher. Everything he's touched turned to gold. I ain't gonna lie. That play-in, a lot of people were hesitant about that. Them play-in games is crazy now. Like that's must-see TV. So,
and that's why I'll give it a chance, because I wasn't happy with the play-in. But
I mean, we mess around. If we mess around and get a finals rematch in that championship game, or you get a rivalry matchup, Boston versus LA, and you mess around and have that game go down to the wire. Man, yeah, I mean,
it's crazy to think Miami was losing with 5 minutes left against the Bulls in the fourth quarter of the final play-in game for them. And the play-in game has really had a huge impact on the playoffs a lot of years.
And it gives teams hope. Like you can go from your season being over to being an 8 seed against an NBA Finals. Like bottom of the barrel teams, the OKC Thunder can now look at this and be like, we can make a run now. Like you give the scariest thing in basketball is when you give bad teams confidence. Those are the hardest games to play. A lot like the hardest games aren't playing the best teams. Hardest games is playing the scrub teams that find their confidence at the wrong time. And that's what they created in Miami Heat. That's what they could create, potentially create in this play-in with more teams going forward in the future.
Yeah, I think what the NBA is trying to do, like now they're requiring 70 games for the All-NBA teams. If you make the All-NBA teams, you get more money, the play-in tournament. The NBA is trying to reduce load management, but they're trying to do it in a strategic way that doesn't piss the players off. And it's going to be hard, but they don't want the best players sitting out more than 15, 20 games a year.
Hey, but Brandon, I keep telling people.
Yeah.
These James Harden, KD, and Kyrie, they didn't piss the entire league off. I'm talking about with owners. I mean, with all the shenanigans they've been pulling with demanding trades and movement, and the Nets was having a pretty good year, and then Kyrie trade me, and then KD fall. I said it's only a matter of time before the owners start yanking their power back slowly. And this is just a small window. This is just a small wrinkle of them taking a little bit of their power back. And I feel like there's more to come, with the new CBA and some of the things that we are seeing now. When the owners are coming for their power back because the players have started to kind of abuse it with these weird, crazy, reckless trade demands under contract. And it's kind of petty. I want to see guys play. I'm tired of seeing guys sit out half the season, and Ben Simmons issue talking about you got mental issues, faking it, man.
Man, I'd like to see the NBA schedule just reduced by about 10 to 12 games so they can eliminate back-to-backs. And I think if you eliminate back-to-backs, then you can really go at players for load management because, back-to-backs are just not safe. These teams are flying in at 3 a.m. and then they're playing 2 games in 2 days. So I do get holding the best players out on the second night of a back-to-back. But I think if you get rid of the back-to-backs, then you can go at players and ask that they not load manage. To do that, I think you have to reduce the number of games. And most players aren't going to want to do that because it'll hurt their paycheck.
You got to convince owners of that, because owners want their bread. Owners be making money off them games and vendors, and you reduce games, you got to up ticket sales. Ticket costs gonna go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a trade-off somewhere. Somebody gonna feel the burn if you reduce games, and I guarantee you the players ain't gonna take no pay cut.
Yeah, they're gonna want their money.
Well, yeah, they're gonna want to get paid.
Right.
And the owners got to come up with the money to pay them.
Yeah.
So they ain't cutting no games. They gonna find ways to weasel in more games. Look, they trying to hype up Summer League. They gonna sell us Summer League. I mean, they're gonna sell us any product we can get, man.
Hey, can you still hear me, Lamar?
What's going on with you, Mark?
What up? What up with your chance?
Chilling, man. Chilling. What's going on with you? What's going on, panel? Hey, man, I like how y'all talking out here tonight, man. Y'all got some good points up here tonight.
No, Brandon came up here cooking. I can't lie. Brandon came up here cooking.
Yeah, he got that stir fry going.
And Mr. Slash and Mr. Slashblade came up here cooking, man. A couple of guys came up here cooking. Aaron came in cooking too. He went mute on us for a little bit, but Aaron was cooking for a little bit.
Yeah, that was some
man.
What's going on, Lamar?
What up, Crypto?
Hey, Crypto, what's going on with you, fam?
What's good with a Crypto?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Hey, listen, you guys. There was a good point about that play-in, because you're right. Miami was on the brink of death, and then basically they had a Cinderella moment.
No, they were not.
They took advantage.
No,
of
they were
their play-in.
They were not on the bench. No, they were literally just playing the role to get to the playoffs. They didn't want to get injured. They didn't want to do too much. A lot of teams are going to do that when it comes to that play.
You got to admit that. They could have lost that game to the Bulls.
I mean, they could have. Look, could have, should have, would have. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't.
That's all I'm saying.
But the point is, they got the team.
Brink.
Yeah, they got the team, but they got the team to really be one of the top teams in the East. They really just take a downside when it comes into the regular season, because they got a lot of older players. They don't want to get hurt, and then you're bringing in young talent that you want to kind of sneak in there and get them going. You know what I mean? So then when it comes time for the postseason, they can be ready to go. And it takes a lot to do all that.
But yeah, had the Bulls won that game, then it would have been no Cinderella story.
Yeah, he would have been out.
It'd have been a wrap Christmas gifts, but Lamont already know. I said, man, before the season even started, basically, I already said that it was going to be the Lakers and the Heat going to the playoff. I mean, going to the championship again. It's just the Lakers messed it up, but they had it. I mean, they basically gave the Lakers the key and the walkway.
Would you say the
Lakers?
Lakers?
The true storyline would have been though the tiebreaker between Boston and the Lakers was what the NBA really wanted.
But the fans don't want that though. But the fans don't really want that, like, because Boston and Lakers.
The NBA wanted it because it's a better storyline.
Bro, you must be lying. If you Boston Celtics would have matched up this year, bro, I wouldn't have missed a minute of that. I ain't gonna lie.
Boston would have played the Lakers in the finals. That would have been epic because the tie would have been broken between those two franchises.
Y'all notice I didn't even cover the NBA finals this year.
Nobody did, other than the state of Colorado and the state of Florida.
Lamar, man, I don't like the way you said that, man. What you trying to say, brother?
Only the state of Florida and Colorado covered.
Don't just Jimmy buckets like that, man. That's Jimmy Buckets.
No, we're not dissing Jimmy Buckets, but I'm just saying we know the one thing you can't deny with LeBron is he is must-see TV. Whether you because what I love to see LeBron win. Especially
it's like watching Mayweather.
Especially in
like watching Mayweather fight.
Because I like to see the reaction of the haters. I always want to see what are they gonna say now. Like I was wanting them to beat Denver so much, but I knew they weren't gonna beat Denver. But I'm like, if they get to the finals, it's just like it's a lot of haters that got a lot of questions. To answer.
But I think the whole thing behind LeBron being polarizing like that is because he does have that. He came in with that polarizing name and the polarizing posterization of him, like they did Jordan. Like they did Muhammad Ali, like they did all the greatest. You know what I mean? All the great ones. So, no, they didn't really do Kobe like that. Kobe didn't really come in with that kind of hype. He was cool. He was cool coming out of high school, but they didn't know what they got.
He says LeBron ain't must-see TV. Man,
They were going to get that.
Bro,
I don't even like LeBron, bro, and I gotta say he's must-see TV. Like,
must-see
TV.
I don't even like
Just
LeBron, and I gotta say he's must-see TV.
VW is gonna
bro,
be must-see
the Lakers
TV
could
for
go play the
everybody.
Shanghai Sharks right now. Everybody gonna go watch.
Right. Still LeBron.
Because the Lakers mess around and lose that game, boy. People gonna be having live streams for the next year about
It's
LeBron
like watching-
losing to the
like-
Shanghai
Oh, yeah.
Sharks, man.
It's like watching Mayweather fight, man. You want to watch it to see him probably lose.
Right.
Bro, I'm talking about they can play anybody. As long as LeBron there, they can play anybody.
Yeah.
They play the Nigerian national team. They better not lose.
He still generates the ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah, LeBron does well for TV ratings. The other thing is LeBron's really the first guy who's been the face of the league who's chosen to be very political. He's very clearly on the left. You know, Kobe was never political.
Kareem was the first one.
Kareem is. No, he ain't
No,
the first.
Bill Russell.
Kareem
Bill
has
Russell
been
didn't come until later. Bill Russell just kept his mouth shut for a while. But Kareem was
Right.
outspoken about everything.
Kareem was definitely outspoken.
Yeah, he was very
I don't think Kareem was ever.
I was saying both of those guys.
Huh?
I don't think Kareem was ever the face of the league.
What? Kareem was that guy.
He was.
When he came in, look, when Lou Alcindor came into the league, when Lou Alcindor, look, Kareem came in like William Wamba or whatever his last name is. He came in like that. He had the hype like that when he came in because he was the tallest guy they ever seen like that. I don't know, Women Wamba, whatever his name is.
Just say VW, man. It's easy.
Yeah.
Just say VW.
I'm gonna just call him Win Wamba. I'm gonna just call him Win Wamba. I don't care, man. Look. When Wambas
VW for short, man. Just
when Mambas came in, when Mambas came in, right? So, yeah. But no. Lou Alcindor was that guy. And before he changed the name, when he was just Lou Alcindor coming out of high school, he was the man that everybody wanted, and UCLA got him. And yeah, he had the whole legacy going, just like LeBron.
He was
legit. Well, I mean, Kareem was a great player, but Kareem was never, to me, the face of the league. He only won one title in Milwaukee. When he went to LA, he was older.
What he was in high school.
When Kareem was on LA, it was Magic and Bird. I don't
You
think
know
Kareem
who he had on that team in Milwaukee?
Kareem
Do you know who was on that team in Milwaukee?
No, y'all look.
It would have been hard. It would have been hard to beat.
I think y'all missing what he's saying. He's not saying Kareem wasn't the best player. Kareem, he might be right though. I don't think Kareem ever was the face though.
No, I'm saying that when you were when you had the
as far as official face, no.
No,
But when he came in, though, you had Bill Russell and you had Jerry West and you had Will Chamberlain, right? So they were basically the faces of it. They were kind of pushing their way kind of outward when Lou Alcindor came in. He was kind of more or less the face of the league of big men when he came in.
Yeah, but once he changed his name to Kareem, he was never going to be the face.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. But in the NBA, if it wasn't Kareem, then who was it?
It was going to be Lou Alcindor.
No. I mean, like, if Kareem or Lou, if he's not the face, are you saying McAdoo? Are you saying Reed?
No.
The face of the league. His name was
the
so
reason why they say
controversial
Magic and Bird saved the NBA. They didn't have a face.
Yeah, the face of the league during the 70s was crack cocaine.
Yeah, they didn't have a face.
Well, not
Magic
just that
and Bird
though.
Saved the league. They became the faces.
Well, not Bird. Not necessarily. Well, Bird saved it for the white boys, right? But Magic kind of brought him into.
No, you have to put Bird into it because it was the dynamic of
it. Was the no. I know. You know, coming out of college, Michigan State versus Indiana. I know the whole narrative behind that. But what I'm saying is the
dynamic was
the white media, right? The white media
was black dude.
What do you mean?
It was black dude versus white dude. When they came out, right? When they came out, right? They were trying to write negative about Magic, but not write negative about Magic because they really didn't have nothing negative to say about a man that's smiling in your face all the time. Right. I mean, what are you going to say? He's always smiling at you. He's always complimentary. He's always a gentleman when he's around you.
Until
really
1992 happened.
Right? But even then,
they still did that up until 1992.
Yeah. And they still gave Larry Bird the Rookie of the Year. They still gave Larry Bird all the accolades in the paper. But every time, and Bird
they gave Magic his flowers. Where Magic was Showtime, man, in LA.
Bro. No. LA gave him a flower. He had to prove it, but he had to go above. Even when he won the championship, they were still talking about is he better than Bird in the papers. Right after he won that championship. Yeah, but I don't know. Is he still better than Bird?
You got to think though, you got to think in that time frame in the 80s, Bird was in the heart of where media kind of really was established. Like he's on the East Coast.
No, the white media in Boston. They don't play around in Boston.
The Boston Globe was one of the biggest newspapers.
I know. I know. And the same guy that owns the Boston Globe owns the New York Times. And I know.
So
but
what I'm saying is if you live
go.
in that area and you want, I mean, you're going to get the press.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But no. But even Bill Russell, right? Even Bill Russell said,
I don't even know. I never picked up a Boston Globe in my life, and I know about the goddamn Boston Globe. I don't even know how.
You hear about it in the movies and all
That's
kinds of stuff.
because you watch the national media, Lamont. That's the
No,
you
probably heard it in the movies. You probably seen it in the movies and all
The
kinds of stuff.
national media pushes those outlets.
Yeah, but if you have those biggest outlets pushing those things, then you have to basically change the narrative of that. And that was Magic Johnson's job. He had to change the narrative in the face of what they were actually trying to push, which was a lame Larry Bird that didn't have no personality. I'm not going to say he's lame like he didn't know how to ball. He just didn't have a personality. The reason why Magic sold it is because Magic kind of brought him into his world of his personality. Like when Magic comes with you, you engulf what Magic is now, kind of like how LeBron does, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now you're in that whole realm with him. And it was all the way since college. If it wasn't for Magic Johnson at Showtime, I guarantee you Bird would not have been able to push the league. He would not have made the league popular. Like no.
Well, they helped each other.
Yeah, I agree, Adam. He said Magic Bird, Ali and Frazier of basketball. I agree too.
They had the rivalry going back to college with Indiana State and Michigan State too. Yeah,
bro.
But think about it like this.
This is exactly how I would have marketed if I was in NBA. I would have been like, okay, we got a black dude, we got a white. Oh, I'm gonna sell the race battle. Like, not
that's what they
necessarily a
did.
race battle, but I'm gonna pit the black dude versus the white dude.
Well, that's what they did.
They sold it in college too.
No, that's what they do. Like the cartoons and stuff.
Master marketing strategy.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
And the Boston Globe had the cartoons. Boston Globe used to print up the cartoons every week of him and Magic. You know what I'm saying? And him talking bad about me, talking down to Magic in the little cartoons, little comics that they have in the little strips. Yeah. And basically, they was trying to diss Magic. But Magic just wouldn't break. Like, you couldn't break him to go negative. You know what I'm saying? No, it wasn't no rivalry. Bro, how's it a rivalry when I'm always whooping you?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, you got to remember when two teams face off.
How is it a rivalry when I'm always whooping you?
It's not
a rivalry.
A rivalry can still be a rivalry even if there's a lot of wins, though, bro.
Detroit and LA could have been a rivalry.
Most
that
rivalries, by definition, is not one-sided.
Yeah, this is one-sided. Well, this is literally one-sided. Now, if you want to go Detroit and LA, that could have been a real serious rivalry.
Because here's the thing, though, bro. Like, let me cross sports for a second. Like, we are back in the early 2000s. A lot of people consider Brady and Manning a rivalry, though, bro. And like Manning never won.
Come on. Bro, we know what that narrative was with Tom Brady. I don't even want to talk about Tom Brady, man. That's a big.
How is Detroit and LA close to a rivalry than
Manning
Boston?
beat Brady the year Manning won the Super Bowl.
Because Detroit was always whooping on they had.
I lived in Indianapolis. It felt like, man, I'm talking about whenever Brady came into town, it felt like Brady would beat the life out of us every time. That's what it felt like, and I was in Indianapolis. Like it felt like. That was the one player that we could.
No, it didn't feel like. No, it didn't feel like that. It was literally happening to you.
It was that way. But
I don't even got to count the wins and losses, but it just felt like every time they came in, I'm like,
hey, Lamar, you should look that up. Hey, Lamar, you should look that up right quick though.
But don't Manning have a better playoff record over Brady?
Well, no, he does. He does because he was beating them later.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, because he was beating them later on.
Right now, as a Colts fan growing up, it felt like every time we beat the Patriots, there was some lucky shit that happened.
I think you guys only beat the Patriots like 5 times.
Bro, I'm just telling you how it felt.
Wait a minute, what team you talk? Wait, hold on. Say that again, Lamont. What
team about the Colts and Patriots?
Like as a Colts
between
fan,
the Colts and
every time
Patriots,
Peyton Manning
the Colts and
up
Patriots
against Brady, it felt like they were gonna win. Like it felt like they the better team, and we got to get some lucky shit to happen for us to win this game.
Well, I mean, the Colts never had a defense, Lamont.
Right.
Yeah, they were.
And then the Colts usually got beat before they even got to Brady and them because they used to lose in the first round. They used to go 13-3 every year and lose to the Chargers.
And find a way
to
lose.
They lost to the Chargers twice, I think.
I think maybe 3 times. It was one game where the same dude
team
hit
that
off Manning like 4 times.
the Patriots, the best between them and the Steelers doing that
you
run.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Everybody in sports tries to get up.
Oh, stop it, bro!
Like stop it, Lamont.
We gotta start with that narrative. Like,
you gotta retract that statement, Lamont.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. The only thing that happened with the Patriots is they got caught. Best believe every NFL team was doing the same shit.
I mean, back in like I think it was 2003, like the Broncos actually got fined for like going over the cap room.
Yeah, but the Patriots took it to another level. Like, one of the things that people don't talk about, because ESPN covered it up, was the Patriots were the face of the NFL after 9/11. The NFL wanted that we're all Patriots 9/11. And so when the original scandal broke about the Patriots taping team signals, the scandal was a lot bigger than what the media told the public, because the NFL covered it up because they wanted the Patriots to be the face of the league. The NFL literally burned about 100 tapes the Patriots had of signals being taped. They covered up a lot of that scandal. That scandal was a lot bigger than what was reported.
No, but like but the thing is, though, bro, like you could literally have that type of not to that level maybe, but you could literally have a scandal like that. You don't hear about it obviously, but there's going to be a team that does some like shady stuff though, bro.
Bro,
like,
but bro, they were videotaping the whole league, bro, and then they had camera systems set up. They had camera systems set up in their visitor locker room.
No, but even look at the Saints though, bro. They had that what was it called?
Bounty gate don't count.
That's way different, bro. That's going out there and saying,
bro,
hold on, bro. This is their bounty, right? Hey, go out there and knock his lights out. Bro, you know how many times I used to hear that playing football when I was growing up, and they wouldn't give him no bounty, they wouldn't give him no money for that.
Right, they wouldn't give him money for it. They just tell you to go do it.
Nobody gets paid, bro.
So now, when I'm a professional coach, so you can tell a 10-year-old to go do that, right? But you can't tell a 30-year-old to go do that. Okay, that makes no sense.
Right.
But you can deflate football. You can cheat and videotape people's conversations. Basically,
I think that was the worst. I think that was worse than the Deflategate.
So it wouldn't affect the game if you knocked the star quarterback out of the game. Like I don't get the argument.
You said what?
That's tough.
No, but like for Bounty Gate, for example, like it would affect the team arguably more doing that way, because with Bounty Gate, you could literally tell us like a team to literally go and knock out the star quarterback. Like that, that makes a huge difference.
Well, they're trying to do that on every play, but anyway.
You tell them to do that every play.
No, they literally did.
Are you out there? Are you out there as a defensive lineman trying to play patty cake with the other guys on the other side of the ball? It's not your job to go play patty cake with the other people on the other side of the ball.
Look,
you're trying to do that anyway. By definition,
you're trying to take them out though.
Bro,
the hell if you're not?
No, you're trying. No, you're trying to hurt
not trying to play patty cake.
Bro, this ain't Spirit of Queer. This ain't 5 second hold.
No. I'm saying you
cannot look at Brian Dawkins. You cannot look at Brian Dawkins, dog. He wanted to just be careful.
Helmet inside out, bro. Literally, you're trying to knock his helmet inside out.
I can promise you that Lawrence Taylor tried to take out quarterbacks' heads every time he tackled.
Bro, do you not see the old videotapes where they literally used to clothesline you?
That was back in the 70s, though.
All right, clearly.
Like I said, look at Brian Dawkins. Look at Brian Dawkins. Look at Brian Dawkins.
No, not Brian Dawkins.
Look at him.
Brian Dawkins was not people like he was just a hard hitter.
No, Brian Dawkins was just a hitter. I'm talking about what you call for the Raiders. He basically came out with the little clobber. Well, no.
Jack Tatum.
Yeah, Tatum. But the Spurs, I mean not Spurs. The Steelers started it. The Steelers front line, they started it.
Jack Tatum,
they started it with the elbows. But I mean, in clotheslining. But
I mean,
man,
you trying to put a hard hit on your opponent. That's the goal, fellas.
Right.
That's to put a hard hit. Make them think. You got to make them woozy. You can't be out there.
Bro, I don't want the quarterback throwing 15. I don't want the quarterback throwing 15.
What's his name?
I don't want the quarterback throwing 5 touchdowns on me. I'm trying to knock him out. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, look, y'all.
Ronnie Harrison was known for that.
In basketball, I tell my players all the time, like there'd be some games where I tell some of my guys, all right, they want to press up. I was like, let's go ahead and give up a foul, y'all. But that first screen, I need to see old homeboy laying on the ground holding his backside or something. Right. Sometimes you just got to go do something illegal just to shake him up a little bit.
But wait, Lamont, how old?
You think the Bad Boys Pistons Lamont was out there playing patty cake?
No, it's not about being a bad boy type of team. It's just about sometimes you got to rattle them up a little bit, man.
But how old are the players that you're telling them that, Lamont? How old are they?
This is 18 to 22, 23. These
exactly.
college
bro, see, so they've been hearing that all their life. You think a coach like Lamont gonna come in and say that, and they ain't gonna get riled up, bro? That get you hyped up.
Man, I don't know about all that though.
What? No, Dennis Rodman was dirty, man. Stop it.
No.
Dennis Rodman wasn't dirty.
Rodman wasn't dirty. Lambert was dirty.
No. Karl Malone was dirty.
Rodman wasn't dirty.
Karl Malone was dirty, bro. Karl Malone was dirty, bro.
He only elbowed one person in his entire career. Stop it.
No. People used to get out Karl Malone's way, bro, because he used to get elbowed so much, bro. You don't even know he's coming with knees and elbows. man.
No, but bro,
He would knee you in your dick so hard, bro.
That was a part of his shooting motion, though, bro. Like he was.
That was part of his. Yeah, that's a part of his style.
His shooting motion is to come out with your knees and elbow.
Bro. He always kicked his leg up.
Karl Malone?
No, he was undersized. He had to do that to get to the rim. He was undersized.
Undersized. The man was
he wasn't kicking
6'9", 260 pounds.
He was 6'9". Dennis Rodman is 6'10", almost 6'11", right?
Dennis Rodman is like 6'8", man. What you talking about, bro? Rodman ain't that low.
He's still
Rodman like 6'8", man.
Dirty stuff too. Stockton used to grab guys on picks.
Bro, Rodman was almost 6'10".
Now I won't argue that Stockton
he's not, bro. Rodman used to play small forward.
Rodman is 6'6".
I follow the Jazz.
Rodman is 6'8", bro. He used to play small forward for Detroit, bro.
He's 6'6".
Wait, did you say Dennis Rodman was 6'6"?
He's like 6'8", man.
Look it up.
He might have Jordan height.
I think Dennis is like 6'7", 6'8".
He's not Michael Jordan height, bro.
You are not banging down, bro. You are not banging down Shaq, bro, at 6'6".
I didn't believe it either. He
bro,
made
you're
me
not banging
6'7".
down Shaq like that at 6'6", bro.
I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it either.
Bro, do you know who this guy used to go against, man? This guy used to go against some of the toughest centers and the toughest power forwards to ever play the game, bro.
That's why I said. That's
and literally dominate them, bro.
I did that big. He was
bro, not a 6'6".
He locked down Shaq.
Bro, he's not.
Okay.
Bro, he's not Charles Barkley, bro. He's not Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley was 6'4", 6'5".
Okay, that he's 6'7".
Yeah, Barkley wasn't that tall, but he was big.
Yeah, Barkley was like 300 pounds, bro.
Barkley was a
big, but he wasn't that
power
tall.
forward.
No, but this guy was skinny, right? But look, some skinny guys, right? They just have that raw, about them. You know what I'm saying?
Strength.
They say Rodman was strong as shit, and they said
they say he'll grab you, bro. They say he'll grab you and he'll squeeze your arm, bro. Like he'll grab you that hard, and literally you'll be like, all right, man, stop grabbing you that hard. He was strong, bro. So literally, he backed it down.
He was strong.
You're gonna tell me at 6'6". He was backing down Shaq and dominating Shaq, bro.
So you're telling me that if the craziest thing that Rodman wouldn't fit that description,
bro,
if anybody,
bro.
If that, I'm looking at it.
I'll cash out you right now, bro. I'll cash out you right now if he's 6'6", fam. There's no way he's 6'6". No way, bro.
He's 6'6" or 6'7". I'm not trying to do. I'm not trying to do
6'7".
Hey, Lamont, you think Dennis Rodman will be able to lock down more than 50% of the NBA players today?
Yep.
You know, look, y'all, this is a different league. Like, here's the one thing that kills lockdown defenders today. It's the high pick and roll. The high pick and roll really just like it really is lessen the value of on ball defense to now defenders like Draymond who have the versatility and off ball help. Yeah. They're much more valuable now. If you look at Patrick Beverly. Patrick Beverly is a great on-ball defender. His impact has been completely nullified because you hit him with one high pick
because
and roll.
of the regular high pick that takes him off his game.
Because you can't ride the weight.
That's what made guys like John Stockton so effective in that.
Just to get you up off of.
Well, no, you can get around the screen if you hog. Look, if you're hogging the hip, right, you can get around. That's how you can really get around effectively. Get around the screen. But they don't do that.
But it's more difficult to do that though.
There's a price to pay.
You can't touch nobody anymore.
Like when you fight over
exactly,
screen,
can't touch nobody.
There's a large price to pay.
Absolutely. Elbows, knees.
Not only that.
Then you got
when the ball handler comes around.
When you fight over screen,
you can't hug a guy.
You have to trust
the defense.
You have to trust that the big is either going to show and recover, ice. So when you go over, you have to hope that somebody else do their job right. Otherwise, you're going to get cooked. So
or Lamont, do you ever tell your players to show the pick, but then don't show the pick, but don't pick?
As far as
like when they show the pick, do you tell them like act like you're going to go around the pick, but don't?
Yeah, that's a show and recover.
That's more like a ball screen.
No. I'm saying, do you tell your defense like when they on defense when they setting up the pick? Do you tell them fake like you're going to go with the pick but fall off the pick?
No. What I teach is I don't really like when teams are setting screens. You really don't have time to run gimmicks. What I do is I tell them get skinny. So when you talk about get skinny, the main thing is
to try and split the screen.
No, not slipping because there's a price to be there. Don't get
you want to slip through the shoulder.
You get skinny, that means you press up on the ball handler You so pressed up on the ball handler they can't screen, so you get skinny and then you really push through so they.
But
can't
the league don't
screen.
let you ride the hip like that no more, man. That's the bad part.
Right.
A lot of players go right into their jump shot as soon as they go around that screen and get a cheap foul.
Well, that's why you have an open jump shot now.
Well, if you go underneath the screen, if you get length, you can stop
if
that.
It's a team, first of all, if it's a team with even height, you just switch everything. I teach all my guys 1 through 5 to be able to guard any position. So I switch a lot too. But then there's a price to pay when you switch because then you get these shifty guards that get to split and shit, getting into the middle of the lane.
Then you get a small guard against a big.
That's why you need
you get a small guard against a big, and now your lane is wide open.
No. I don't care about small guards versus bigs. All my players gonna hold the fort down. I'm not really.
I feel that.
The problem is if you have a good guard that splits. Now your problem is you got a guard that's sitting in the middle of the goddamn lane. Can make 1,000 plays and score havoc. And now your whole defense is broke now. So
that's the thing to get in that lane too.
I mean, that's why I was always a fan of guard.
Got to recover. Roll nasty though. That pick and roll is nasty.
But that's why I was always a fan. That's why I was always a fan of hugging that hip though, because you can literally put your hip into his hip and you can get through that. You can get all around that screen, bro, with no problem.
But again, it's a price to pay when you do that. Because like I said, these guards now, like we in a guard dominant era. These guards, you get up on their hip. Next thing you know, you on the ground somewhere. They didn't put their hand on your back and hit you with a step back. You all on the floor, crowd that went crazy. Dude, they hit a 3, changed the whole tide of the game because you didn't fail and everything. So, bro,
but you can't get up that. But you can't get up that close though. Like that's the thing though. Like that's why players are able to do that and get away with that. I think more nowadays because players
because they can't go around the screen.
They basically legislative contact off the
game. No, they're just letting it happen basically because they know they can't. Like they have to go to a certain extent. What you about to say, Lamont?
The game is more physical, man.
What you about to say, Lamont?
These refs let these kids play. I ain't gonna lie. The game, these kids.
I think it's gonna start going there. I'm thinking now it's gonna start going there. Like once LeBron and everybody leave, I think it's gonna start going there, bro. I literally think because like you said earlier,
it's gonna start going back to being physical.
Well, listen, this is what I was telling Lamont.
Once it becomes more physical, you're not gonna have these 60 and 70 point outbursts from just
no. It's not even that. No, that's not even that though. What it is the league now. Now LeBron's on his way out, Durant's on his way out. Curry's gonna be there for a second, and then he's gonna be gone, right? So you have your star players that you built up, right? Now they're going to be on their way out. So you need these young players to really come in and mold this NBA. They don't have anybody that they really given the keys to yet. They want to see who's going to, like LaMelo could take it.
It was going to be John Morant until you start waving his pistol around.
LaMelo can take it. It's a wrap for LaMelo. He is
no. I'm just throwing names out there.
No, Lamont, it was going to be John Morant until you start waving his pistol around.
Bro, I don't even think they had John Morant on it because they didn't know John Morant.
They got to give the league.
It was clearly going to be John Morant.
Like Zion was going to be that guy, right?
You know, we just got to prepare for another stagnant
No way, Zion is not healthy enough.
No, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about when he's coming to the league, right? Now that everybody was going to be on their way out, all the elder statesmen, Zion was that next man to come up. He was going to be that next LeBron or whoever they want to put him against, right?
We're going to give that to Luka.
Zion is not proving himself to be.
Bro, I know, bro. I'm just telling you who they want.
Like LeBron and Jordan were both all-time great.
And he's got to put the damn cheeseburgers down.
No. But what I'm saying is, right now they have no one player. They have no one player that they can go to and say, "Look, you are taking the keys to this NBA, and you're going to take us wherever we need to go now." Like they did with Jordan and LeBron.
3 or 4.
Huh?
It doesn't have to be one player. I mean, I still think the best player in the league, when you look at his impact offensively and defensively, is Giannis. And I think if it's going to be one guy, it's going to be Giannis. But it doesn't have to be one guy.
I agree with that.
I don't think I would go Jokic.
He's already won a title.
Before Giannis. Giannis.
Oh hell no, they're not going to let Jokic be the guy. No way.
No. I know this. No. Look. I know this already. I'm just trying to tell y'all how it's going. Right? I already know this. This is what I'm saying. They're not going to have. They don't have no one face right now. They're literally going through the pockets and seeing who's going to be who's going to be popular with the fans, who's going to give us money, who's going to give us revenue back, right? Who's going to watch their games?
Yeah.
So now that the elder statesmen are leaving, the people that we watch like Durant, Curry, LeBron, we need to see who's going to be the next one up to wow us and woo us, right? I think it's going to be a number of players, right? Because right now they have so much talent, so much young talent out there, right? That literally you have to spread it. I think that's why.
Well, they grooming VW in San Antonio.
Well, no, I know they
that's
want
why,
to do,
and that's why they're not going. That's why they're not going to go back to physicality because that dude look weak as hell, man.
No, I think Joe's going to get hurt.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I think he's going to have a Yao Ming problem, right? I literally do. I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is, I think
going to need 2
Yao
to 3
Ming
years
was
to
big.
develop.
What are you talking about? He wasn't
Yao
big
Ming was
like
like
that.
300 pounds.
Bro, Yao Ming was 7'4".
Right.
He's 7'5".
He was like 300 pounds, bro.
Right, but he was like almost 300 pounds.
Bro,
That
you're
dude was
supposed to be
fine.
that big. Bro, you're supposed to be almost 300 pounds when you're 7'5". What are you talking about? You're not supposed to be
Right.
You're not supposed to be 180, like at 7'5". Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean, Chet
Like
Holmgren
like
does,
180.
though.
Like
But Wemby isn't almost 300 pounds. He like 230, right?
No, it's
Yeah. Hell nah, man.
Bro, in high school, Dude
I think
was
that dude
literally
like
210.
215, man.
Chet's like
Dude was literally 210 in high
It
school.
gotta
Bro.
be more than 250.
Wemby
Gotta be more than
No, he came. Hold on. When he came out, right, to the NBA draft, right, he was literally 210. How are you 230 now?
Oh, he was. I didn't know. I didn't know
a lot
his
of
weight.
creatine,
he probably had some.
I
He probably
I
ate a
didn't
couple of
look at his
cheeseburgers while he
weight.
was down
I
there in
didn't look at his
Texas.
weight.
You know, there's a lot of things big in Texas.
The
Probably
bottom
ate a
line
big
is
ass
he's
steak.
not. The bottom line was he's not like 270 like Yao. Bottom line was he's not 270 like Yao. So how's he gonna be?
No. He's not.
No. You don't have to be 270. What I'm saying is tall gentlemen like that, right? If you go through the history of the NBA, they always have lower body issues, knees, feet, thighs, everything.
But I think if you look at
Ain't that what killed for Porzingis?
1980s, you had Bird and Magic as the face of the league. There's no reason one player has to be the face of the league. LeBron and Jordan were all-time top 5, all-time great players. Like, there's not going to be another LeBron or Jordan for a while.
Bird wasn't bringing in half the revenue.
Yeah, it may take a while to get back to that.
Hold on. Let's just be honest. Hold on. Wait. Let's be honest for 2 seconds.
I'm saying there's not going to be another LeBron. There's not going to be another LeBron or Jordan for a while.
There could be another LeBron.
No. It was supposed to be Zion. It was supposed to be Zion, but he didn't do his job.
Yeah, it was supposed to, but he
It was supposed to, but he didn't do his job. John Morant came in and stole the show, just like I thought he would. I knew he would too. I was watching him in college. I was like, this boy's a bad man.
He says to improve his game.
But the thing is, now, but what I was just basically trying to get to was, now that the elder statesmen are leaving, they're trying to basically diversify more in the NBA. Yeah. Get good players in here, get good players in the small market, good players in the big market. Because as you see LeBron around, you're literally gonna go where LeBron says. Basically, we're like, hey, you're signing with me. So I think I want you on the Nets because that would get you away from me, and I can score more, and you don't have to play me on defense. Come on, man. LeBron's strategic with this, right? It's a reason why.
That's a problem, though. That's a problem.
I know, and that's the problem that they've been trying to get rid of, and that they're ready to get rid of when LeBron leaves. And after LeBron leaves, it's a wrap, bro. They don't have nobody has the league like LeBron has the league. LeBron has the league by the B's because he owns players, bro. He owns players, bro. Jordan didn't own players.
Yeah, one player should never have that type of power because, like,
that one man has all that power.
Well, no. Yeah, I get that. One player should never have that type of power. Players at a certain point have to be able to just be who they are. Like, once you start interfering into front office stuff, like that's where it becomes a big problem.
Bro, LeBron was doing this since high school. Bro, this dude, look, I don't like LeBron. I'm sorry, I don't like LeBron. I think it was a big old narrative what they did to him.
But why these players start interfering with the front office is because of fans half the time. It's the fan, the media that put pressure on these guys to win now, win immediately. When you slander them in the media, people come on these podcasts, slander them if they score 51 points and miss the game winner at the end of the game. So you know what they say? We're gonna go try to take this into our own hands because these organizations.
No, but LeBron
but you don't have to stack teams with
Jordan, right? No, but LeBron's seen this with Jordan, right? So he literally just took the playbook. Like, okay, Jordan ran with it, got Jordan up and going. You know what I'm saying? Get his name international, blah 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 blah, right? Now I can take it to the next level. What Jordan didn't do was Jordan didn't get his own agency inside the NBA and literally move players strategically where you want them to go. That's championships, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Bro, you're literally the Brady of basketball, bro.
I don't.
It's a conflict of interest. Like that. That's the bad.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree. No, you guys are giving LeBron too much credit. Why y'all making
I'm giving him all the credit he deserves, bro. He
LeBron literally has an agency that literally filters players to help.
They told LeBron, bro, 3 years after he got in the league, they told LeBron, hey, hold on, LeBron, wait, you got an agency? You can't have no. Hold on, you can't have no agency while you're playing in the NBA. You have to sell that off. Okay, well, I'll just put it in Rich Paul's name, but I'm still running this. You think LeBron is going to step back and say, hey, Rich Paul, just do everything you need to. Don't tell me nothing. Come on, bro.
Yeah, the tampering rules
he
in the
filters
NBA
players to
are
his
so
own
dumb.
team.
I mean, this
Huh?
is a free country with
No,
free
he
speech.
filters
Never
players
been
out.
tampering
can't
If you
amongst
look at the way,
players
look, if you look at how he does it,
There's no such thing as tampering amongst players.
he will filter
There
players
is,
out
though,
of his
Lamont.
way, bro.
No,
If
there's
you're on a
not.
team, he will filter you out.
Hey, Lamont, did you see that Anthony Black tip in like dude did for the Celtics? He did the same exact tip in that what's his name for the Celtics
Tampering
did
rules
in that
do apply
playoff
to
game.
players. They aren't enforced, though, yeah.
I mean, what can you do? Look. We're out at the club, right? We just finished our game. You know what I'm saying? What can you do if we're out in the club? We're drinking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Watching some booties moving. And we just so happen to talk about, hey, would you like to come to Miami? I mean, you know, stars, women, you know, food, no taxes.
It's more intentional than that.
Okay, and who? All right, when they made their first of all, when they made their entire big three, who else did they got to Miami? You got a 36 Ray Allen. Who did the big three got to Miami? You got a 36 Ray Allen. Yeah, Shane Battier. Yeah,
Mike
people.
Miller.
Shane Battier was still dope. Hold on, Shane
No,
Battier.
you had people thinking that Greg Oden was gonna do something. Tony
Bro, I
Douglas.
knew Greg Oden wasn't gonna do nothing when he got hurt.
The bottom line was everybody they brought in was at least above the age of 32, 33. I don't.
Yeah, that was an old team.
That's because once they paid all, once they paid way more to LeBron, they only had enough money to sign minimum contract players.
You pay your top three players over the max. You're in the red. You have to have a bench.
All three took cuts. The thing is this:
No.
Hold on.
Dwayne, hold on. LeBron got the most of the cut. Dwayne Wade took the second lease, and then Bosh took the third lease. Right now, LeBron still got most of his though, right? But what they had to, but the reason why Dwayne Wade said, okay, I'll take a little bit back because I'm gonna need some players. You know what I'm saying? Or it's just gonna be us three out here.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm just saying. For all the credit,
to go to Miami.
No,
with
I thought they
LeBron
took
and Dwayne Wade.
for all the credit y'all are giving LeBron. For all the credit y'all are giving LeBron, if all his reach can get is a bunch of guys over 32, over 33, I'm just saying that's not really anything to say that he's this mastermind.
You're not just getting guys over 32, you're getting the best players in the league, bro. Like you're not just getting 32-year-olds, you're getting the best
top 10 players in Miami.
Outside of Norris Cole, what addition did the big three have that wasn't above 32?
That's the purpose.
Bro, Mario Chalmers, hold on.
Was already there.
Mario Chalmers was good, bro.
He was already there from he got drafted in 08.
Shane Battier was like Dennis Rodman on the block.
Battier was over 31.
And he hit three. And then you had the Knees Miller, right? And
over 30.
And he had white chocolate. Well, he wasn't white chocolate anymore. He was just white.
No, that was 06. You're thinking of Birdman.
06, yeah, 06.
No. I'm just thinking of all the players. Look, I'm just going through all the players, bro. I'm going through all the old ass players they had, bro. I'm just going through all the players they had, bro.
You talking about Jason Williams?
That was 06. That was 06.
I know.
They had him. They had Mike Bibby, man.
They
had Mike Bibby.
Yeah. I forgot that Mike Bibby.
Another old player.
But it was just Mike Bibby.
They had number old players because that's all they could afford.
Okay, so if we're giving LeBron this Machiavellian chess,
audio messing up.
If you wanted the Machiavellian chess method LeBron is, and all he can give you is just guys above 30, 31, 32. I just don't understand how he can just.
Bro, come on. That team was still stacked. Hold on, but you're getting the best 32-year-olds in the league. You're not going to get Jason Williams when Jason Williams coming off knee injuries and all. No, you're going to get those first. Like, come on, bro.
Wait a minute.
The word of all right. If these guys are all the best 30, whatever you want to say. Not even just after the Miami Heat, where all of their careers kind of just went down. Even before they went to Miami, where were most of these people? I mean, Bibby played for my team in Atlanta, and I'm not saying he was bad, but I'm not gonna. No, you're talking about. No. You know, you're not understanding because you're saying that he has all this cachet. I'm saying the 30-year-olds, they're okay. They're okay, but
what I'm saying is but Russell Westbrook. All right, put it like this: would you rather have Russell Westbrook at 32, or would you rather have Jason Williams at 32?
I only got two things to say.
There was no Westbrook. There was no Westbrook equivalent.
Let me get into two things.
You said what?
All right.
My first thing is this. Y'all just not gonna gloss over Kobe and say he was never the face of the league. Y'all just going straight from George to LeBron. Y'all just not gonna do that.
wasn't.
That's number
Kobe
one.
was the face of the league for a couple of
Kobe
years. Yeah.
wasn't the
So I'm
face of
just
the league. He was
saying,
just the
but
more
you
popular
guys
at
just
the
glossed
time.
right over it. Just kept going from Jordan to
No, but
LeBron.
he was the more
You're
popular at
not
the
gonna
time.
do
He
that.
was
All
also
right,
first.
Jordan.
Number
Okay, wait,
two.
fine.
He
Jordan,
was
Kobe,
also
LeBron. There.
Number
Put
two.
Kobe didn't still.
When LeBron first came to the Lakers, he had all that youth. Why he didn't keep that youth and let it
He don't like playing with young
fulfill?
talent because they don't come through.
Wait a minute, sir.
He
Why
never
he
plays
didn't?
with young talent,
Wait a
George.
minute. Why he didn't keep the young talent? And how many years did he take him
Well, they
to
weren't going
get?
to win anything,
Wait,
George.
Lamont, please help me out here. Why he didn't? Why he didn't keep the young talent? And how long did it take him to win that bubble ship? Count the years before the young talent blossomed.
Well, I mean, you literally had everybody drop out, and then like you were the most healthy.
Because I want to know.
When you were the hurt. Look, he had the
he
hardest
could have
team,
kept
right?
the talent.
I know, but he had the hardest team because he had one of the oldest teams, right? Literally, a pandemic came, and all of a sudden your whole team is healthy, while other teams are not.
The
Well, they
Lakers
didn't
wanted
want to avoid the
out.
Clippers.
The Lakers wanted out. The Lakers wanted out of that bubble, so that kind of doesn't.
Well, no, but they did avoid the Clippers, though, bro.
The Lakers had a
kept the
lot of
youth.
key role players on that bubble team. Rondo was really good for them that year.
Yep.
Dwight Howard was solid.
Dwight Howard was
The
killing.
Lakers had a lot of
I
really
didn't
good
ask
role
you that.
players.
Yeah,
Okay, I can say
Caruso
that.
was cooking in the bubble.
I can say that for Denver. I can say that for the Clippers. I can definitely say that for Toronto. I can say that for Miami. You can say that for a bunch of teams. I don't know why LA is just. Yeah. Do you want me to just go ahead on Denver? Do you want me to just go ahead on Toronto?
No, hold on.
No,
No, I know
wasn't
Denver,
that.
bro. Hold on. I know Denver, bro.
Lamont didn't answer the question.
I've been following Denver. I've been following Denver since. I've been following Denver since way back in the '90s, bro. I know me some Denver, and I like Carmelo when he came. I thought Carmelo was better than LeBron, partially, right? But what I'm saying is, right, Denver. Nobody looks at Denver and says, "Oh my God, look at all the great talent they have." They just say, "Oh, okay, they have a bunch of mixed talent, right? Let's see what they can do." Nobody had Denver picked to go anywhere this year.
I did.
Nobody had them.
This year, now you're lying. Not this year.
We
didn't like it. We didn't like it. We didn't like that Denver was going to be. We wanted more preferable teams. We wanted more preferable teams. Denver was.
I'm capping about
can I get a witness?
Go ahead.
I'm trying. I need to know what you're talking about, Judge. I don't know.
They said nobody picked Denver.
No,
Denver was the favorite.
Yeah, outside of the state of Colorado, nobody picked them.
Right.
Nobody preferred them. We knew Denver was a contending team.
All
We knew it was
fanboys.
Bro, they didn't even talk about Denver the whole year, basically.
If you're gonna say ESPN is if ESPN's gonna be the litmus test of what's being talked about, then we don't need to have a conversation.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Well, everybody understood Denver was a contending team. So
yeah, most of the mainstream media picked Denver.
Let me answer it, right? Denver's always been there to get to the playoffs. It literally takes Denver, right? Before this year, or even this year, took Denver and said, "Oh, you know what? Put them against the Lakers. They're gonna beat them." And yeah, I got Denver all the way to championship. Nobody, bro.
Everybody think for Jokic was simply that, hey, he didn't have his guys healthy, and look where he got them. He got his guys, and everyone's like, yo, Denver is a dangerous team. It's a contending team. And they kept.
Nobody knew that bench was going to come through like that. That bench was
nobody knew if they would have matched up against Golden State, it could have been a different outcome. It's all about matchups.
I did.
Yeah, I think
it's not always about matchups, though. It's all about what the league wants to do. It's all about what the league wants to do.
Would have cooked Jokic on the perimeter, and Looney did a decent job against Jokic. Davis couldn't guard Jokic at all.
At all. But if you watch the first game, they were literally trying to give the Lakers the game. They were trying to help them.
They couldn't help them.
They couldn't help them, bro. It was too bad. It was too bad. They didn't have.
They outplayed the refs.
It was too, bro. It was too, bro.
Hey,
it was
too many free throws.
Hey, I gotta shut this one down, y'all. I gotta shut it down. We've been live.
All right, Lamont.
We're going on 6 hours.
Why you locking me out, Lamont?
Yeah.
Oh man.
George, I got 15 people in the backstage. It's hard to keep up with it.
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Hey, Lamont, man, salute, man. I appreciate you, man. Every time having me up, bro. Hey, panel, man, y'all always, man. You guys are always the best, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good night, bro.
Yeah.
Keep it real, bro.
All right, man. Stay black.
For sure.
824 forever.
All right, y'all. Look, we dropping y'all down. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Another good show. Man, wild show, man. Good content though. Hopefully the Jordan fans came to some realization today that the consensus on who the GOAT is going to be changing soon. And it's just, you got to come to realization. Are you going to be one of those old heads that's just in denial, or are you going to have some logic behind your stance and some honesty? Are you going to be able to admit that it's just bias when you're talking about Jordan still being the GOAT? I think that's what it's going to come down to. But look, y'all, another good show, good podcast episode. Appreciate everybody pulling up, all the guests. A lot of new names came up on the stage today. Hopefully we see these new names as we progress. As we progress, man, and the channel grows, we're getting closer and closer to 100K, man. I mean, I know that 100K celebration is going to be epic. So we just got to keep grinding until we get there. It's going to be a lot of work. It's not going to be easy. One of the things that I've been noticing, y'all, look, a lot of people out here really trying to mimic the FYF sports formula, man. The content that we put out, man, they really trying to mimic. And so, we gotta find new ways to be innovative and keep switching the game up on them, coming up with new things. It will be good. We got John Davis, man. He said, Cap, hey, it is what it is. He said, so can Jokic win MVP by himself? All right, that's an old conversation. But look, y'all, appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Numbers were great today, man. Great podcast episode. Hey, y'all, we're going to be back with more sports and news, man. We should be going live. We're going to be going live again Friday, so make sure y'all tap in with us. But it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news, y'all. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all of the time. Like who the GOAT in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source.